Okay. Alright. This is fine.
I'm gonna just be whiffing like snail, bro.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I keep like not blinking and like my eyes are starting to like go all foggy and gross on me. Good oh.
Oh my god. This is like snail behind a shield. I'm just terrible. This is why you warm up before you play games, kids. Oh my god.
We're having a big charity event going on now, and we're also sponsored by a couple other guys, and we'll get to that later. However, I am so very happy to be here with you today. My name is Platypus, and I'm joined by my ever so lovely co-caster Piercing. How's it going, buddy?
It's going good, and honestly, I'm glad to be here. It's good to be back into casting. It's been a little bit. I've recently changed positions over to cabling at my job, so it's been tough kind of adapting. But now that I'm kind of getting used to things, back into the swing of motions after drill and everything's going on, I'm just glad I'm able to kind of get back into it and be here for all that we have ready for you guys today. And that's really what matters to me. So I'm just glad to be here, really.
Well, I know life doesn't like to pull its punches on any one of us, always coming back into it, trying to make things a little bit rougher for us. But you know how it goes. We always fight, we persist, and we keep living. But anyways, like I said to you before, we are here with Feeding America, specifically the more Midwest style of things, which is actually funny because Feeding America, I believe, is based in Chicago, which is more just about as Midwest as you can get. However, we also do have other sponsors. We're here with MSI, I believe, Esports Gear, and Kovacs, all with today's sponsors. Very big thank you to all of them. I believe we do have a graphic for MSI as well to be able to throw right in front of you guys.
Yeah, and actually, MSI in fact, donated 200 to Feeding America before we even began. So huge thank you to them for that donation. I mean, that's really every dollar counts in helping people who are food insecure across the country. That's really what it's all about for today. And on top of that, I believe we have a QR code as well for those who are interested in donating. Show that right now. That's going to be the code as well. Scan that QR code, and if you're willing to donate, there's that for you. I believe we're actually already almost at the at our initial goal, which was around 500. I believe we have recently crossed over 400, so we're almost there. Just
I
a few
mean,
more donations, and there it is. We've got it. So I mean,
every
for
dollar
anyone who's
counts.
interested, absolutely, every dollar counts. Seriously.
I know, especially with stuff relating to food, it is so very important that people are able to have this type of security, especially in this day and age with things getting a little bit more pricey, jobs doing
Oh yeah.
all their best to kind of seemingly not give you the sustenance that you need to keep going. So this is such a very important charity. And as well, I believe Feeding America is one of, if not the biggest nonprofit organization out there currently. I believe it might be number two, but still definitely a big shoe to fill.
Oh yeah, they're a massive nonprofit organization that spans pretty much across the entire United States, and as you've mentioned, they pretty much span across the entire continental United States. I don't know if they expand to the islands, but I do know that they have, like you said before, multiple chapters, including the Midwest section, which is what this charity event is particularly focused on. So yeah, very massive nonprofit organization.
But we also have quite a bit going on today as well, outside of the charity such. We have 4 great games coming to you today. First one going to be coming up relatively soon. Not quite, but relatively soon. I don't quite know the names, but do we know the 2 teams that we're going to be playing with for this first matchup?
Yes, for game one, it will be MU Redhawks versus Central Missouri, and we will be playing that on Outback.
Ooh, interesting. But going along with the charity event, these are going to be more fun-focused type of maps, as you normally see Outback in competitive play at all. I believe
Mm-mm.
we also have some other fun maps, such as not Outback. We're already seeing that, but such as Fortress and Yacht as
Yep.
well later on. Those will definitely be fun ones to see with you guys. But for now, we do have the roster for the MU Redhawks. Let's take a look at those guys.
Yep. So we'll have Juki Shucks, Cow Goes Moo, love that name, Lavish, and Flashstorm for the MU Redhawks. And for Central Missouri, we will have Jaded Throne, Rodwolf, Casey Purple, and Blaze. Those are going to be our players for this first match over on Outback.
And I find it funny with Cowgoes Moo, it's impossible to say their name in any other way other than adding their tag into it because it just makes sense. It's just fun. It's just a good time.
Yeah, it's a
I,
clever use of your tags. Might as well.
I mean, you got to use what you got, and I'm glad that they fully leaned into it. Definitely means that their team means a lot to them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm definitely interested to see what we're going to be seeing out of these 2 teams. I know I've seen and heard of the Red Hawks quite a bit. I used to know a couple of their members fairly closely, but I do not believe any of the ones I knew are still on this team. I might be wrong. However, it's been a hot minute.
Yeah. It's been a minute for me as well. I mean, I've played against some of these guys, I think, back when I played for Bradley University, but it's honestly been too long to say. You know, these players tend to cycle in and out quite rapidly, especially for your more larger university. So
Right.
that's gonna be expected, honestly. But yeah, I mean,
I
I
mean,
do
at least
like I'm
once every
stuck
4
with them.
years.
Well, oh yeah, well, I mean, 4 years, you're gonna have a whole new cycle. That's just gonna happen inevitably, you know,
Oh
because
yeah. Oh yeah.
we can't stay in college forever, right?
I
I know
mean,
some
I
people
mean,
would like that.
technically, you could. However, I know that's not exactly the type of thing that people often want. All right, but
Hmm.
either way, we do have some amazing games for you today. We have one here at 12:30, as like we said, Central University excuse me, Central Missouri University, and then the MU Red Hawks, and then we're gonna have later on at for game 2, it's going to be Scarlet Hounds versus CUW Esports. And then moving on for both 3:15 p.m. and 4:45 p.m. respectively, we have the Rockford Regents, I believe, versus Marquette, and then Lindenwood versus Iowa State JV, respectively. And those are going to be some massive games in themselves as well. And again, as a charity event, these are all for fun, but still 2 teams, or well, rather 8 teams playing for wins that they can hopefully achieve and just have a good time with it.
Mm-hmm. Now, I kind of want to just kind of babble a little bit now that we're kind
Go
of
for it.
waiting for those next matches. You mentioned how prices have inflated, right? You know, I got a funny story about that. I was helping my grandma with grocery shopping the other day, right? And we came back to the house, and oh my gosh, she was so mad because we were gonna I don't remember what we were gonna make. It was something with eggs, but we decided not to get any. She was like, "Can you believe the price of those eggs?" I'm like, what are you talking about? And I believe it was like two something before, and she was like, well, now it's $3. Oh my gosh, I can't afford anything in this house. I buy the groceries and nah da 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 da. I'm like, Grandma, it's okay, it's just an additional dollar. And she's like, no, it's not okay. This inflation is ridiculous. I'm like, I'm sure it is, Grandma. I understand. So yeah, no, I mean, it's hitting everybody. It's certainly hitting me at my house because I live with my grandma and she is not happy about how grocery prices come up. Every time she's back from the grocery store, she's always got something to say about an item that's hiked up. It's never just, it's grandson, I have groceries. No, it's look at these prices. Are you kidding me? That's how I know she went grocery shopping.
I mean, I can't blame her for a single second. I know that with all of this such going on, especially since a couple years ago with the pandemic and everything, it is definitely harder to get things rolling into the way that they used to be, especially with prices. Everyone likes to throw up prices, especially with things like gas. You know, funny enough, I actually had the cheapest gas I have ever had since driving, because I only started driving like a year or so ago. Um, the cheapest I've ever found was actually this last week. It was sitting at 3.39, and that was the best $30 I've ever spent.
Was that in Missouri? Because that's about how
No,
much I spend for regular gas. But then again, I use premium, so I
um,
don't get to enjoy that
oh,
price. Yeah.
homie, jeez,
Oh,
you're living dangerously this.
Oh yeah, I use I have premium. I have a premium only car. It's a 1998 Cadillac DeVille. Oh my gosh, and it's $4 a
Interesting.
gallon. It where I live in Southern Illinois, so it's like $5 for premium gas over where I am. Like, gross, disgusting,
That's wild.
awful.
Dude,
Yeah,
yeah,
but
'cause I live down for just like southeast Michigan, and it is wild up here. The highest I've seen it go for a long time was I think like 360, and it hurts. I don't
yeah,
like it.
no, it is pure pain. But talking about those COVID lockdowns, man, I'll tell you what. When that was going down, I made every single excuse under the sun to not follow that stuff. I'm sorry. I'm gonna admit it. I was that guy, right? I went to I when I was on holiday block leave for military when I was still going through my training, I went to the bar. I didn't care. I was 21. Give me a break.
I mean, I
Uh,
guess fair enough. I
yeah,
know.
and but yeah, that I didn't follow those shutdowns, man. I literally went in the army specifically to avoid those COVID restrictions, so I could be doing something.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
I
I was not
know,
about it.
I know with how COVID was, it definitely disrupted literally everybody's life, and there's nothing we can do about that. But
That's
and
an understatement.
despite however anyone wants to look at it, however anyone believes about it, that doesn't really matter. It still disrupted everyone's life as we know it. Even
Oh
you
yeah,
look at things today, everything is completely different than it used to be. I'm not going to sit here and talk about and like babble on like I know anything about any sort of like health advice, but at the bottom line, everything has changed in this world as we know it, and we're just kind of holding on for the best we can because that's all we can do.
and just yet another reason why this nonprofit is so critical, being able to provide that buffer for those who weren't really able to kind of get over that hurdle. Because I mean, there's still people who have struggled with that kind of economic impact. I mean, sure, you got that, we all got that stimulus or whatever, but that doesn't really fix the fact of a lot of people's jobs were disrupted, and that's really what this organization is all about, and why I heavily encourage anyone, if they've ever had a food insecurity, if they've ever wondered where their next meal was going to come from and they're now in a better place, please donate, because seriously, we're almost at that goal. I mean, every donation counts. It's so important.
Again, if we could flash that QR code up on the screen for everybody, all you need to do is scan that funny thing and you can be taken right to the spot to donate and assist with anybody who is sitting at a place that they may not be able to know exactly where that next meal is coming from. And I know that is such a very big deal to be able to have this type of charity going around, being able to make sure everyone is able to have food, because as we know, world hunger is one of the biggest types of drastic afflictions that is going around. I don't know, affliction may not be the right word, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Every bit
no,
helps.
absolutely. Funny enough, though, prior to this cast, I tried to bring it up to my coworkers because on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays we have stand up, right? And we open the floor to anyone to talk about whatever is going on, whether it's at work or outside of work. And I was like, hey, there's this charity event, and I'm gonna be casting for it. So if you want, to maybe help raise some money, it's gonna be for Feeding America. I can send you the link and whatnot. Not a single person was like, "Oh yeah, that's cool." They just looked at me and went, "Okay," and just it completely ignored me. I'm like, "Well, dang, that's crazy." But
I mean,
then again,
unfortunately, that is how it sometimes can go.
yeah, that it tends to be like that. But I was really trying to hype it up like, yeah, we're gonna have all these games. It's gonna be so cool, and we've got all these like interviews and whatnot, and radio silence.
Well, we
Radio
definitely do have
silence.
quite the show. And speaking of just under 5 minutes until our first game is supposed to be rolling, what do we think we're going to be looking at in terms of this game? We are going to Outback, which is going to be a little bit different than what people might expect, because again, not in competitive play. So what do you think we're going to be actually seeing here, Piercing?
Whew, that's a good question. I kind of forgot which teams are going to be doing it, but I definitely expect a lot of rat plays, maybe hiding around in garage a lot, because that's just kind of the
Hmm.
way that the map is that you got a big open space and you have very funneled openings, which is why I don't think Outback will ever see the light of day in competitive
Oh, no.
because of the way that it's laid out. It's just so I think that you're going to see a lot of rat plays, maybe even a little bit of strat roulette. I mean,
I
that's what I
mean,
was
it's
always down for in
possible.
maps like
It is
these.
it is a fun event, which it's just for silly having a good time at its core, which is exactly how it should be. So we might see anything here. I wouldn't like disagree with seeing any sort of a lot of shield play, to be honest, even as effectively as shields have been able to be used lately, especially if we're seeing something silly like a clash or just a strat. Just it's just for fun, just having a good time, just playing some games with your team and raising some money for some good cause. There's nothing to be sit here and be upset about.
Oh yeah. No, the one thing I want to see that I haven't really witnessed in a long time?
Hmm.
Fuse Shield. That's what I want. Fuse Shield. I love
Speaking to the
Fuse. I
choir
love his
here,
shield. Love him.
man. That I mean, I don't disagree. That would be great. Honestly, it's always a fun time to see a fuse on the board, anyways. But considering the amount you can do with his shield, just for goofs and just for silly sake, I can't wait.
Oh yeah. And unpopular opinion, Fuse is criminally underrated, even in competitive. I know
I
I
mean,
will
he's
get
used great when he is used. That's the thing. There's
thank
so
you.
many, there's so many ability, like the ways to use his ability effectively. And hey, we've even seen strats like take Chalet for example. You throw his cluster charge on top of like mezzanine and just blow it, and it just shatters the floor underneath, so you can get massive vertical play. Even for such things as just opening up those sight lines, just those very small like useful things are so amazing to have for it that go even far outside of just kill wise.
Oh yeah, well I mean it's also a massive conservation of other utility because if you have to burn through flashes, deployable shields and whatnot, that can be a major problem. But one well-placed fuse does all of it. It burns through all the ADSs, burns through all the WMIs. Actually, I think, and correct me if I'm mistaken, I believe actually WMIs catch all of the fuse pucks if I'm not mistaken. But either way, it's still a major utility burn, and it can
Well,
destroy the utility as well.
thinking of it, I believe Wamai has six, maybe five or six of his magnets, and I know each cluster charge has about five pucks that go through, and you can only grab one at a time. But even with one of those being grabbed, if there's enough things around it, just the sheer explosive radius that one of those pucks is going to do is going to clear as much utility as possible, even with the magnets grabbing things. Because even so, with Jaeger ADSs being able to grab one at a time every 10 seconds, that's still quite a few pucks unaccounted for that could just wreak havoc everywhere.
Oh yeah, and the thing is, there's really no counter him when it comes to ban wise because no one's gonna get rid of him. So it's either, and I mean, I have never seen Fuse banned in competitive, like just ever. So I mean, that's just gonna be a general bane of any like util heavy compositions is that that's just something you have to deal with. You either have to get aggressive and push the fuse, which isn't very fun considering that man's got an AK, which is a laser beam. But
Right.
well, I wouldn't say a laser beam, but I mean just a powerhouse. I mean,
It's a powerhouse of a gun, honestly. It can absolutely tear up anyone. And we've even seen that with how Ace has been adjusted and balanced because of that. Just being able to change up the sightlines going on for the AK-12 for him specifically is a big thing.
oh
And
yeah.
it is 1:30, and we are going to get this game, or excuse me, 12:30 CST, 1:30 Eastern, because Eastern is the best time zone. Fight me. I'll die on that hill. I'll die on that hill. I
Okay.
will. I will. But anyways, wow. Okay. All right. I see how it is. I see. Anyways, it is rolling about to that time, and we are just now waiting for the matchups to be ready. Both teams are getting themselves in and situated, and we are just about to get kicked off. Any other remarks that we might be able to think about for Outback? I know that you're saying we're going to see possibly a lot more rat plays and a lot more silly strategic styles, but otherwise, what do you think this map's going to be like in terms of just mentality? You think it's going to be like a more aggressive type map or a more reserved, you think?
Uh, well, I would say probably really aggressive because of the fact that these sites have pretty close proximities to the outside. Usually you only gotta get through like one connecting room and then you're already in. Like for
Right.
laundry side, that's gonna be a bedroom. For party room office, that will be well actually connector in that case. I believe that's the name of that room. Or maybe they call it Gen. Do I look like I know non-competitive callouts? Of course not.
I
I don't have
mean,
that much free
maybe.
time on my hands.
Wow, you
No.
don't just sleep, eat, and breathe this game, Piercing. You don't just sell your soul to Ubisoft with Rainbow Six Siege. Unbelievable. You and what army?
Yeah, I already sold my soul to them plenty back when I played competitive for Bradley University. That ship has long since sailed. I'm not doing that again.
I mean, I
Or if
guess fair
I
enough.
or if I do, I gotta see some players that are gonna be willing to put out the chips for me with the salsa and everything. And most teams and players aren't really
No
willing
seven
to
layer
do that
dip.
in T4. So I think I've kind of called it quits already. But that's just me.
I mean, bold words. I don't know. I feel like the only thing I can really respond with here is get better.
Mm. Mm. Okay. Okay. Meet me in Aim Labs. Okay.
I mean, I'll lose. I'm a strategic player. I'm a hard support. That's all I ever do.
Oh, you're a strategic hard support.
Uh-huh.
So in other words, you sit in the back and drone all day, and then when you're the last one
I
alive, you lose the
clutch.
gunfight.
I
Oh, you
clutch.
clutch.
I
Okay.
do, actually.
He clutches
I do.
everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I do. I'm just the best,
Send
actually.
me your clips. Send me your clips.
I don't clip. I just win.
Oh, you don't clip,
I
you
just win.
say.
The only clip I have is in my gun, and that's a mag, so that doesn't really count.
Hey, it's like what most critical said, right? It's not called a clip. It's a mag.
It's a mag.
It's a mag. Still one of my all-time favorite clips from him. Or I'm sorry, mags from Charlie.
Ah,
I absolutely love that video. That was so funny. Like it was just like a it was like I know it's like he didn't try to like actually flex, but he ended up like hard flexing. That's just like that energy was brilliant, honestly. But other than that, we're still waiting on one more player for Outback, but we are almost ready to go. Once that fifth is in, we'll be right to the chaos, the mayhem that is Outback, the map that anytime anyone sees that on rank, there's always gonna be one person that goes, "Guys, why did we ban Outback?"
you
Yeah,
know,
that map, ladies and
I'll be
gentlemen.
honest. Even if it's a pro map, I'd rather play Outback like over Skyscraper. I can't do Skyscraper.
You know what?
Honestly,
I respect that.
Skyscraper is one of those maps for me. I always look at it and I go, "Oh, this isn't going to be a good game," and it proceeds to not be a good game. There's no winning. You can't
Attacking
win
it
in that
is
place.
it's so awkward, especially if you're with a bunch of randoms that have the coordination of a horseshoe. Yeah, it's not gonna go very well. I mean, defense is just gonna sweep that up. There's really not a whole lot you can do.
Right.
Oh, unless defense starts getting weird, pops a bunch of holes, doesn't hold those holes, and then attackers just creep their way in, which I've seen that too many
It's
times.
it's there's nothing you can do about it. Also, that's the thing with the entirety of Skyscraper. It feels like
Excuse me.
it just lives for aggression. That's just the entire map. It's like the new Coastline. However, with Coastline, there wasn't any strats behind it. With Skyscraper, there are, and it's weird because there's strats, and then everyone still just jumps out and plays crazy.
I love how you
It's
say
weird.
that because Coastline, and I don't know how unpopular this opinion is gonna be. I believe maybe a year or two ago this would have been massively unpopular, but
Mhm.
I hate Coastline with every fiber of my being. So when you
Oh, I agree.
compare Coastline to Skyscraper, it's like, dang, you know what? I never thought about that. But I hate
I
Coastline
get
more
that. I
still.
get that. But that's the
I
thing.
get that. I
Coastline's
mess with
such a
that.
frag fest. That's all it is. It's the Gunners map, and there is a specific reason why it's not here anymore. like,
Thank goodness.
all right. Well, anyways, moving on. We do have all 10 players in the lobby, so we're gonna be sending this straight into our first match of today. Again, big thank you to our sponsors from MSI, Esports Gear, and Kovacs, all for supporting and helping out with this charity stream, as well as thank you to Feeding America.
Yeah, huge thank you to them. And with that, we're gonna see. I don't know what bands we're gonna see. We're gonna see something. And Mew will be starting off with a glass band.
Beautiful.
Yes, yes, more bands like those, please. Honestly, on Outback, you know who I think is a really strong map that should be banned? Clash. Let's see a Clash ban on defense. Yeah, maybe a Maru. Yeah, those hatches are a little bit too strong for honestly. That's my opinion. Oh, well, I
No,
see
we're gonna see some normal ban from coming from CMU, which I mean makes sense. Knock is never a bad ban, even if we're just playing for some silly. Just
for
kind of how
sure,
it
for sure.
goes. However,
Yeah,
moving for CMU's defensive ban, they're just hanging out. They're taking their time deciding, trying to figure out exactly what they're going to want to do. And they are going to settle with the mute. Oh,
yes.
God bless.
God bless their heart. Love that. I'm betting $10. We're gonna see. I bet one of these rounds. I don't know who's gonna do it. We're gonna see the
There it is.
what I like
There
to
it is.
call the Intel cringe comp. So we're gonna see Jackal, Lion, Dekebi, Grim, pretty much all those Intel spam ops, and it's gonna be for that based around that one band right there. Watch, I'm
I mean,
calling
you
it.
gotta. You already see the Doke, but
Oh
that's
yes.
that's not completely surprising. Because Doke is
Oh.
still a very strong operator in themselves. So I'm curious to see exactly what we're going to be looking at.
Dang, I thought I saw Blaze on Doke and I was like, oh, they're gonna do it. They're gonna commit. They're gonna pick all like these heavy intel ops, but or like the like what I like to call the intel spam ops. But they, it's just a heavy. But
In other news, I also just had my PC tell me that it was time to update and almost tried to restart my computer.
yes,
What a time.
good
Oh,
Windows
good
10.
lord.
Good Windows 10.
We love Windows 10.
We sure do. Hey, tell me, is Windows 11 still like messed up for gaming? I've heard that
I don't
it's
know.
yeah.
It's there, but from what I can tell, it doesn't. Just it decided that my computer is not able to run Windows 11, which I don't really understand too well. However, I
Huh.
don't care too much because everything I've heard about Windows 11 is god awful. Having not tried it myself, though. But
Yeah, it's
anyways,
Windows 8 of freaking new OS systems.
fair enough. Looking
Uh,
at CMU getting their first grip onto the map, trying to take out a possible spawn kill. Not grabbing anything, but not being hurt in the process. We're looking at our party room office setup, which is very interesting. I almost don't know like how to talk about these maps and be like, oh, we normally see that that's a pretty good pick, but we don't normally see this map in general, so I can only kind of just guess here.
yeah, you honestly got to freestyle and go off a rank. I mean, it looks like MU is going to be going for a bit of a default composition so far with CMU kind of trying to push that out from garage side, but with the shield and the garage presence, that's going to be easier said than done for that take. We'll see the peek onto over by Bull, but doesn't seem like anyone's going to be peeking that except maybe Cake Nuggies, but I don't think we're going to see that. Oh, but she is propped up though, so if someone pushes up on that window, that could be potentially a free pick there, but with right now, it's kind of a little slow going at the moment. Rod Wolf taking a bit of damage by some fire from Juki, but gets taken out by Cow Goes Moo, and the push
Juki
from
being
ground
the
starting from
first
Cow.
to fall as well throughout this first one map series here. However, Blaze is going to follow by Shucks. M14 against M14. However, the one in the hands of Aruni is going to serve a little bit better. Wolf still trying to do what they can to get the wall open. Flashstorm seeing the legs, not realizing that the legs are the legs, and will still see the gun of Cow as he just takes him right out of here. Wall being open just big enough for CMU to start vaulting through and getting themselves into electrical. However, time still ticking away, sitting at a 4v3.
Yeah, I mean, it is a minute left, but CMU does still have a decent amount of time to start making their move. I mean, they do have that person advantage if they want to try to take that initiative. And it looks like How Goes Moo is going to be taking that very initiative, getting Cryotonics out. And now with 43 seconds, Rod Wolf trying to push in, but taking some damage from that electricity damage. And Cake Nuggies pre-firing where he crossed on the hard wall. Don't know what that's all about. Cake Nuggies taking some shots, trying to deny the entry. Gonna catch Rod Wolf, and with 30 seconds, now CMU still at the numbers advantage. Gonna be able to take Cake Nuggies down as they start to walk into sight. Shucks still trying to hold on. Maybe even get a revive as Cow Goes Moo gets downed. And Cake Nuggies still could be res. Jaded is gonna hop right in, get onto site. Oh, but Defred Hawk with the fuser goes down. Now with 8 seconds, Jaded's gonna secure that kill. Gonna have to look for one or something because she does not have the fuser, but it doesn't look like that'll be happening. Trying to go for the res, but can't in time.
I absolutely love how deliberate the mag dump on the dead body was.
That was
just
so
absolutely comical. I love that so much. Well, anyways, first round going to MU Redhawks. Good for them to be able to open this up. Flashstorm having a little bit of chat immediately going off for the side of MU, just trying to I don't even know what they're doing. They're just having a good time.
They're having a regular one.
They're just hanging out, having some fun. CMU now just down 0-1. Not a big deal, as it is only now round 2. However, the first 2 rounds often can decide the pace and setup of the entire match. Often looking into these games, but considering it's Outback, I don't think anything is really confirmed nor guaranteed.
No, I mean, it's definitely not guaranteed. We will move on to second floor once again. Not seeing anything too particularly wackadoodle here, although MU does have Juki, what did I just say? Juki is playing Ella, which we love to see that. My words are braining not the way I want them to, but she will be using the Scorpio. I personally now would have wanted to see the FO12, but that's just me because... Come on now, it's the FO12. Nothing scares attackers more than hearing and seeing 2 dead teammates from the FO12. It's just
it makes
perfection.
sense. Or CMU getting a very similar lineup going along for this round of attack. Seeing just under a couple seconds ticked away from this round and trying to get their foothold for their basis of attack. Few roaming ops on the defensive side, just hanging around trying to see if they can catch any of these attackers coming in unaware. However, Wolf is still going to be playing this Maverick, trying to get a couple blowtorch spots going in on this wall, seeing if they can get any sort of angle or any sort of point of entry, especially with the electricity on this wall. It's definitely good to be able to have that blowtorch to make something happen.
And so far, it doesn't seem like there's much of a presence from MU over by bedroom side, so if they can sneak this wall open... Oh, never mind. They do have Shucks watching from the prono, but I mean, you deal with that Aruni, and there you go. You got pretty much a free entry in, though some head height holes coming in to adapt to this push off of this wall. We're going to see the bedroom barricade getting popped. Might be able to catch one. Shucks going to be able to time that just right, get some damage onto Rod, and then Flashstorm getting picked off by a DC. And that's going to be 1 player down for MU, but the show must go on. Yes, hopefully they'll be able to reconnect for the next round. You're going to see a little head peek from Cow Goes Moo. gonna be able to take Shooks, looking to possibly take another, but there will be a deployable shield for that cover. And now with that, Maverick is just about done getting that wall open, though granted with a good amount of damage, now down to about 25 HP. Make that 20 from the electricity damage. Actually still hasn't gotten it completely off, but gets down before you can get the wall open. Was that from the electricity damage?
I feel like that was a clever reset, honestly, here. Seeing as they're still in a now 5v3, they have a good amount of ground that they can cover by themselves, while still not being completely opened, with Wolf on still pretty low HP, going down, being now at a static 20. But the rest of his team still huddled around, trying to get something to happen. Crytonic is trying to get a shot through the wall, sees the hammer up sledge, not able to grab him though, as his head nor the rest of his body showing. Two toxic babes being prepped, one being thrown and put out immediately. Cowgirls Moo grabs Crytonics as well, putting this into a very dominant 5v2 with 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I don't know how Cake Nuggies or Juki are going to hold this off, as they have spent all of their utility, but Juki's coming out swinging, taking two, but the TK from Cow goes Moo, and then the pick onto Juki as she looks for one more, pushing into sight. But here's Cake Nuggies holding the corner with that scary shotty, but the shots from the back coming through, gonna shut down that potential clutch for a round for attack.
Absolutely showing how good those logic bombs can be at giving away and showing anyone exactly where these defenders are, and not even in an exact location. However, looks like we might have a pause coming out to try and get their last, I believe, Flash Storm coming back into the game, trying to see if they can get a reconnect or a possible rehost to try and figure out exactly what's going on.
Oh, it looks like it'll actually be a full rehost instead, as they just can't get them in the game at all. Thank you, Ubi. We love you.
Everyone loves Ubi.
Oh, yes. Papa Ubi comes to save the day once again. And with that, we will be rehosting for a little bit, so we'll just try to get that fixed up.
You guys get to hang out with us again.
Possible. Yes, you do. You get to hang out with the greatest, the onlyest, me, Piercing, and Platypus.
Greatest, the onlyest, and then you bring yourself.
Wait, did I say my name twice? Oh,
No, no, no.
I mean, I do count as two people because I'm that amazing. So, I mean, I'll give myself
bold take. Bold take. Oh, boy.
I'll give myself a pass there.
Very bold words there, buddy.
Listen, when you wake up in the morning and if you looked in the mirror, right, and you saw in your mirror my face, right, wouldn't you feel pretty good?
If I saw you in my mirror, I'd be pretty afraid, to be honest.
Wow, what are you trying to say?
You walk into the bathroom in the morning, like you wake up, you wash your face, and you look up, and it's just you in the mirror. I feel like that's more of a worry of how'd you get in my house?
Oh, your back door was open, so I decided to let myself in and crash at your place. My bad. I should have let you know. Yeah.
But I don't think you're helping your case here.
Oh no, I never help my own case.
Good Lord.
I would never do such a thing. In theory.
I don't know what I'm supposed to think about that. However, anyways, getting our teams back into this game. We're sitting at a 1-1 with Red Hawks being able to take the party room defense and CMU able to respond with the laundry attack going ever so successfully. And looking at our bans, I believe, what we got again? We got Glaz, we got Knock, we got Mute, and Clash, I believe.
Yes, that sounds about, or that should be the bans. And good old Mute gone. I'm telling you, I want to see it. I want to. Yeah. Oh yeah. I yeah. Love those bands. But I'm telling you, I want to see it. I want to see the intel spam so bad. I mean, you got Jackal with smokes. You got Grim the spam like stairs or whatever, corridors, and then you got Doki, Lion. I mean, come on. I
mean, we might see it. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of Blitz played, especially with how effective he has been as of late. Honestly, a lot of people are now figuring out exactly how to make use of that shield, how to make use of the momentum that's brought by the shield, and I honestly love it. It's great to see, and it's great to see it work.
Yeah, honestly, I've always kind of thought that the thing with Blitz is just a lot of people don't really know how to play around him. But something I want to note in relation to shields, they're actually coming out with a shield rework later this
I
year.
believe for the last season of this year.
Yeah,
I
so
know we got a little bit of information for it in SI, but what are we potentially looking at?
I'm actually not 100% sure as I saw the SI, or as I hadn't seen the SI event, but if I had to guess, it's probably going to have something to do with how the shield behaves when it comes to taking damage when it's being shot at, and how it moves when being hit, and probably some of the movement penalties depending on how the shield is navigating and
Well,
the kind of coverage it provides and consistency with hitboxes. That's what I would guess, if
Well,
anything.
I do know of some of the aspects, not everything, because I don't believe anything more than what was shown at SI has been revealed. However, for the majority that we're looking at, we're first taking the gun away from the side of the shield and leaving that hip fire option out of play immediately. The gun's going to be behind the shield and set so that your arm isn't showing nearly as much, and I believe you get a faster ADS time. However, you can also now reload behind the shield, which is a very big thing, and you're still able in as well as free look around the shield rather than having to turn your whole body and expose yourself to take a look at
Oh.
things. As well has the ability to knock over enemies, similar in a way of Oryx. You can really just charge people with the shield, Blitz specifically, I believe, as well, and just shove them down so that you can have a little bit more time to be able to get your gun up. And I believe their aim of that was to try and make things a little bit more tactical, as they said you don't really feel like a special ops type of guy when you're sitting there with a shield and your pistol on the side just hip firing and hoping on luck. But then it
Yeah,
makes
no,
sense. It makes
that's
sense.
actually that's actually a fair point. And honestly, I really like that shield bash aspect because that's a very realistic thing about shields, right? Is if you have like a ballistic shield or something like that and you're able to get close enough to engage somebody, you're not going to just be in their face. You're going to
Right.
bash them. You're going to knock them out, right? That's
Exactly.
exactly what you would do. So I mean, I mean it at least appeals to the realism kind of aspect. So I mean, I do
I mean,
find that
I can't
definitely
wait to see it,
interesting.
honestly. It's going to be definitely something to see for sure. However, for the moment, as that's happening in, I believe, season 4 of this year, but coming in right now, season now, don't this season 1, season 2, either way, we're going to be hopping right back into this game. Sitting at 1-1, and both of these teams are looking pretty good considering the unfamiliar territory that they are in. We're going to be seeing an interesting lineup, at least from the side of MU, having the Cav on board.
Yes. Love the Cav. Couldn't get enough Cav. Now, better question is, what's gonna happen on the Intero? You think we're gonna see a DC? No, I'm just kidding. They're not gonna do that. That's ridiculous. Imagine though if someone from CMU actually tried to leave on a Cav Intero. I think that would probably be the highlight for these charity games. If you ask me, that would be hilarious.
I mean, to be
Although,
honest, I feel like Cryonics, I think the highlight is going to be getting an Intero in general at this
oh
point.
yeah, oh yeah, you
Especially
don't.
considering this map, everyone knows how easy it is to hide around. So I know that CMU is going to be very careful. Cake Nuggets looking for a spawn peek right off the rip,
Oh, that's
being
a
ready with
classic.
that MPX and a 1P5 or 1.5, sitting ready, lying in wait, very patient, but patient for no reason as no one spawned over there.
Unfortunate. That is a pretty popular spawn peak or slash run out that I tend to see in ranked for the weirdos that like playing this map as often as possible. That does tend to happen a lot. Is they will do that run out. It's fairly common and still fairly cringe. But that's because I keep dying to it. Oh,
I mean,
speaking
if
of
it
dying,
works.
we will see Shucks take Deferent Hawk out from the initial hop in. Didn't expect the hop in that early, but it looks like it's not going to pay off for a Sledge. We will see that Calgo's move will be able to spot the cage, shut that down, and with that, the wall is going to get open. But
Ooh,
Cake
rip Cake
Nuggies going to
Nuggets.
rip indeed as he gets hit by a Claymore, trying to tag onto the aggression. We hear the Nitro rip. It goes off, but it's going to be from below, not going to connect. Goes Moo is going to be able to take Flash Storm from the bathroom hall. And now CMU is looking pretty good here, except
Oh.
Cryotonics gets the down, but does not go for the Intero as the pick's out in the open. Juki turning it around with taking Rodwolf out, as now it's a little bit more even in favor of MU.
We're just sitting at a minute and a half, just over a minute and a half. We're looking at a 3v2, CMU having a man disadvantage. Over with the roamers mostly being off the board, Cartonic's still out there, but on very little health after taking out Blaze. Not able to do exactly too much other than possibly get behind. Gemini Clone going out, but immediately taken out by the electricity, still on the wall, providing no tactical advantage whatsoever for CMU. And just time slowly ticking away as MU is watching Redhawks being able to guide and see exactly what's going on. A little bit of damage goes out into Cow, and even more so from Bathroom side, and just being in a terrible spot in general.
Yes, he may not be in the greatest spot, but she is in nevertheless and does have the ability to possibly play. Oh, but the shotgun hits from below, and the cap shots are going to be able to down Ian. I don't even know where that vert is. That's crazy, but we will see Calgo's move be able to take one, but gets cut off from the piano, and that will be around for MU. Yeah, I don't really know how you even find a vert spot like that. They must have had a ping.
I mean,
there.
they got that call. They got that call out.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
that is.
Yeah, that's true. I wouldn't even know where to look to shotgun that out, but that almost was bad running out of the ammo on the shotty there.
Well,
but
that's the thing. Yana had no idea what was going on, which worked specifically for the favor of Cartonics at this point, and they're gonna pull it back out. They're gonna try and make it work yet again. Going back to party room this time around, see if they could change anything up. They got the advantage in terms of round count, so now they just have to widen it quite a bit.
Yep. I mean, it looks like CMU, though, playing a little bit of catch-up here, but, I mean, that's never really a bad thing, because at the end of the day, if you can stick to it, right, and you don't have any, like, 2-round outliers, then you just go to OT, you know? It is what it is. That's still extremely winnable, so if I was on either team, I'd really be coasting right now. I mean, it's just, it's low stakes anyway, so there's really no issue of whether winning or losing. You just gotta let those rounds kind of stack up here, and we will see MU move back over to party games. Actually, no, not party games. I can't even remember the callouts for this map. That's how long it's been.
Office.
Party in office. I think you are correct. But I'm so used to calling it party games because of I believe that's Chalet's first floor site, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a minute.
Mm-hmm. I mean, either way, we're getting it done one way or another. They dropped they dropped the Maverick, bringing the Thermite on Wolf, as well as the EMPs going out by Thatcher to be able to help take that wall out completely. Breach being opened on Electrical, making this a little bit easier for CMU to go. Frost peeking out, Cake Nuggets grabbing one and a second before hopping back in. Both Wolf and Cow falling victim to that nasty SMG, as Cake Nuggets is readily prepared to possibly take to chat with his moment of free time.
2 picks for that one breach, man. Usually when you get a breach, that's a good thing, right? For the attackers, but man, did Cake Nuggies turn that around and make that a problem for CMU. And with another, looking for more on that breach. At this point, just get the ace off of the breach, but Juki will take that away with a Nitro onto Blaze, and there's still one more on the roof. It drops with his back turned to Cake Nuggies for the 4K. For a rapid fire round in favor of MU.
Cake Nuggets absolutely showing their such here, strutting their walk and making sure everyone knows that they're on that breach. However, it seemed like no one knew they were on that breach. No one was able to really relay that information other than the standard deaths. And then we just saw 2 more fall victim to it. The Gemini clone drop down, being immediately pre-fired from inside office. And then following Yana dropping down as well, going for the hip fire, unsuccessful. And then Sledge, not even aware of the fact that possibly 3 of their friends had just fallen and perished, and them to follow. Also, I do want to note, we see Juki on the Vigil, sporting the one and only Boss G on defense. And I honestly...
Yes.
I'm here for it.
Yes. And he one-taps the drone, too. This man knows how to use the boss.
He's ready. He's prepared.
I love it. I love it. And, you know, I want to point out something really quick about Vigil. I don't know what's going on with him, but I have rarely seen Vigil anymore. What do you think of that? What's going on there?
Well, that's the
Why
thing.
is he not
Vigil,
seen much anymore?
Vigil is such a selfish op. If you think about it, they're great on the roam, but they provide no utility and no useful anything to the defending side whatsoever. They're very selfish. Their ability only helps themselves, in which they're able to hide from drones, but that's all it does. It's a very selfish one-player sort of
Oh
op.
no.
Blaze gets tagged, but not ticked again. Possible impact or some sort of other explosive doing a lot of damage to Juki. And a tag
Ooh.
coming out to Hawk on a mile away, just doing as much damage as possible. Trying to go for another, misses the first shot, but grabs Jaded on another tag. Just raining hell with the Boss G. Trying to grab shot on Blaze. Being peeked by the Thermite and slowly but surely finished off by Wolf to take away that absolute reign of terror.
I can't believe that worked. That was such a tiny pixel shot too. Still managing to get it as well. That is absolutely crazy. And I think what you said was absolutely right about Vigil, but also to add to that, I think another major issue, but before that, Cake Nuggy is getting another pick onto Rodwolf for the double kill on that heavy lurk. But as I was saying, the problem with Vigil right now is he relies on countering intel and droning, but it's a very heavy kind of fragger meta right now. So that kind of, I think, sets the stage for him being weaker. Oh, and Cryotonics is going to fish that out with that Cav lurk going absolutely crazy there. I mean, that's what happens when you can't hear a single step from her. Makes her so scary.
Fortunately for, I believe it was Jaded, unable to do anything about it or respond, as that Gemini clone was just in front of them, catching a bullet or two, able to prolong the inevitable, but eventually still taken out, putting Red Hawks to a stunning 4-1 lead on a very off-chance map that I don't think anyone was really expecting to see such a result from, or the entirety of Red Hawks are playing very well. And again, we're seeing Juki on that Vigil, and again, it's a very selfish operator. Whereas if you take up any other type of roaming op, you take Oryx, for example, the amount, and people might say, oh, well, what about Oryx? Isn't he a selfish op since his ability doesn't really help? Well, that's the thing. The amount of space and just ground he's able to cover in such a short time immediately makes him an option for everybody and helpful for everybody.
You know what I love about that so much? He threw that impact to hit the drone, but the guy that was right next to him shot it before he even threw the impact. So that was just for absolutely nothing. And we will even see the run out from Juki from Garage. Please keep using that Boss G. Make my day. And now we got Wamai and Cryotonics stacked up onto each other. I don't know what is happening. Ooh, but I think Juki, is he spotting IQ right now? I don't know, but if he can take that, that would be quite big and allow him to possibly do yet another run out if he so chooses. But it doesn't like CMU is going to take that bait, fortunately for them anyway. Or maybe they will, as they do look like they're rotating back around to that garage side area as Juki now falls back.
One thing's for sure, despite playing very aggressive, the entirety of Red Hawks are still playing pretty safe. As we've seen a lot of runouts and a lot of flanking going on, CMU hasn't been able to stop all too much of it and are doing their best to limit the damage that's going on. But overall, Red Hawks are doing a great job at keeping their head in the game and keeping themselves out of the gun sights. Florinade trying to go off, not doing much, but Red Wolf, being taken down, and Hawk also damaged quite a bit through that window.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Also a double kill by Juki with the Boss G.
Yes. Oh, and here comes Juki. He knows where they are. He comes out with the Boss G, but we will see Jada take Shucks. Cake Nuggets again Blaze out, and it's now a 1v4. And the Boss G headshot from Juki, and the run out is exactly what I wanted to see there with that little headshot. I mean, all it took was for that Cav Taro, and all hell broke loose.
I mean, wow. I gotta give it to him. I gotta give it to him with the Boss G, with the Intero outside. If that's gonna happen, and CMU's gonna let that happen, then Red Hawks deserve that win. We're going to see Cartonics coming in with the Grim and Cake Nuggets with the Blitz as well. And Ascends by Juki. It's all gas, no brakes.
It's happening. Oh, yes. And there's the Grim, too. There's that spam that I wanted to see all game, and it's finally coming from MU. Thank you, mates. That's exactly what I wanted, and I'm going to get it. Along with all of you who get to bear witness to the chaos that's going to happen as Flashstorm switches off from Thermite to Ying. We're in for a treat, I'll tell you what. And I am all for it.
We're going to see that Vigil again coming out by Blaze, keeping the K1A this time around, rather than the Boss G. Still a very powerful SMG that can almost be passed off as an assault rifle. And if they called it that, I don't think anyone would be surprised, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, definitely wouldn't be too much of a shocker there. Oh, Different Hawk struggling on the 1v1 against the drone, but is ultimately going to be able to get the drone. Barely clutches it out at the end of the timer. Had to trust in the P90 hipfire, which actually is not that bad compared to other hipfire on weapons. You put a laser, that thing's actually pretty good. But then again, why would you do that when it's all about the headshots, baby? And a P90 is a P shooter. Oh,
here we go.
No, the crouch walk in. I don't think CMU is gonna be ready for what they're about to unveil. Oh, but Different Hawk does spot one.
Hawk, please! You saw him! Hawk!
Oh,
Tritonics absolutely abusing that angle the Hawks made just for him with the impact. And was still unable to see him, but that puts Red Hawks at a 5-4 split at the moment. Getting ready to absolutely run. And Shucks getting ready for the Amaru hop up, but I don't know if you can actually get that angle.
Oh no, maybe not. I think he's got to do the rail that's closest to him, but it's no, it doesn't look like it's letting him. I think that's probably going to throw things off just a little bit. As we can clearly see, MU's definitely waiting on that to figure out what's happening. And here they go. They full send it. Here comes a push in. Wamai is just not ready, but the smoke's going to cut him off. And here comes Cake Nuggets. He's going to keep pushing and takes that first pick. He's going to break down a Rooney, start pushing in. There's going to be one tucked into Bathroom. The pistol whip out. Going to be able to not take a Rooney. The knife coming out, but Shucks will be able to take Jaded out. Juki now going for the plant. The chaos in full swing as the plant has went down. Juki and Shucks going to take out the last two. And MU will rush down that round for a win into match points.
What an end screen.
Woo!
Good lord, the Blitz Rush coming in with the Sens, with the Grim, just all gas, no brakes, just making this work somewhere else.
Oh man, it's always a good time when you see the Blitz and the Ying. You know it's about to go straight into Stupid Town, and that is what happened there. And yeah, CMU just didn't know. But honestly, that could have went the complete other direction as well. If Solis had seen more off of the hole she made before looking away, she could have possibly given that call that something was up. But she only saw one person, and that same one person was who picked her off. So it pretty much just, from CMU's perspective, that was just an outlier and nothing more. You know, oh, there's one nading from below. Okay, it's standard stuff. But nope, not standard at all. It was a full-blown rush.
I mean, it worked for them. And at the end of the day, that's all that really matters, to be honest. But still, as effectively as it happened, just what a power play, honestly.
Oh yeah, MU knew that they could get away with doing that, and they absolutely took it. I mean, come on, when you got that many rounds or right at the moment, why wouldn't you? I mean, why not? What's the worst that can happen? You can lose a round? Okay, sure. Ooh,
Cow getting a little bit of tags onto Shucks, not able to secure the kill, but to do a little bit of damage onto that Amaru, putting them a little worse for wear, but otherwise still okay. The rest of Red Hawk still looking pretty good. EDDs around each and every corner by Hawk, trying to catch any one of these attackers' legs. And maybe it might work out well for them, but still with Red Hawks being on match point and getting a very big map presence, as we already see Ying in the hands of Flashstorm underneath everything, getting a slow but sure entrance in.
Yeah, I mean, right now it looks like in comparison to last round, they're a lot more split. Although Flash Storm is still below, they might try to push up. And Shucks is already up second floor, taking out Rodwolf, looking to stack onto that chaos that he's sown, being able to take Cow goes Moo as he just walks in nonchalantly with no one stopping him. Juki Moo gonna be able to take Different Hawk as well. And the picks flying out as it is now not looking too hot for CMU as Jada takes heavy damage. Cake Nuggies as well, but still up. Juki now down, but not out. But the push in from the Ying Flash Storm going to be able to take out Jaded. And now it is all up to Blaze with that good old-fashioned K1A. And my god, I do not like those iron sights.
Cake Nugget.
Oh!
Absolute terror going on, and the execution of Cake Nuggets as they take two of their teammates with them in this now 1v2 from a 1v5. Looking a little bit better for Blaze, but still not looking all too well. As K1A in hand, no rotate made for Laundry. An interesting way about going about this, trying to check every corner, and double checking every corner, being very thorough about what they're doing. With just 20 seconds remaining going, the Candela coming in to the room, getting the flash off onto Blaze with low time and a lot of backtracking going on.
He's gonna have to defuse soon.
Looking for the counter defuse, but he's wasting a lot of time, and now he'll just get the cutoff. And the shot coming through the wall from Shucks, grabbing their third kill of this round alone, taking the win for the Red Hawks.
Yeah, that's gonna be GG for this game. 7-1. MU just slamming their way through in chaotic fashion as well, I must say. I mean, we saw spawn peaks, runouts, we saw the rushes. I mean, with Grim and Ying and Shucks on the Amaru, it's all the classics, baby, and that's what we want to see when it comes to, you know, these silly times, these silly games of maps like, you know, Outback. That's exactly what you'd expect, or maybe not exactly what you expect. I mean, that pick on Solus from above was very unfortunate and in missing that rush. But I mean, still, you know, good craziness all around.
I mean, what a great way to start off this charity event with just a fun game, just a good time, and a very dominant win by the MU Red Hawks. Unfortunately, CMU not able to do much about it or be much of a distraction overall to the Red Hawks. However, for the Red Hawks, it's just a great game, great time, and hopefully for everybody, just a good, enjoyable, fun time. Again, thank you for all of our sponsors and everyone for supporting this. And again, if you want to get some donations out for Feeding America, we do have the QR code for you to do just that. Every little bit helps, and it is insanely appreciated. So thank you, everyone.
Yeah, all donations going to Feeding America, and really, like I said, like Platypus said, any support is greatly appreciated. I mean, it really just comes down to people helping people, and that's what we're all about. That's why I was more than ecstatic to be here, is because it's for a good cause, and any good cause, as you know, it's good intentions. I'm there for it, right? I haven't been able to volunteer much, so I was more than happy to jump in for this. I mean, but Platypus, you do much volunteering by chance?
I do not actually. I only try to be around when I do have the time. But considering my schedule, it is always an interesting trying to make something happen. However, this time, I was free, and it was a great chance to be able to hop in and have some fun with friends and be able to make some money for a good cause who definitely deserves it. So I honestly am very happy to be here alongside you and alongside all of our cast, crew, and production team. Thank you for JD and I believe Urban to being able to help around and do the main production and observing for today. So big shout out to them, as well as the entirety of the MidwestR6 staff team for being able to make this happen.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be possible without all of the supporters and the staff that we have here. It's because of them that we're here where we are today. So thank you to everyone.
And we do have another matchup coming to you in just under an hour, I believe 2 p.m. CST. So we're going to be able to hop into that sooner or later. over now. I believe we do have some sort of intermission or some site. We got a little stuff going on. So stick around, stay tuned, and we'll be back with you guys soon. Welcome back, everyone, to the MidwestR6 charity event brought to you in association with Feeding America. My name is Platypus, I'm here with Piercing, and we also have
Yeah.
Crytonics from our game. How's it going, buddy?
Hey, it's going just swell. How are you all?
I am doing quite wonderful. Swell sounds such like a sarcastic answer, but considering you guys won, I believe there's not much sarcasm on that.
Uh, sorry for the swell has multiple meanings. I'm doing
Fair.
great. There.
That's
I was
okay.
so ready for you to just be like, no comment and continue on. Anyways, I'm sure you're feeling pretty good after that match. It was a fairly quick one. You guys ended that 7-1, I believe. How you feeling about it?
Oh, we just had a blast. We just want to thank Missouri for showing up. It was a great game.
I mean,
And
that
we just
was
want to thank Calgo's Moo for showing up to Phil.
fair
Yeah.
enough. Especially going to Outback of all places. Definitely not something you see for competitive play or any structured play in general outside of ranked. Imagine that was an interesting time to say the least.
Yeah, well, it's a time to experiment. Little off season. Have a little fun. Siege is
Yeah.
a game, and we're here to play it.
Yeah,
Fair
for sure.
enough.
I mean, it's a good bonding opportunity. Get to just kind of goof around with your teammates. I remember having a few of those kind of bonding exercises back when I used to play competitive. But quick question I want to ask you. So on your first rush, when you went up the stairs with Blitz and Ying, Solus spotted you off of the vert. So tell me, were you guys worried about your rush kind of falling apart there after Solus has spotted you, or were you guys just kind of like, nope, still gonna full
We
send it, we're
At
good?
that point, we were fully committed. Shucks did a great job not repelling up the hatch, so that was good. Other than that, I mean, as long as I got that pick off the vert, we're chilling. We're just gonna. I mean, it is blitz.
Yeah,
Try and stop it.
Yeah, basically.
yeah. So speaking of which, what happened with the Maru when you were trying to hop into hatch? We saw that struggling to get through the hatch there. Have you guys not done that rush before, or was it just like a bug or something?
I mean, Chuck said that the rappel wasn't working on any side of the hatch, so we just kind of ran with it. I'm guessing a bug. It might be because at the top of the hatch there's those two couches
Right.
blocking the way.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think you have to prop if I'm not mistaken, I
I
think
know
you
it's
have
a
to
bit
prop up
touchy.
and
It's
face.
really odd.
Yeah. So yeah, so I think he would have had to done a 180 and propped up. It is a really kind of touchy because I don't think it lets you because it like the rappel path like clips onto the laundry box. I'm not
Also,
sure. It's a weird one.
Piercing, I do love how you bring up it's like, have you guys never done that before? It's Outback, homie.
It is Outback. It is ranked.
Hey, listen,
We've all
okay.
thought about it.
Everyone thinks about Outback and you see it there, you're like, oh, that is a map, that's for sure. And then you look the other way.
Hey,
It is the map of
listen, okay. I always try to give the benefit of a doubt because it looked like they had that primed, like they have done this in ranked before or something. I was like, maybe they've done this before, and it just this time it just didn't work, So gotta give them a little bit, a little bit benefit of a doubt. I don't know what's in their head. That's what I'm trying to figure out is getting Cryo's head right now.
I mean, fair
Oh, my
enough.
head's everywhere.
It's okay, so's mine.
Typical Siege player.
Oh, you know
Average
it.
Siege player. Yeah.
So that brings me to here. What's the next step for you as a player, as well as the rest of Red Hawks?
Well, it sounds like they're about to go on break. I think we're playing some T3 over the summer.
Nice.
We'll ball out there.
Well,
I'm
definitely
sure.
interested.
Yeah, Cake Nuggets and Juki Shucks and we'll carry so hard.
Well, definitely interested to see how you guys go, and I'm very excited to see if I'll end up catching you guys on another event or another game as a caster sometimes in the near future. Can't wait for it. But for now,
Alright.
is there any other things that you would like to add to this before we let you go?
Oh, sorry, Logan, for jumping out and interroing you outside. Yeah.
Oh, that was brilliant. I saw the nade behind a barricade. I'm like, he's gonna tarot him. He's gonna get him. And I mean, you did.
I
You
was
did.
hungry.
Shoot, so was I this morning. I had myself a whole bowl of chicken parm, and that was great. But yeah, you were hungry for that Intero, and boy, did you get it. That was a treat to watch. So thank you for that.
Oh, you're so welcome.
Well, thank
My
you
pleasure.
for joining us, Cryptonics. It's been lovely having you, and I am sure and very hopeful that we will see you again very soon. Much love. Thanks for joining us. Have a great day.
So long.
Yeah,
You
thank you, man.
too. Yeah.
Woohoo!
Yeah, there you go.
We'll
There
catch
we
you
go.
later, buddy.
Goodbye.
Nice. Connector.
He's still stuck there. Nice, above you after you kill this guy.
Yep, you got him. Alright, Men's fireplace. He's halfway up now. Halfway up, like. No.
Bathroom dead. I'm in
gonna
bathroom.
I'm gonna keep holding fire.
Capcan dead.
Going up blue.
What is this? Okay, this is a little better. I can deal with this, especially when they all sit together like that. See, this is doable. When they don't move fast, when they are just kind of right in your face, and it doesn't take much effort. That's where I prosper. Hello. These guys are just going around. They're just here.
Alright, see, this is made for arm aimers. This is not some shit like the other ones. I'm not shooting flying things in Siege. Like, I don't play Apex Legends.
Having a good time. And it just means I don't have to work nearly as hard to find them. I'm the best there's ever been, and there's no way that anyone is going to be not only better than me at every other ones, but at this one as well. I got this one in the bag. I'm so confident. Look at that.
Alright, see, now I'm not aiming like snail anymore. We're good, we're good.
And welcome back, everyone, yet again. My name is Platypus, and I'm here with Piercing for our
Yeah.
MidwestR6 charity event association with Feeding America, as well as our other sponsors by MSI, Esports Gear, and Kovacs. How we doing, Piercing? How we feeling about this first game of ours that we just witnessed?
I'm feeling pretty fantastic. That was a fantastic last game, and it is so great to cast with you. Fantastic. It's just been great. But honestly, I mean, I didn't expect it to be a massive score differential like 7-1. I thought it would be a bit closer, but I mean, as I was jokingly telling Cryo, I'm gonna call him Cryo. That just sounds nice. I was like, you guys are doing too good. You gotta be better for us, okay? We gotta spice things up. You can't be just moving on, picking up rounds like that, man. We gotta have more content. We need more material. Come on, give us something, a little something spicy, right? So I mean, but otherwise, yeah, it was a pretty good game. I liked a lot of the plays that happened there. The Cavantero, Bozji, love
I
him.
mean,
Great.
it was just mint.
Oh yeah,
Just amazing
absolutely.
all the way around,
Cherry on
especially with
top.
Redhawks being able to use the map that's not normally played. Even in ranked, people like to avoid it and just absolutely run it up. And we do have a even more so interesting map coming up with Fortress, and we're going to be seeing two big teams going in. I believe it is Scarlet Hounds versus CUW Esports. So that's definitely going to be an interesting game to see. Let's take a look at these rosters, shall we?
Yes, and we'll be starting off with Scarlet Hounds. That will be Giafero, Asian Boy, Anissa, and I already said the name wrong. Annie Sandwalker, Mary Poppin, and Jalen. And actually, I believe I've seen this team play before. I believe I've casted one of their games, so it's good to see them again. Looks like we'll have Mary Poppin and Asian Boy as our heavy hitters for this matchup for Scarlet Hounds, with Asian Boy on the 1.24 KD and Mary Poppin. I believe it was formerly Mary Poppin off, if I'm not mistaken, with a 1.28 KD. So some heavy hitters on the table here. And then for CUW Esports, we're going to have Jawbreaker, Sonar, Augie, K9 Vacuum, and my personal favorite, Step Bro.
I can
Great name.
I can make a lot of jokes about that being your favorite, but I'm gonna leave it as is because I feel like that's even funnier.
Oh, you're really playing with fire, Platypus. You're really playing with fire, but still a good name. And I like how they even space it out with the dots and the underscore. Great, like I said, brilliant. And then having Fuse as the icon as well, one of my all-time favorite ops. I mean, that's just, I haven't even seen anything from this person, and they already have a special place in my heart for that alone.
I mean, thank you again for our production team putting in as much work as possible to make things look as nice as possible. Definitely no time spared to make it looking real nice, and it's definitely appreciated by everyone included for our casters as well as the community. So big thank you and shout out to them, as I know that is definitely something that they worked for. But considering these two teams and the map we're going to, what do you think that we're going to be looking at for the majority here? Because we're sitting at just over 20 minutes away.
I think we're going to see a lot more strat roulette. I think we're going to see a lot of stumbling because I have no idea any of the callouts on this map. At least with Yacht, I know one callout that might be somewhere on the map, right? Like I got one. I don't know where it is, but I think it is a callout, right? And that's games.
Right.
I don't have anything for this. Maybe kitchen? I really don't know. It's gonna be a mix-up. I don't even remember last time I've seen this map in quick play or anything.
It'll definitely be a fun one for sure, because I don't believe that this map is in this season's ranked pool as well. I don't think it's been in ranked since the season it was released, maybe one or two afterwards. I mean, it's been a while for sure. It's been a year or two, a big good year or two that it's been in ranked.
I think it's been kicked out of the casual playlist a lot as well. Like I know
all maps. I know all maps are in casual at this point. They just throw everything in there, and what you get is what you get, and you just have fun with it. But I know for unranked and ranked, both the same. They have that same map pool of just about everything. Not quite though. I know you have Emerald in there. I know you have. You don't have Fortress. And I know most of the maps in there you have also in competitive. I know the outliers of like Emerald, Nighthaven Labs, Coastline, and I believe a couple others that are in ranked that aren't in comp.
Yeah, it's a weird playlist for sure. I mean, but yeah, like you said, mostly the same with ranked and competitive, and it tends to be that way. You don't get a lot of competitive maps that aren't in the ranked pool. I don't think that's ever happened actually. I think it's always been that if it's in competitive rotation, it's been in ranked rotation.
Oh
But
yeah,
I
100%.
might be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure it's always been like that. But
I know at least the last long bit it's been that way.
oh
However,
yeah.
again, big thanks to Feeding America and all of our sponsors for helping us out throughout this event. As we know, the charity events are always such a big deal to be able to make going along as well. And again, if you do want to help support going on, we do have that fun QR code that will flash right up on here for you as well to be able to scan and donate as much as you feel comfortable, as our goal is $500, I believe, as stated here, and I believe we're still coming pretty close up to that. I know we passed 400 earlier this morning with our sponsorships and help from staff and people in general, but I believe we're getting closer and closer as the time goes by, so any help is appreciated and every dollar counts.
Right. Now, one thing I do want to kind of bring up, Platypus. I forgot something. Wanna know what it was?
What's up?
I forgot to turn off my fan. So, yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it's fine.
Did you hear that all? But
No,
yeah,
not at all.
that was kind of running for the bit. But yeah, I can't. You guys can't tell, but it is really hot in here because I got the light on my face. I got a face light, got the camera, and yeah, it is a mess.
You're in
over in here.
Illinois, aren't you?
Yes, I am. I sure
Oh,
am.
what's the temperature looking like there? I know it's been pretty sporadic here in Michigan, as that is kind of just the state theme where any degree and any temperature that you think it might be, it just says, you're wrong, and will snow until June. But
Sounds about
what are you looking at?
Sounds right. Anything east or north, it's constantly snowing. Yep.
Oh yeah.
But right now it's actually pretty nice outside. We got a cool 60 degrees Fahrenheit
Okay,
over
all
around
right.
where I am. Now it's probably a bit lower, maybe more like 50 over by Chicago because they're more up north and it's the wind city. So I mean, of
Mhm.
course, that's gonna bring it down even further. But down here it's a bit hotter. But the problem with my room is not so much the temperature outside, it's just the fact that there's nowhere to circulate air, right? You see
Gotcha.
the back view right here. This is pretty much my entire room. Like this is it.
You got the
There's
wall, you got the shower curtain, the whole 9 yards right there.
Oh my god, you did not say that. You did not just say shower curtain. It is not a shower curtain.
It's a shower
It is
curtain.
be quiet, Platypus. It is not a shower curtain. And now you're gonna have everyone in chat going, piercing shower curtains. Ha ha ha.
curtain.
It's not a shower curtain.
I said what I said. I know what I said. And
I
I
know
will
what you
die
said,
on
too.
that hill. It's a shower curtain, homie. That's what it is.
That's crazy. That hill you shall die on because it is not a shower curtain.
It's a
Gosh dang it.
Can I get some shower curtains in chat?
No. How about we get some not a shower curtain in chat? That would be outstanding. I would love
The
some
more
of
you
that.
defend it, the more you look wrong.
No. I don't care. That's not how that works. No. I am right. And I will always be confident in how right I am because I am right about everything.
Your confidence shows just as much as the shower curtain.
Okay. I see you there.
Mhm.
I won't forget that. I'm going to remember
Uh-huh.
that one. Mhm.
Yep.
Remember how
out,
I
bud.
talked about that back door being open
Not even, to be honest.
earlier today? Lock your back door.
Oh. That sounds like a threat.
I promise it's not. I promise it's not. I can't even get to you. You're so far away.
Over here being like, my homie's got a shower curtain in his room, and he's gonna be like, you're gonna look up in your mirror and you're gonna see me.
No. I'm gonna go to your bathroom and I'm gonna bring my shower curtains with me and I'm gonna hang it on your bathroom mirror. So you walk in and be like, huh, why does this look familiar? Oh my gosh, it's Piercing's shower
This
curtains.
is getting more and more concerning as time goes by.
There's gonna be a whole lore behind this soon enough. This is
good
gonna be a whole
lord.
storyboard.
Oh, good lord.
Piercing DN and the shower curtains. Dun dun dun. Someone's gonna like make a freaking Netflix special out of it.
I mean, considering the things that are on Netflix at this point, I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised. You can make a Netflix show out of anything these days, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, I mean that's kind of why I stay away from Netflix personally, because I've heard there's some weird stuff on
I
there. And for
prefer
this,
more higher class forms of entertainment. HBO
Yes.
Pro is all I ever watch. It's all the things I perceive, even Peacock by chance. Paramount Plus is pretty in right now, according to the kids.
no,
Did I cover the bases pretty well?
no, you peasant! I do not watch HBO Max. I would never such peasant entertainment. I am a man of culture, a man of taste, mind you.
A
I
man
watch
that use shower curtains instead of normal drapes.
indeed, and you know what I watch? Hey, you know what I watch as a man of culture? I rewatch Markiplier's Five Nights at Freddy's series for the 20th time because I am such a man of culture. That's
Someone
what I
uses
watch.
YouTube TV.
No. No. Who has a subscription for that? Who actually uses that? What? I forgot. Holy moly, I forgot that even existed. That's crazy. Nobody uses that.
It's just as much use as YouTube Kids. Remember how
Oh my
that used to be a
gosh.
thing?
Yes! Oh man, I forgot that existed too. Holy, good times. YouTube
Was
doesn't
it
know what they're
really?
doing. No,
No.
not at all.
No.
Not at all. I just like to say that.
I dropped my bottle cap and now I'm sad.
Ah, who cares? Just like wash it
I
off
do.
and put it back on.
No, but now now I don't have it in my hand, and I was having fun with it, and I dropped it.
Fidgeting around with it, eh?
Oh,
See,
you know.
if I'm gonna fidget around with something, I'm just gonna take my vape and just kind of flip it around. I do that with like knives and whatnot too a lot. Yes, I flip knives and I've cut myself more times than I can count. Whoopsie.
I mean, I guess to each their own. You have fun. That's what matters. As long as you're having a good time, kiddo.
Oh yeah, I want to get one of those like butterfly knives kind of things. They like
Those
flip
are
around.
terrifying. Those are genuinely terrifying.
Oh yeah.
I have a few karambits, but butterfly knives are where I draw the line.
So you're a CS:GO player, huh? Average
No,
CS:GO
I
player.
just like karambits because they're curved and that's fun.
That is pretty cool. They also sink in pretty well. I probably shouldn't have said that. Yeah, it's because like, well, how do you know that? Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Don't worry about it.
Remember, kids, don't play with knives.
No, knives are
Or
very
lighters.
dangerous. That too. We do not endorse playing with knives or lighters. Stay safe,
Or if
everybody.
you play with lighters, at least have like water on hand. Maybe some sand. Sand's good.
Yeah, play with some sand, sure.
Play
Or,
with sand.
Yeah, pocket
Or
sand.
remember, kids, go play with sand.
Go find your
PSA from Platypus and Piercing. Play with sand, kids. That'll keep you safe.
that'll keep you busy, yeah. Or someone tries to attack you, right? Freaking puts them in your pocket, right?
Exactly.
Pocket sand.
That's the thing. Them's the rules right there.
I love King of the Hill. That was a great episode.
Oh,
You know,
God.
when I was a kid, I used to never really watch King of the Hill, but now that I'm older, that show is great. Such a classic.
I mean, fair. It's a good time.
Yeah. But speaking of Netflix, a minute ago, have you
boy.
got any good Netflix shows you've been watching by chance?
I actually have, I'm not a big show guy nor a movie guy, so it's very rare
Neither
that
am
I'll
I.
get into something, but I finally pulled the trigger and started getting into Breaking Bad, and I'm having a great time with that so far.
Ooh. Yeah, my friend Skylar, right, he's a top 500 Overwatch player.
Okay.
And his
Weird
friend
flex,
Lucas,
but
who's
okay.
also I just had to listen, okay? I just want to say I got connections, okay? That's all I'm trying to get
Also
out
weird
there.
flex, but okay.
Yo, I'm trying to get my network game up. Give me a break here. But yeah, his friend Luke is also top 500. But they both have been. A few months ago, they were going through the entire Breaking Bad series. I've been thinking of getting into that myself because I've heard it's really good and there's some pretty good memes, especially with Better Call Saul. I've heard some pretty spicy memes about that.
I'm having a good time with it so far. It's been very entertaining. I'm not a big show guy, and it's hard to keep my attention all the time with shows, but it's been doing a pretty good job so far. I've been enjoying it a lot. I think I'm just now in like the middle of season 2.
Yeah.
But
But
I definitely give it a watch. It's a good time.
for sure. But one show that I would definitely recommend, that I watched the heck out of the first season. It's on Amazon though, Amazon Prime. So I don't know.
Mhm.
I would assume a lot of people here have that because that's how most subscriptions usually come from is like Twitch Prime. Or at least that's where back when I actually got subs when I would stream, that's where I get it from is like, Prime subs.
Mr.
But
Streamer over here.
yes, Mr. Streamer. Mr. Streamer, that is affiliate, by the way. But
Weird flex,
that's
but okay.
beside the point. I flex a lot, don't I?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, just a little bit. but besides the point, but one of the things that I've been watching from them, from Amazon Prime a lot, and I cannot wait for the second season. I don't know if it's out yet. It might already be. It might be later in the year. And that was Invincible.
Oh, I've heard that's good.
It is.
I still haven't watched it.
It is really good. The comics are good as well. I know some people have some critiques because there were some creative liberties taken out of like from translating from comics to actual show. But honestly, I've seen some bits and pieces of the comics and I really don't think it impacts it that much in my opinion. But I
Right.
mean, it's honestly a really good watch. The memes with his dad though, oh, so good. Like when he's just pummeling. Yes! Think, Mark! Think! Oh my, after he just finished pummeling him to death? Yes. So funny.
Lord.
Like, how can you take that scene seriously? Like, I know when I first watched it, yeah, I was like super serious. I was like, oh my god.
It's like all the stuff that comes from like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Still haven't watched that.
Oh my gosh.
I've heard a lot about it. Still haven't watched it. But it's like
Same.
all the memes that come from there, and like it just
Legendary.
seems like a great time.
Oh yeah, my dad actually watched JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and he was telling me, he's like, you gotta watch it. You have to watch it. It's so funny. And I'm like, okay, I'll give it a watch. Everyone's been saying that because, yeah, my dad, he watches anime every once in a while, which is kind of funny because he's one of
fair
those.
enough.
He's one of those more old timer types that watches shows like Gunsmoke. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, he's kind of more.
I mean,
old.
hey, if
He
you
likes those
enjoy it,
old-
you enjoy it.
Oh yeah, for sure. He likes those old time Western kind of shows. He'll watch that on the TV anytime I come into the living room. He just kind of chills over there, and that's what he'll
Right.
do: sit on the couch and just watch
Fair
Gunsmoke all
enough.
day.
I mean, hey, as long as it's a good time for him. It's the thing. Whatever you're watching, as long as you enjoy it. That's the most important stuff.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I do know time is slowly counting down until our second match of today, heading to Fortress with Scarlet Hounds and CUW Esports, or University rather. And honestly, I can't wait. I feel like the entirety of Fortress is going to be so much fun.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be unbelievably chaotic, and like I said, I think there's gonna be more strat roulette going in. You know what you know what we just posted that I just saw that I cannot believe.
What's up?
Go ahead on and we have a Twitter at MidwestR6, right? If you go on there, you know what just got posted? A picture of the curtains on my wall right now for sale for $18. Are
That's a
you
good
kidding
deal.
me?
That's a good deal. You get your own Piercing R6 shower curtains at Piercing R6 Twitter. You get your own Piercing R6 shower curtains, verified by the man himself, right behind him. You can get them in a link. I don't know if that link is on the Twitter because I've just seen this photo now. However, that's still a good deal. You can get your own Piercing R6 shower curtains to go in your room, in your shower, in anywhere, or just because, I mean, of course, if you're going to have shower curtains in your room, why not make sure that they are the only shower curtains that are ever supposed to be in a room, and those are the piercing shower curtains.
I don't get paid enough.
Thank you
to
for
be
coming
here.
to my TED Talk.
I don't get paid enough to be here.
Oh,
I
you don't
can't.
get paid at all, I don't think.
Yeah, I know, that's the problem. Freaking piercing shower curtains. Gosh. Oh my
Sales
gosh.
do not support piercing. Noted.
Yeah, they don't. Ugh, imagine. That's gonna be my merch store, right?
Whether that has any effect on whether you want to buy them or not, who's to say? I don't know.
Dude, that person selling them is gonna be so confused. They're gonna see like 20 people buying the curtains, like, why are so many people buying these? And they're never gonna know why. Never gonna know why, unless someone
Man, I
is
guess these
review
are pretty
like,
popular these days.
yeah, like, oh, goated piercing curtains. They're gonna be so confused. Poor seller. They're not gonna know where.
I mean, I wouldn't say the poor seller because they're going to be getting money. Who cares?
That's true. They are gonna be getting banked. That's gonna
I don't
be
think
what,
I don't think they're gonna
$360?
mind like whatsoever. They're just gonna have a great time getting paid. So good for them, honestly. The
Yeah,
fact
I mean,
that they made
money's a
such
dub.
iconic shower curtains that have been publicized and just overall shown how important they are just through streams and through casts. I'm sure they're gonna be very happy to see their shower curtains in the limelight.
That's it. That's if I ever get a merch store, that's gonna be my merch store right there. It's gonna be shower curtains. That's gonna be part of my lineup.
You know, I know we have the QR code for the donation, but I feel like it would be great if we got a QR code for the shower curtains. Speaking of QR code, if you do want to go and donate yet again for Feeding America, feel free. You scan the fun QR code that we have for you guys here, and you can donate directly to the charity. Unfortunately, this is not the shower curtain QR code. May he rest in peace.
So unfortunate.
Hate to see it.
Yeah, you do hate to see it. Still
However,
wait.
this QR code is for a definite better cause.
I would agree. So, still waiting on these other teams. We've got one team that's ready to go. So we're just getting a few more in, and we'll be right back into the action. But
keeping pretty on schedule, to be honest, considering.
I'm kind of impressed. I
Had to deal with
really
us rambling for a while, but we're getting there. We're just waiting on our time.
getting the job done. That's really what it comes down to. But these buffers are kind of necessary, though. Everyone's got lives. Everyone's got to come in at scheduled times, and sometimes these games just don't run it as fast. You never know how the outcomes are going to go, and that's ultimately always going to make things a little bit complicated. But I don't know how other leagues handle it when it comes to teams waiting for these games, especially if like one ends early. But everyone's got lives. A lot of us in here are college students. Speaking of which, did I tell you, Platypus, I'm thinking of going back to college?
Oh, do tell. What for?
So I've probably mentioned this a million times, right, that I'm in the U.S. Army.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so there is an MOS that I am particularly interested in. And when I went to basic training at reception, there was a guy that was a CID agent, right? That's a 31 Delta. And he came in and talked to us about being a CID agent, like investigating, like, military-related court-martials, felonies, things like that, or any kind of felonies that are of military interest, like if, someone's committing crimes or on base or stuff like that, right? So I thought, hey, that's pretty cool. I'll keep that in mind.
Interesting.
Well, forward to now, and I find that same MOS, and I'm like, oh, that's actually really cool, because you can also be a warrant officer for a CID agent as well, and there you get to execute warrants, which, what does that mean?
Okay.
Kicking down people's doors. Sounds pretty cool, right? But here's the kicker, though. You need a degree in forensics or computer science in order to go into that MOS. So when I get close to my ETS, which that just means the end of my contract, because I have a 7-year contract, so 2029 is when it expires.
Gotcha.
I'm probably around that time. I'm gonna go back to college to pick up a degree in forensics.
Interesting. Well, I wish you the best of luck. We're slowly closing in on our time for our second matchup here. Got Scarlet Hounds versus CUW Esports. Can we take a look at those rosters again for just one more time to be able to see exactly who we're looking at in case anyone has not been paying attention, or in just the due time of our switch to be able to see who we're looking at again. We have Drew Farrow, Asian Boy, Edison Walker, Mary Poppin, and Jalen on the side of Scarlet Hounds. And then for CUW Esports, we're looking at Jawbreaker, Sonar, Augie, Kavek. I don't know how to say that one. What did you decide on that one?
Are you talking about K9 Vacuum?
Oh, K9 Vacuum. Okay, I was going to say that's a lot. That's an interesting just setup of letters. And then Step Bro to finish it all off, as much as you love that name.
Oh yes, still my favorite. Still holds. Honestly, like the stars just lined up for that profile. It's like that name and that profile was just made for me, right? Like put that right next to my profile card of Piercing R6, and I'd be happy. Like that's where I'd want to be, as far as like kind of showcasing all the players, because every team's got their cool little stats and then all the different teams, right? Put me right next to the Step Bro. That's where I want to be. That sounds really bad with no context. Wow. Oh my gosh. I just realized
masterful work there, Piercing buddy.
Only the best from me, of course.
Oh, good lord.
That's not gonna get taken out of context. No.
Oh no. Oh, see. Oh, of course not. Absolutely not. It's going right to Twitter.
Oh yeah. Oh no. Oh no, I just realized what you just said. No. Oh. Twitter's gonna have a
Well, you
ball
had
with
your
this
run.
one.
You had your fun.
Yeah, I
It looks
had
like
my
we are now
run.
getting the first members of Scarlet Hounds into this, so we can get this game rolling. As it is that time, or we're just waiting for the rest of Scarlet Hounds to be ready and rolling and rearing to go, as we do have the entirety of CUW Esports ready to roll.
Yeah, it's just gonna be just a little bit of a minute, but we're getting there. We're getting there. We're making that progress. So tell me, Platypus, do you have any particular memories of playing on Fortress? Like any experiences you've had ever playing this map before?
I mean, I remember when it first came out, the absolute maze that it was, very akin to Tower when that map first came out. It was definitely an interesting one to get used to and to get playing. I remember playing it it came out for 2 weeks on the Discovery playlist. I remember sitting here playing it every day, trying to actually learn the map, having to figure it out, and just playing the absolute hell out of it, trying to remember and make sure that I actually knew the map. Because at that time, I was still kind of getting used to the game and such. I believe Wind Bastion was still one of my earlier seasons. I'd only been playing for a little bit.
Wow, so you've actually been playing Siege for quite a bit. You
I,
know what my first
I
season was?
what's up?
Mine was I actually don't remember. I know it was the season where Nook and Warden came out, but
Oh,
that's
okay,
actually
Phantom Sight. Mhm.
yes, that's it. Phantom Side, thank you. But that
I
actually
have
was
I have been here officially since Chimera. The first time I ever played the game was Operation Health, but I hadn't had my own like rig or anything from then. So Chimera was the first time that I actually hopped into the game and like started playing it for real. And it was like the week after Outbreak ended, and I was so upset.
dang, that sucks. Outbreak was so fun. I still love the fact that instead of just bringing that game mode back for maybe like a week or a month, instead they made a whole game out of it. And as far
And
as
no
I
one
know,
plays it
it's as
anymore.
dead as a doorknob. Yep.
It was really cool, and I even bought the game, and like I had a great time playing it. The thing that absolutely took me out of that game, like for real and just for good, was when the new recoil adjustments came around for Siege, that they were not mirrored for Extraction, which immediately took all drive and want to play the game out of it, simply just because I didn't want to have to use two different recoils for the same guns, and that just didn't seem like a good idea.
Yeah, I can definitely see that being off-putting for veteran Siege players. I totally get that. That
Mhm.
would be a problem for me. But then again, I don't really play Siege competitively anymore. So I mean, I think I would maybe be okay with it, but I can see it even throwing me off. But I mean,
Right.
honestly, at the end of the day, I'm kind of walking away from Siege altogether, but that's just kind of where I am. I mean, I've been playing a lot of Valorant. Actually, speaking of which, I actually recently hit gold 3 in Valorant, so feeling pretty good about that.
I'm going to assume that's good, as I have no real like reference of the ranking system for Valorant. But either way, congrats, interesting flex, but good job.
Thank you, thank you. I was very happy about that, even though that's not that good. I think like
I
gold and silver are like
I
average.
still haven't played a shred of ranked for Siege this season. I think I've played like a total of 2 games on my main, which is kind of wild considering
Yeah.
how often I would normally play. But it is absolutely wild. I have not touched Siege like at all over like the past couple weeks. It has been a long one.
Yeah, honestly, I think I'm in a similar boat. I don't even know. I think I maybe have played like 15 ranked games at most. I've barely touched the game much either. But I mean, like rank 2.0 is just so weird nowadays. Like everyone can kind of hit champ if they grind it hard enough. It just seems like, what's the point, right? Like the elo penalty is just not high enough to kind of justify, because at least like with Apex and other kind of games, right? Like it can be relatively easy to rank up. You don't lose a lot of points if you grind
Right.
enough. But once you get those higher ranks, it costs more elo
Hmm.
to get in those games, or you start losing a lot more when you play it
Right.
bad and
And
getting less
that's an
wins.
interesting way to go about it. It's more of like a betting gambling system just to see how good you're doing, which I don't disagree with. It's definitely more dynamic, but it makes a lot more sense for a battle royale centered game to be working like that, so that you put in X amount and you only gain so much back.
Yeah.
However, also, I did want to bring this in because we did ask this about the first map, but going into Fortress, as it is not a competitive played map, and it is almost even more so of a maze as Outback was, what do you think we're going to be seeing here?
Honestly, I think we're gonna see a few situations in which the bomb just doesn't get planted, or the fuse doesn't get planted because no one knows where it is. I think that might happen once or twice. I think we're gonna see a heavier emphasis on strat roulette, and I think we're just gonna see a lot more ratting and a lot less runouts.
I mean, I can only imagine that you're going to be a little bit correct, but we're still going to be hopping straight into this second match of our MidwestR6 charity event. Thanks again, everybody, for the support and for our sponsors helping us out with everything here and there and everywhere in between. We're going to hop it right into our first of bands. What do you think we're going to be seeing here?
As far as bands go, oh gosh, where do I even begin? Thatcher. No shields, no operator.
No operator. All right.
Yeah, no operator. Yeah, that was definitely what I
Beautiful.
expected there. Holy moly, what is going on?
Oh, I love it.
The only time I ever see no bans when it comes to like these kind of productions is whatnot is when you have a team that is just so cocky and believes they're gonna just absolutely slam it out. Okay, and it looks like CUW is gonna also go for no ban.
I mean, again,
everything is up on the board.
it is a charity event after all, and it's just for fun times. So I can't blame them for just wanting to be able to have a good time, play what they want to play, and just see what happens. And it's Fortress after all.
Oh yeah, I mean, might as well. But I mean, that's the only time I ever see no ban. So I can't say that. No, actually, I really didn't expect a no ban. I thought we were gonna see like, one of those bans that just never happens. Not because it's a bad ban, but just because it just, when you think of ops the ban, it's just like, really? Like weird ops like Capitao or Sledge.
Also, I do want
like
to
that.
mention, because I find it a fun time, both of these teams were at a bit of an inverse, trying to decide whether or not they wanted to see shields in our match here or not, and even went so far as to leave it up to our observer Urban, who has decided for everyone no shields. So we're not going to be seeing a single shield in this matchup. Thank you, Urban.
Yes. Outstanding. And it looks like we'll be starting off
Going Commander's
on.
office. Love it.
How did you know that was Commander's office? No,
Because
you
I
played
know
this
map.
You played it. No, you played this map too much. You are so fast on that. You said, "Oh, we're going to Commander's office." I mean, no hesitation. You have played this map too much.
I've been. This is in fact not my first rodeo piercing. I've been here a tad few, too many times even, considering I know a lot of this map, which is actually kind of awful sometimes when you think about it.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. The only thing I remember about this map, experience-wise, was one time, it was like a 1vx situation, and I think it was a 1v4, I had a shotgun, I was roaming with like mute or something stupid, and I just went up to the balcony second floor and just started walking in, just shotgunning people, and yeah, like no one stopped me. I just kind of was walking around and somehow won.
I mean, fair enough. Also, I think that both of these teams have all not simultaneously, but unanimously decided on pistols only, because we're only seeing these pistols being held by both of these teams in their respective powerful pistols. And of course, we see the Cav with the pistol, the Illusion, which is not to say a little OP for considering that they're playing pistols only, but it's still not going to be able to get the damage off onto Twitch, I believe, moving up these stairs with the revolver. The first kill coming out by Augie onto Hugs is going to take Doc right out of here. Quickly traded for Nova onto Step Bro.
That's crazy. We're seeing a pistol round, and we're not even playing Valorant. We're playing Siege, and we already have 3 picks with CUW coming out on top. Jawbreaker taking some heavy damage. Gruda's going to be able to take him out, even the numbers out just a little bit. And now as we are, holy moly, somewhere on second floor, the swing coming in from the fast manner from the Rook. Coming in hard, swinging fast. All the noise in the world, doesn't matter. Wins that fight. Oh, but the
Eagle in
triple
hand, not
swing.
working. Oh, and another from Sonar to try and make it go. However, this is still going to go in the way of defense by the Deagle, being able to take out Lion, and Grutus being able to take a lot of kills for themselves for the hands of Scarlet Hounds. That's going to be the way our first round falls of this map.
Gotta say, that was an interesting strat of Scarlet to have 3 people running it down, sprinting with a pistol, and just taking the fight to the attackers. Very, very interesting indeed, but making it work. I mean, they won their gunfights, but hey, I guess the best defense is an offense, am I right? Scarlet took that
sometimes
notion
it works.
Literally. Yeah, it does, especially when you got 3 bodies right on top of it. I mean, it's kind of hard to one-tap 3 people in a row. That's not the easiest thing to do there, but they made it work.
Interested to see. They're running dorms this time around, and they have the alibi on the board, which I find funny, because considering it's pistols only, they're running the Bailiff, which is going to be interesting to say the least, because I want to say that it's going to work out well for them, but considering the Bailiff is statistically and ethically just not very good in terms of taking out enemy players, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how they want to use it.
I like how you said ethically as if it's a war crime to use that pistol on people.
It's a war crime in my heart, Pearson.
I mean, you know what? I kind of agree with you there, because if you're getting killed by the Bailiff, that is so
the mental damage that does rather than actual damage is kind of insane.
Irreparable. You get... yeah, you get killed by the Bailiff, you're not having a good day. Especially if you're like full HP and you get knocked out by that. Yikes. Oh, but we're going to see Augie with those little microflicks getting shot from behind. But Nova not going to be able to connect those shots. Reese swings out, but Augie's going to take that. And the knife kill as both are out of ammo. Oh, wow. Going to get that upstairs control, but here comes Doc. That's going to be, I give free hugs, and Mary popping off. I'd like a hug. Slowly creeping up the stairs. The concussed and Augie going to be able to take that fight, but the res almost gets it, but Augie's going to finish it up, but I don't think he knows that.
Oh, the knife again by Rooney with the punch.
Throw punched. Yep, throw punched out. God, my gosh.
Deagle versus Deagle going on, one with suppressor, one not. Both have very similar health, but Mary popping off is going to be going down to Step Bro. The Deagle kill coming out and sitting in a 1v2, but no! Gonna be cut down by Step Bro with the pistol, of course, on the hands of Zofia, I believe.
Man, we are playing like TDM right now. These rounds are going by so fast, running in full speed ahead, except for that little bit of a creep up to main, but doesn't look like it necessarily worked out as CUW was still able to pull it out anyway. Almost seeing a res, but not being able to get it just in time. Although it was close as Augie was running out of ammo there, popping off as the Capital going to go on once again. Are they able to use like their secondary utility? I saw the
I believe
Nitro.
so. I remember they were talking about it, and I believe they decided that, yeah, they're just going to use it and have a good time with it. So, I mean, to each their own. After all, it's a pistol match on Fortress. So, like, why not just have fun with it? Use what you want to use, have a good time.
That's true. Now, I have a question. Do you think it would be cheating to use the ITA shotgun pistol? What do you think of that?
The shotgun pistol?
Yeah,
Oh,
the ITA.
oh. Well, I mean, that
Green
is technically a secondary, but you could ask the same thing about the Super Shorty.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that thing exists. I don't know how I forgot that thing exists, because that literally was what made Mozzie so powerful before they took it away from him.
They took the Super Shorty away from the Super Shorty.
Oh, yeah, they
Never
sure
forget
did.
them.
Mozzie is my... You know, I used to have a nickname for him back when I played for Bradley University Esports. I used to say that he was my... Actually, I don't think... I have a nickname for him, but I don't think that word for short people is exactly appropriate, so I'm going to just keep that to myself. But that I used to call him my little... We'll keep it SFW. I used to call him my little short pog champ. That's what my nickname for Mozzie was, because I played him all the time.
Well, I mean, alright. First kill coming out onto Scarlet Hound's Doc. Grutus being taken out as well as a couple kills coming out by Jafaro. And Mary popping off from respectively put into a now 2v4 with Nova being able to cut down Sonar. Putting this in a little bit better for Scarlet Hounds. Having a good time. Jawbreaker being able to get the pistol off. Not able to take them out though. Ooh. Kills coming out left and right and doing now 1v3.
Ooh, going for those those quick peeks, but shuts it down with the pistol. Oh my gosh, what a great shot. Either way, whoever got that pick, it was going to be nasty. But Jawbreaker just has that timing that hits different. But she's still going to have to hit different for these next 2 gunfights that she's going to have to take to win this out. I don't believe she has Diffuser, but now has it. So she could plant if she wanted to. But with the TDM style we've been having so far, I think we're just going to take it all in gunfights. And she does going to be able to take Nova. But now it's all up to Mary popping off to save it, as these numbers have been evened out to a 1v1. We're even going to see a little bit of droning too.
Just sitting time running out. This minute left. The tag goes off on the down. Oh, the quick peek by Jawbreaker.
That's
Beautiful.
crazy.
Beautiful.
I mean, he didn't even have to go for the headshot. I guess he knew that she was low, and Gianfaro calling out the droning. Oh, Moss. Uh-oh. Yeah, I mean, whatever you got to do to win the round, I suppose. I mean, saw her, quick peeked it, and it was a done deal. But hey, I mean, you know what they say, when you're holding an aggressive angle like that, that leaves you kind of vulnerable to those kind of pre-fire shots. So even without that intel, you know, if Nomad was feeling a little bit little silly there, could have just went for that pre-fire. But I don't think it's that deep, as we are indeed on Fortress. Remember that, everyone. This is a map, and I still don't know how I feel about it, because I don't know any of these callouts. Outstanding.
We're also talking about the legality of droning, which it seems to now be unanimously decided that droning is off the table, which, for better or worse, it kind of makes sense. But also, just, it's for funsies. Who cares?
Yeah, I'll be honest, I was expected to see some strat roulette, but honestly, running the all pistols, I mess with it. I like that. I honestly like that, because you don't get to see a super duper bunch of pistol fighting. I mean, really, it just comes down to you run out of ammo in your primary, whip out your secondary, you hope for the best, and more often than not, that kind of falls flat, because, you know, pistol ain't gonna really beat out an SMG or a rifle in a lot of these situations. But, you know, we've seen some things happen where that does work out, you know, able to take multiple picks with that pistol. But Augie just running in full speed ahead with the Diffuser. Guess they're thinking it might be first floor, but they are not first floor at the moment. And now we're gonna see the push. The flank cams coming out as CUW Esports comes in from all around, tries to pinch off Scarlet here, pushing off that roof drop, whatever you call that. That's your guess is as good as mine. And here comes Nook, slowly creeping out. Some shots already coming out. No damage quite yet, but it's just a matter of time before the refrags and the picks come out. And it looks like K9's looking to initiate that Elamine going off, gonna be stunning somebody. And a nade too. I don't think I've seen a nade yet so far. And a droning too. Nook is just pulling off everything on her table that she has. And now Jawbreaker's looking to walk in. Augie already by Museum, trying to get a flank going. But Nova also as well, creeping in with the Cav. Could prove disastrous here if caught at the right time.
Now just going on slowly through the round. Tags going out onto Sonar from Nova. Mary popping off, being able to grab it. The knock goes down as well, and looking for a possible Intero, with Stepro being the only, or excuse me, no, Stepro and Jawbreaker being the only ones who are up. Stepro going down as well, the team kill coming out from Give Hugs, and then the shot down from Nova, able to clean up, I believe, all but one.
All but one, almost an ace. Who stole her ace? Who stole Cav's ace? So disrespectful. But regardless, still got the Intero. And honestly, I think if we were doing pistol whips only, I would be more scared of an Intero here than any other time. Because at least on a normal round, you got guns, you can pre-fire, but pistols, you can't really pre-fire that. That's going to be a little bit of a disaster. So, I mean, it's natural that it kind of fell apart the way it did after that Intero.
I mean, good for Scarlet Hounds to be able to make something happen, especially with all the pistol rounds. But at the end of the day, still having a good time, still having a fun time, and being able to throw the Cav into the mix any moment you get is always something fun, to be sure. So good on them for being able to make something work with it, and give CUW Esports a fun time. Because I know both of these teams are very well into this fight, both ways. Looking like having a little bit of stutter going on in the match, but otherwise looking pretty okay.
5 seconds to go.
Coming down to round 5 now, sitting at a solid 2-2. Very evened out lead. Looking pretty good. And with the action phase coming in, the entirety of CUW trying to do a little something. Give Hugs is taking a little bit of damage, maybe on a possible run out. Sitting in Old Tower, getting those Legion mines set and ready to go, waiting for anybody to try and push him out and stumble into a couple goo mines. But the rest of CUW is ready to get him out of here. Candela's going off inside Old Tower to try and get him, but the goo mine's also there to put a little bit of pressure. One going down, another going down, and then finally traded out by Jawbreaker, being able to pick up 2 before losing that fight, with more kills going out by Grutus, with the support of Jafaro all the way down the hall.
Man, despite all of that utility dump onto lead, or I give free hugs, still being able to take 2 like that. So unfortunate. And now, with the way it's looking right now, CW Esports is going to have to work their way. But Nova still holding for that Cav Intero, but I think they're holding as well. Going to start creeping up. Do they know? No, she doesn't. Sonar's not ready, but is going to instead take the pick instead of going for the Intero. And now, it looks like Star's going to be trying to push up to finish out Jawbreaker, but not before taking 1 and getting knifed by Nova. Scarlet taking the round, with the Cav just being a menace. I mean, look at that movement. So smooth. All right, rounds now starting to even out as Scarlet moves on to Kitchen and Cafeteria, with Scarlet currently having a round lead. We'll even have Mary popping off on the Oryx, which will be a first, and Augie on the Sense, switching it up from the Capital. So it's going to be a bit more chaotic, seeing how this plays out with all the smokes and whatnot, because I'll tell you what, you see those senses, you see those senses going off, and it is just a straight mess, because that thing's bouncing all over the place, blocking lines aside. You got impacts that can open it up, Nitro's going through. It is just an absolute mess the second you see those things coming down. So I think we're gonna have a lot of eye candy for that once that goes down. And it looks like we're gonna have a little bit of party by the balcony for Scarlet as they wait for this round to start. Gonna be doubling up on the Frost Mats, and Nova already on the move to find her spot for possibly another interrogation.
We already see them getting ready for that run out, trying to get into Old Tower just for funsies. Setting the goo mine, setting the proxies, setting all of the welcome mats, and then getting a rollin' as they're trying to get to Old Tower before any of the attacking SOT can catch on. Impact going out, getting a little bit of damage on free hugs, but it's okay otherwise. Getting that barricade up, and Grutus being able to play aggressively, but shut down by Jawbreaker on a nasty one-tap.
Yep, but that alibi's still up. That's going to cover for CW Esports, or I'm sorry, for Scarlet. They try to go for a run out, and Augie's already planting. They called out that play from Scarlet and went for it, and that bait has now been set, and now Scarlet's just going to have to run it down the stairs, try to make something happen, but CUW Esports is ready. They're waiting, and they're going to be pushing out, getting these gunfights going. The down, but not going to be able to finish it off, as there's a bit of a delay for Cav to finish off, and Mary popping off making his way as well, but his back is turned, whips to the 180, tries to sprint up, and not able to finish it. I give free hugs, trying to go for defuse.
Defuse. Oh!
But Jawbreaker gonna tap him to shut that down. If he was just a few seconds sooner, he could have actually got that.
He was close. He wanted it too. Honestly, good on him for trying to stick it. a good fun time. Now we're sitting at 3-3 going into our split. Looking pretty good. Going to be running back up to Commander's office as usual for this first round. I say as usual as if this map's like played ever.
Yeah, like ever. Even if it shows up in casual, I see so many DCs from this map. The second it shows up, nobody, not even casuals, want to play this map. Which is saying a lot because casuals will pretty much play anything as long as it's not the meta. I mean, that's what I've seen is when it comes to playing casual is they'll do anything to not play the meta of ranked or competitive. They just want to do anything and everything that is different. But apparently Fortress is a little too different for them, it would appear. But looks like we will be going, what is that? First floor, second floor? Help me out here, Platypus. I don't know.
No, you got it. Continue, please.
Oh, I do.
You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job. I believe in you so entirely.
Oh,
You know
thank you
this
for
map.
having. Oh, thank you for having so much faith in me and knowing this map that I forget even exists half the time. But yeah, so it looks like there's second floor, I think. And now we're starting off with Scarlet pushing from the main entrance. Is that even what that's called? Is there even a main entrance? I don't know, but they're gonna be hopping in from bathroom trying to get a fast push up the stairs. And they even got a Finka, so it seems like they're gonna be committing to the rush with Brutus on the line and Girfero on the Yang as well. The Finka scan coming in, sprinting in fast and hot to get into sight as soon as possible. But Kirberia is gonna block off Finka. They know that there's one close with all the sprinting. The flashes going in, pushing through the cube barrier. One prone in the corner. That's going to be Cade taking Jawbreaker out. A little bit of shots coming in. Going to deal major damage to Finka, who is still up. I give free hugs. Looking to possibly take another after the flash is coming out. K9 taken out by the Nova. Augie going to be able to take Gratis as well. The Raz back up, putting Scarlet at a man advantage. Look like they're going to be having that side control. But Augie's going to be knifing the Finka. But not before getting downed and eliminated by Mary popping off.
But sitting at a 2v3 with time slowly ticking away, still at 2 minutes, but still the majority of this round being played out. Diffuser trying to be planted by Nova. Seen on the chassis, but the Deagle is going to knock out Sonar, but responded in a Deagle fight on the chassis. Step out trying to figure out exactly where this knock is, and taken out by Mary popping off, putting it 1v2. Deagle in hand, grabbing the one, and now being forced into this 1v1 with a minute 30 remaining. Deagle's both in hand by Nova and Sonar each. Cuba Barrier going out to try and distract or deflect any sort of damage going on. Another Cuba Barrier going out, trying to pre-fire, seeing if they get any little damage onto Nova. But Nova's whereabouts are currently unknown, as they're having a long flank around Cannon side going over by Horse and these trophy area, trying to catch Sonar unaware on this long flank with time slowly ticking away. Diffuse still in hand of Nova, possibly able to get a sort of quiet plant going on because they know that there is no sight and no type of information able to go out. And Sonar's playing this very passively. Here's the plant starting to go off, is checking all around, and now knows that they are now pressured to make something happen. Peeking with the Deagle, trying to figure out exactly where Nova is, but they're not giving them any sort of information or any leeway to be able to make something happen. Nova just sitting there, waiting very patiently. Impact goes out to push it up, and then the kill comes out by Sonar on a triple to be able to win that round for CUW.
That wall, I'm telling you, that soft wall caused a lot of trouble for the other team there. I mean, what we saw a little bit of wall bang coming there onto Scarlet Hounds. I mean, the impact popping out, forcing Nook out to lose that. I mean, that wall just pretty much doing the work for the retake. I usually don't see that reinforced, I don't think. But I mean, yeah, we saw a lot of play around there, especially with that impact right towards the end. But I mean, Scarlet just coming in such an aggressive fashion. And I mean, they got in really deep, but just weren't able to hold that control for much longer. And we're still going to be up into second room as we are in dormitory and briefing room. What kind of call that is briefing room?
I mean, hey, it's briefing. It's dorms, man.
I mean, yeah, they do
Dorms
be
briefing connected to games.
They do be briefing, and now they're going to be briefing how to win out this next round as we'll have the Augie on the Warden. And considering Scarlet's current composition with Girafell on the Ying and I give free hugs on the Sense, looks like we're going to see a lot of impact off of that operator pick. And we even have the castle as well on K9. Or K9 on the castle. Love that. Absolutely love that. Looks like CW does not want to get rushed down here by any means. We'll even have Sonar on Nagoyo. They got a whole little strat going on here, locking up sight. Now, the question is, who is the anchors and who are the roamers? Are they all just going to pretty much sit down onto site? Doesn't look quite like it, though.
Considering the fun of this type of match going on here, I don't think that they'd be tied down by any one sort of role at this point, whether it be roaming, whether it be flanking, whether it be really anything. They're just having a good time. They're playing it how they would probably normally play a game, but just with the fun of pistols, being aggressive, and just having a good time. However, we are seeing a lot more site presence by CUW than we had been seeing by Scarlet, which may work out a little bit differently for CUW. And it'll do just so differently that Augie is still taken out on the roam, forcing the final 4 players alive being all in sight.
And with that, Girafero and I Give Free Hugs are going to be open to pretty much do whatever they want with their utility. Not going to have to worry about that Warden. And there comes the utility already, but the castles, all those panels of utility going to be blocking them off. They're not going to be able to get that rush that they want, but still being able to get at least that outside exterior control that they've wanted. Now we can see them all hurdled. They're going to be waiting for that castle to break, and it looks like they're going to be running straight in. And there it comes, the barricade out, already starting to push in. Osa with the shield up, the nitro coming out. Going to do major damage to Girafero. I give hugs. Groot is going down. I give free hugs taken out as well. Goa Canister putting into work, and now it's all down to that funnel. Mary popping off. Going to be able to pick all Jawbreaker despite that. And now you have 1 down and 2 remaining. Nova gonna be able to take Vacuum off of that same angle by the door, and now bringing it down to a 2v3. The TK from Grotus coming out. Might as well secure that pick for the other team. Do them a favor, because that's the only favor you're gonna do them as you win that round, or at least that's what I think Starlet's thinking here as they take these fights. Nova trying to get active, the Goyo Canister going out, watching these head eye holds, but they still have a castle that's gonna prevent them from pushing up further. But Mary popping off, breaking that Astronaut, just getting ready to walk right in, trying to put that aggression onto Sonar, and is gonna take it for that triple kill. Now it is up to Stepbro, who is all the way in that one room that I'm not going to remember. The swing coming out, takes 1, but there's another one by the head-eye holes. That's gonna be Nova looking for her 4K, and she gets it, winning that round for Scarlet. The TK not mattering at the end of the day.
And I mean, again, all for fun. All for funsies, having a good time. Scarlet's doing a great job at keeping this pretty centered. Sitting at 4-4, just having a good time. And keeping things nice and fresh. Heading back over, still, dormitory. It didn't work the first time, but it may work again. Trying to bring a couple different people. And I'm actually interested to see how well it worked as last time, because we saw the Goyo Canisters work pretty well. The down went out, and the kill came out from the Vulcan canister, as well as the C-Force being able to knock a lot of damage and blow up the other Vulcan canisters to really cement that hold, and it worked really well with the castle barricades. However, in the case of Mary popping off and Nova, they were just able to get all of those shots through the wall to the points that it did not matter for them.
Nope, they were able to just force their way through that, and now we're gonna see CW Esports coming in with those trap ops. They've got Sonar with the Thorn, Stepbro with the Cap Can, and now the castle barricades as well from K9 Vacuum. Looks like they're gonna just play off of those little traps and swing wide and swing hard.
I love that interaction so much between Stepbro and K9. Just the barricade, and then it's like the come on, man.
I mean, that's my average interaction with other randoms when I play Castle pretty much the whole time. Just barricade up, barricade down, barricade up, barricade down. It's an endless cycle. Gotta love the ranks, gotta love the struggle. And here comes the hop-in from the bathroom as it looks like they try to make that push. Augie trying to get an early pick there, taking heavy damage, but not before doing some damage onto Girafero. But there comes that Lion scan, and now we're even gonna see an Art and Tarot drone Not sure what that's going to spot, as the first floor is mostly clear except for Augie, who is over by kitchen side, trying really hard to get that Intero. Another Intero? Yes, please. I'll take it. I'd love to see some of that.
But along with the E1D scanner by Lion and the Artero drones by Flores, gonna be definitely good utility to have trying to lock down this Cav, trying to find Augie and basically cement them into their own place. Sonar sitting on laundry, or not Sonar, it is Augie, getting the down and possible Intero, going for the second, grabbing the down there as well, but not able to finish either of them.
Oh,
Unfortunate, as Nova walks in.
So much potential, all gone. Had 2 potential Interos, but the third swing coming in, and the feed shots onto I Give Free Hugs from K9. So unfortunate. Watch those footsies. There may not be a Jackal, but we got someone else holding that footholds. That's K9, looking for those feet through the drone holes. Able to take one, and K9 will be able to take another for a triple kill. Give him the ace, but he gets shut down by Girafero. Now Stepbro is going to fall back with the Nitro. And now it is up to Girafero and Grutus to win this out. That same door, they're going to have that cam spot there, but the Capcan runs out as the nade goes through. Such unfortunate timing. And now it's up to him to win this out against Sonar. But keep in mind all the cap cans and the traps that they place onto site. If he hits even one of those, it's over.
And you call it right there!
Oh,
good
so
Lord.
Unfortunate. That cap can being exactly what I was expecting.
Unbelievable. You love to see it.
I'm
And
back.
moving into round 10. Sitting at a 5v4 CUW, looking pretty good. Honestly, I wonder, are they going to take this to overtime, do you think?
You know what? Honestly, I think it could happen because both teams are pretty much gunning at, or pretty much taking this just for gunfights. They're getting their trades, and I mean, it's been really back and forth, so I can definitely see that happening. I think it's very doable at this point.
I mean, there's definitely a chance that it's going to go to overtime, considering how even it's been so far. Both these teams having a good time just messing around with the pistols, playing aggressive and playing pretty freely and loosely. It's definitely showing, and I can only imagine that both these teams would be much more controlled and much more statistically well set up with standard maps, standard gun sets, standard whatever normal rule sets for comp. However, it's just for fun. And again, it's charity. We're having a good time. We're raising money for something that's important. And we're just making sure everyone's having a good time. And I can only imagine these guys are.
Yeah, and I gotta give a lot of props to both the teams here. They are committed to the staying pistols the whole game. Usually it goes for like the first round, but I mean they've really stuck through it. That I mean we are 9 rounds in and we are still pistol whipping out here, and we love to see that. And we'll see Sonar with the mirror getting a little stratty. You're getting a little stratty, maybe trying to change some things up. Oh, maybe not, as Lion and Brava do use their primaries, open up barricades. But I think that's all it's for. So it seems like we're still sticking to the tone of using nothing but pistols. I would love to see the Brava in play though, because Stepbro does have those cap cans. So, oh yes, there it
goes.
is.
Clutch Drone getting some very useful action out here this time around. It's very often that you see the Clutch Drone solely used for the fact of getting info through cameras and defaults, which is normally how it's used for standard competitive play. But considering how we're seeing right now, we might be seeing K9 walking through the Capcan trap, very confused what's going on, and relaying the information that Stepbro is able to start taking out his own Capcan traps to avoid any more team damage. Augie falling in the meantime as well.
Yep, and now the push-up from Nova moving up those stairs. It looks like CW Esports has caught on, and Girafero going to be taking that Capcan damage to stride as he's going to be able to finish him off, taking that pick. Bravo trying to get another from the mirror hole, but taking serious damage. Now the Lion scans come in as it looks like Scarlet's going to try to make their push in, but here comes Jawbreaker with that rat angle under the table. Gonna possibly be able to catch one walking through the door, but Sonar is committed to taking this fight by the bout. The Nitro coming out, but the swing, the Nitro not gonna be able to connect. Looking to take this, trying to go for taps here, but they are just not connecting. I give free hugs going down the process, but Giaferro ultimately gonna be able to win that. And now we move on to bedroom, where the pre-fire headshot comes in for Jawbreaker, but the swing in coming in for the triple kill from Giaferro, who looks to close this out against Stepbro. Throwing out that Nitro, the plant now going down, but gonna be able to stop the defuse and take Giaferro out in the process. And now it is all up to Mary popping off with that IQ sensor up. Maybe he'll give him the line of sight. He needs to better take this fight. I don't know. I personally don't like having the scanner up. It makes it hard for me to see. But looks like she'll be going for that defuse in just a second.
Definitely interesting to see how these teams play, and also the fact that these keep running down to 1v1s. In the last 30 seconds, Stepbro able to take Mary Poppin off the board. See what I did there? That was good.
Yeah, I saw that. That was clean. I like that. I like
Wow,
that.
no respect. No respect. Scarlet Pounds being able to win that round, putting this to, or not, excuse me. CUW able to win that round, putting this into match point, 6-4, and we might not actually be seeing overtime.
Maybe not, because yeah, like you said, CW is in not overtime, match point. Also, I just want to say, is none of my love good enough for you, Platypus? Is
No,
that what
never.
it is?
Never.
Wow.
You heard it
Well,
here first, folks.
Well, I know that's one. That's. You know what? You broke my heart a little
I
bit.
stopped him up.
Don't worry about it. It's okay. I can take it. I'll be fine.
Going into this next round, going for round number 9, I believe, or this round number 10. I don't know. It's one of the rounds. No, this is round 11. This is round 11. I was going through process
hard.
elimination, remembering my numbers, as I've been doing all of my life. Math don't math sometimes. However, sitting at match point, still 6-4. Having all of these pistols in play. Looks like CUW is now going to follow the theme of running to Old Tower. Getting the Rook armor plates, able to do a little bit of something. Those trauma packs being very helpful. Instead of reducing damage, simply just adding more health. And the ability to withstand on a down.
Yeah, honestly, I think that was honestly one of the coolest changes that they put to Rook, which I really like that. I thought that was interesting. And looks like they are going to get onto Tower, now holding from the roof. But we have one on Repel, already trying to take one. A Nitro going in as well, but Augie will drop the hatch. That's going to be him falling back, as well as a few other teammates. The Candelas already going through, as it looks like Scarlet's going to be trying to go straight into a bomb site like they did before. Now with Mary popping off, planting, the smoke's now going through. Looks like Scarlet is going to be able to go through, but this time CUW Esports is ready and moving in much faster. But Scarlet still able to catch Jawbreaker despite that. Mary popping off, going to be going down to Sonar, already pushing in deep with a double kill, but the flash is coming out and the down from Stepbro. Now the double kill for Sonar. The
knife
coming
missed!
out. Oh my god.
Tragedy! Tragedy! Knife below the belt as Grutus able to not do anything, to be able to take out. I don't even remember who it was that we were watching there. There are so many kills going off left and right. It might have been Grutus being able to take out the Rook, who is very menacingly charging at him with blade in hand.
Yeah, and despite that, I'm still not able to get that pick. But I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, he was kind of doomed. You had a nade right behind you. You had a guy right in front of you. I mean, it's kind of like, you know, I like to paint this visual picture, right, for what just happened there. Going through a corridor, and every step you take, the doors close behind you, right? So the only option you have is pretty much to keep going. That was kind of Rook's situation there, but unfortunately, the pistol came out, and he was out, and that was the end of the round for Scarlet being able to rush that round in with that plant. Man, going Tower seems to just not work out, because every time that these teams try to do that defense rush outside to the tower, the attacking team just goes in and then plants, and all heck breaks loose from there.
I'm still rolling into our last round of regulation. Interesting to see that this match has even gone to the last round of regulation, considering. However, putting at a 6-5 split, very even for simple pistols and just simple fun. Having Augie on the dock with stim pistol in hand, just having a goofy time, maybe trusting that Scarlet Hounds won't immediately come around the corner and kill him. However, it doesn't look like they'll be coming around the corner at all.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be taking a different approach, though still making their move from the roof, though we have heavy movement from Scarlet, all coming from tower down. Looks like we're going to see a kind of rush-esque move, and CW Esports does not have a Warden, so this could prove as a potential problem, though Warden does tend to die off pretty fast, so it's never been like a major issue, but still a challenge nevertheless. But that's not going to be one that Scarlet's going to have to put up with as they now get primed and ready for this run. And Augie doing a little bit of a dance for the drone, throwing it back for the drone. But with that, they're going to know exactly where Augie is. And there comes the first pick. Girafero going to be able to pick up K9 before the execute really goes down. But the Goyo will slow them down, if just for a little bit. The Nitro coming out. Not gonna connect, but there comes the Candelas, the push beginning from Scarlet.
C4 coming out, not grabbing anyone, and Jawbreaker being a little bit damaged in spite of that as well. The Sens barriers coming up, and another Candela going in, a shot coming through the wall onto Nova. Not taking much damage at all, though. Plant being ready to go down, both Ying and Yana being taken out by Sonar in quick succession. Sonar absolutely covering before being taken out by Grutus, who grabs a second of their own with the 5-7. Put into a 2v3 with Diffuse planted is looking good for Scarlet. Now having to make something happen for CUW with the 30 seconds remaining, as well as the 7-second differential that they need to be able to get the counter diffuse off.
They're going to have to move fast here, and I can't believe the whiff I saw off Jawbreaker. That was so unfortunate. We're going to see Augie heal Ash. The swing coming in, but it's not going to go through. Augie going to try to push out to Dick. I give free hugs. Now going to be forcing that defuse, but it looks like Mary popping off is throwing these buggies, but he's still defusing and pops him for a headshot, and now we move on to overtime.
Just wild. Absolutely. I have no words for this. This is just a fun one. I'm enjoying this a lot.
Augie being a real team player for Scarlet there, giving them the heals, giving them a little dance for the drone too. That's what you call a lobby player, not a team player, a lobby player there, keeping it all entertained for us and for us to keep going into overtime.
Technically you could call him a team player. He is playing for a team. Not sure which one, but one of them.
One of them, but I mean, honestly, I think that just makes him a doubly so a team player. He's not only playing for his team, he's playing for the other team. That is really what a team player is all about. Not just caring for your team, but both of them. Remember that the next time you're in ranked, right? You're slamming the other team. They're not feeling too good. You know, be a homie, right? And bring out the rook. Run out to their spawn. You know, drop them a little rook armor, okay?
They're not gonna shoot you, surely.
No. No. See, they're gonna be homies as well. Trust. They would never do something like that. I have never seen people shoot the rook who's giving them rook armor, because that's just toxic. And Siege, the Siege community is so loving, so nurturing, and I have never seen toxic. In fact, I've never seen a Siege player say a bad word. I don't believe that Siege players have it in their heart to say bad, naughty words. It's just unlike them. It's unlike them.
Well, moving into our first round of overtime. Scarlet having a good time with the Gemini clone. Nova just having an absolute ball. Whereas the rest of CUW is just kind of hanging out, playing sight a little bit more, as they have realized Scarlet likes to hold no bars and just hop right in there to get plants down and get rounds won. Girafero jumping in with a Candela on that side wall door from the standard balcony. I'm not sure exactly what it's called, however.
I thought you knew this map.
I know enough of it.
Oh, really? Because it didn't
But moving into cannon side with the Clutch drone being able to get a little bit of hacks going on onto the Thorn Razor Blooms. 2 of the 3 gotten by the Clutch drone. Another
Oh.
Candela coming out as well.
Yeah, and that's going to be actually all of the thorns taken by Brava's utility. You got to watch out for that Brava drone, but still a new op. The first pick coming out from Sonar, going to be able to catch Giaferro. K9 trying to move up the stairs, but is going to get caught off. Now rotating, that's going to be a little bit more space for Scarlet to make a move here as I give free hugs. Finishes off Jawbreaker, and Step Bro going to be taking 1, taking 2. But we will see Sonar taking Brutus as well, as Scarlet is now down to a 1vx situation. 1v4 as Step Bro just pops off there. But Nova is not done yet. Gonna be able to take 1. And here comes Augie, the Cav, slowly creeping up. He's gonna be able to get that cross. Now pushing the breach and is gonna be able to take it, almost as if she knew exactly where Nova was.
CUW putting themselves into match point yet again. Sitting pretty nicely going into their attacking round that they have been quite successful looking back at it, being able to split the half at 3-3, which is still looking good. However, CUW still doing a nice job on their attacking side, possibly able to give Scarlet a real run for their money this time around on their last attacking round. Not sure exactly what we're going to be seeing, because we're not going to be seeing strats for sure. Probably more frag fest type activities, but still something very entertaining.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and we'll even see Mary popping off on the Bandit. I don't know how often we see, I don't know how many times Bandit was played, but honestly, I don't like the GSG9's pistol. Like, you know those sights? They're just so big and bulky, you know what I mean? It's just so gross. I can't see anything out of them. I can't tell you how many gunfights I've lost. Now, this is me making excuses, obviously, because I can't see off of those sights. They're so big, you know what I mean?
That's it. That's the one you lost.
Yeah, that's totally why
Yeah.
I would lose with Bandit. It has nothing to do with me whiffing my shots or
Surely.
my awful positioning. No, it's definitely the sights for
Checks out.
sure. Yeah, I think
Makes
it
sense
does.
to me.
Yeah, I think it's good enough of an excuse as any. We'll see Giaferro over by Fountainside, going to be holding for that little bit of lurk, although we will have Nova on that Cav. We've seen a lot of Cav plays here. Maybe we'll see another Taro. It's been a bit of a minute. Looks like we'll have CUW pushing out from Bathroom, maybe going for that fast push. Augie, infamous on that Capital, going there
Nova
once
lying
again.
in wait. Oh, Mary to be able to grab one through the floor on a headshot for Sonar. Step Bro's going to be going around through dining side, possibly into kitchen for dining. But Nova lying in wait. Free Hugs taking a lot of damage on the offside. Step Bro going down, being finished by Nova. Put into a 3v5. Nova getting out of dodge, running through dining, through kitchen, and trying to get into, possibly through Plaza, I believe. Go around for Infirmary, where they see the Zofia. K9 peeks in, is down in Infirmary, picked up, and then Nova being tagged, and finally down all the way through hallway into the main dining room.
But not before the damage is all done, as Jawbreaker is now stuck in first floor with a 1v4, and we got somebody still slowly creeping up. That's going to be I Give Free Hugs, but he might be making too much noise. That might give away the positioning. Jawbreaker's going to spot him, but not be able to take those shots. With the HP I Give Free Hugs is at, it's a little bit scary. If I were me, I would just hold that corner with a knife and just hope for the best. But it looks like Jawbreaker is going to be rotating around through first floor. See if she can maybe make something happen. Or she's going to make a request for the clutch here, asking the team to give them that clutch, to which Scarlet naturally goes, no. So it looks like we're going to have a bit of a slow move back up as she grabs the diffuser, and now it is time to get onto site.
With just a minute remaining on this 1v4, not exactly much you can really do about this. However, Jawbreaker doing anything they can actually manage to make happen. Got pistol in hand. The very nice pistol. Oh, a lot of damage going out by Giaferro. All the way down by Small Tower with the Deagle. Cuba barrier being broken and doing quick peeks. Getting a little bit of damage onto Giaferro, but no, the Deagle's going to be the one taking the victory for Scarlet, getting this to overtime match point.
All you needed was a little bit of damage. Any kind of shot would have worked there. Even a foot shot with how low Giaferro brought it down earlier. Ain't gonna be able to take it. We are now at overtime match point. Double overtime, if you will. Man, taking it to the very, very end. That's what you love to see. That's what we're talking about. But it doesn't look like either team's going to be pulling out any soft spots, as we have K9 on the Ella. We got the Goyle, the Warden. And then we have with Scarlet, the Lion, and the Brava trying to make use of that counter utility and that intel to try to run in and shut it down as fast as they can. But is that going to happen? We'll have to find out as we move on to the briefing room site and the other room, I guess.
Well, still sitting at overtime match point 7-7. Then a very even game. Sonar getting a little bit testy with his team, or the other way around, as they want him to maybe not barricade that door, but he seems pretty dedicated on making it happen. The rest of CUW just having a nice, free, fun time to have a just a general fun time. Again, the charity event is no better situation than to have fun with your team on maps that you don't normally get to play, and you don't normally get to have the type of game.
Oh yeah, but after this, I'm sure they're going to be plenty familiar, which I'm sure will come in handy never. But I mean, hey, now you know the map. You can really clutch out those casual rounds, get some more renown for something. The Lion scan already coming out early on. Is Scarlet gonna make an early push? Maybe, as they're already in bathroom. No one's gonna be holding that corridor this time around, so maybe not gonna see any super massive early picks like that, but they're still gonna have to push upstairs, and that's gonna be a choke point for them. But with 2 Lion scans remaining, I don't think it's going to matter. The creep down the stairs from the Ella, but Giraffaro is going to be ready for it, able to take down K9, trying to call a Lion scan to keep that momentum. I don't think he spots a BP. That's going to call out that he is here and ready to go, alongside with Grutus. That 3-speed is going to be able to blaze around, and as she does, isn't able to pick up the fight against Augie, who wins that out. By the way, that is a sign, in my opinion, that the Muzak is better. I mean, if she had the Muzak, she would have won that. I love the Muzak.
I mean, it's a good pistol. Nova being knocked down by Augie on a long angle by the P10, grabbing another, and then slowly, finally falling away to Mary Poppin with the PMM. A very high damage pistol, but low capacity. Another kill coming out by Give Free Hugs, putting this into a 2v2 against Stepbro and Jawbreaker, as Free Hugs and Mary Poppin are just hanging around. Just a half the round remaining, just under now a minute and a half, and Free Hug sees Stepbro, and I believe that the implication was mutual. They both know that they're there, but they're not really peeking out to get anything going on. C4 being ripped, but not being successful.
Not gonna be able to take anyone, but still get him out the diffuser. They're gonna finally peek out Mary Poppin off and Stepbro, but it looks like Stepbro is gonna win that out, taking him out, finishing up the kill, and now it is all up to I Get Free Hugs, who's still holding my bunks. Gonna get up, I get caught by Stepbro, swinging by the door, and that's gonna be the game for CUW Esports as they finally are able to close it out. Who would have known that we would have brought it to double overtime? The so many back and forths there. I mean, it was absolutely chaotic.
I mean, it was definitely a good match to see, with the pistols being the forefront of the match, and just overall having a good time with like your group of friends, being able to just play well as a team with pistols and play aggressively on a map that you don't normally get to play on. I feel like that's a great time in itself. So great job for both of those teams and for CUW to be able to close that out for their victory. And honestly, it was a good one.
Yeah, I like that. That was yeah, lot of mix-ups there, a lot of running in, a lot of TDM mayhem there, and a few Anteros too, which you always love to see, but I fear that it's going to be the last I see of that for a while after this charity is done. But,
Fair
you know,
enough.
it's good to see those little pocket plays come back every once in a while, the things that, you know, are more iconic for lower elo, but not so much in the competitive sphere. So, always good to bring it back.
It's a great time for sure. However, we are still going to have an even better time sooner or later. We're going to be coming back to you guys with an interview, but for now, we're going to be going to a quick break, so we will catch you guys soon. Okay. Alright. This is fine.
I'm gonna just be whiffing like snail, bro.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I keep like not blinking and like my eyes are starting to like go all foggy and gross on me. Good oh.
Oh my god. This is like snail behind a shield. I'm just terrible. This is why you warm up before you play games, kids. Oh my god.
Okay. Alright. This is fine.
I'm gonna just be whiffing like snail, bro.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I keep like not blinking and like my eyes are starting to like go all foggy and gross on me. Good oh.
Oh my god. This is like snail behind a shield. I'm just terrible. This is why you warm up.
Hello and welcome back to the Midwest R6 charity event. My name is Platypus, I'm here with Piercing, and we also got two of our guys from our last match. We're sitting with Jawbreak and Sonar. How's it going, you guys?
Going great, man. It's going awesome.
Glad to hear it. So what were you guys thinking going into this match? Going into Fortress of all places, definitely the more have fun type of vibe going into it. And then what do you think with all you guys unanimously deciding it's going to be a pistol game? How do you guys feel about it going in?
Well, it was, options were limited, so we were like, how can we switch it up? So, yeah,
Fair enough.
decided pistols only would be kind of fun. And then, for the map, we decided to just, roll the wheel, see where it leads us. And of course, I picked Fortress, a map I've never played before, so it's kind of going in blind. Zero
I
strats
mean,
whatsoever. But
Fair enough, just having a good time, seeing what happens, and I mean, it
Sure.
worked well for you guys. So good on ya, good playing, and honestly, I don't even know what great questions to really throw into this because it's Fortress is such an interesting map that doesn't really work in terms of trying to play it competitively. There's no real way to set up in a proper way to the fact that it's not even in ranked. So like what do you really do for it?
We were just kind of messing around, to be honest. Like sometimes we'd bunker down, or sometimes we'd just go off site a little bit. So it was really just about how we really wanted to play it.
I mean, fair enough. You guys definitely did a good job and a pretty close match, all things considered. So, best. I feel like it was a good job on your guys' part, as well as your opposing side, to keep you guys in check as much as possible. You guys seem to tear away just a bit at the end.
yeah, we didn't really know what to expect coming into it. We knew it was for a great cause, charity. So we all made the time for a day, and
Fraud.
decided it was good reason to play with MidwestR6. So
Well, we definitely appreciate you guys taking the time to come help, as this is for Feeding America. And again, if you guys do want to end up donating, anyone watching, we do have a QR code that we will flash in a few moments to be able to donate whenever you feel the need and however much you may want. So every little bit is appreciated. And again, thank you so much, you guys, for coming in and playing here as well as the interview. And do you guys have any thoughts before we hop on or out of here?
Good luck to the next teams, and hopefully the stream goes well.
Alrighty,
Thank you.
appreciate you guys. Piercing, you have anything to add?
Only just one small question because I saw this a few times. So I don't really play Fortress a whole lot, as any other normal Siege player wouldn't, right? But I did see both you guys and the other team kind of rush up to the roof to go into tower, where the attacking side would just kind of sneak in and plant. So what was kind of the idea behind that, or was that just kind of for the memes? What was kind of the idea there? I genuinely don't know that map.
kind of put all our faith into our wonderful IGL sonar. So we
Oh.
we believed he
No,
we read them,
no.
and it was a great strat.
Yeah, sure.
Definitely not for me.
So it's pretty much
That's-
just a spur of the moment shot call. Gotcha.
Oh yeah.
I mean, some of the best calls are, to be fair. So I'm here for it. Alright, thanks
So
again
am
for
I.
you guys for stopping in, and we appreciate it. And I hope you guys have an amazing day. And we will talk to you guys later. I'm sure we'll see you around here and there moving forward, as well as around in more Midwest R6 events or even League in general. And we'll catch you guys later. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you.
We have match number 3 coming up sooner or later. and I'm not quite sure who exactly is playing in that one quite yet. However, all that and more soon enough. You have any more thoughts before we send our lovely audience to a break?
No, but actually, yes. So, our upcoming, don't you laugh. I am a professional.
I will laugh as much as I please. Thank you.
Meanie. Well, anywho, I was gonna say coming up next, what we actually have is game 3. That's gonna be Rockford Regents versus Marquette, and that will be on Chalet, but not before a quick intermission. And then once
Gotcha.
that's through, we'll be right back and ready to go. So stay tuned.
Also, I do have something. I do have something to add. For our QR code fans, we do have our donation QR code, which would be lovely to throw up, as well as a QR code that is one of my personal favorites. We have the piercing shower curtains for $18. Piercing shower curtains for the QR code. Go buy one, buy them all. Get them all right now. Sent to your door. $18 for a shower curtain, which is so just amazing, as well as the donation QR code that we do have. If we could throw that up as well. But don't forget the QR codes for the $18 shower curtains. Thank you, everyone.
I hate you all. I can't believe you. But I'm going to try to move on from that as much as I can, because I cannot believe that I just saw that.
And thank you, JD,
that.
for cooking that up in the meantime. Big fan.
Good golly. But we do still have the Feeding America QR code. If you're looking to donate, the QR code is up for that. Oh my gosh. You guys
Beautiful
are ridiculous.
And otherwise, we will see you guys again back from a break for match 3. Stay tuned. Much love. We'll catch you soon. Okay. Alright. This is fine.
I'm gonna just be whiffing like snail, bro.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. keep like not blinking, and like my eyes are starting to like go all foggy and gross on me. Good oh.
Oh my god. This is like snail behind a shield. I'm just terrible. This is why you warm up before you play games, kids. Oh my god.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. My name is Piercing DN, and we are back with our third game, Rockford Regents versus Marquette on Chalet, and I am joined here now with Lucas. Lucas, how you doing today?
I'm doing all right. Woke up about 10 minutes ago, so feeling pretty good.
Wow, that must be nice. I've been here since like 11 o'clock, so shoot, I haven't had that pleasure. But also, too, I had bad sleep, so I had a bad nightmare, so I wasn't going to get good sleep regardless. I don't know what that was about. But with that being said, for our lineups, starting with Rockford Regents, we have President Sus, Thunder Value, Slayin, LaCroix, and Slime. And then for Marquette, we have Ace, AC3, Frud, Hattie, Leaf, and Toucan. And now we're going to be getting right into the match. We're falling a little bit behind on schedule, so we're going to get right into this next match with Rockford starting off with the bands, and they're going to be introducing the DeKalb band. No Intel Rush for us, ladies and gentlemen, at least not with DeKalb. Now Marquette going to be coming up with the next band. Lucas, who do you think they're going to ban?
I'm not sure. I'm played a lot of ranked. I think Jackal would be a good one, but oh, a Caliban. Okay, I can understand that on Chalet. If you can get up to helipad or even the long angle down to main garage or snowmobile garage, even Callie can just be very, very beneficial with her sniper rifle there.
Oh yeah,
So
for sure. But honestly, good golly, I don't even remember the last time I've seen Callie in play. She's so weak. I mean,
well,
it's been a minute. It really has.
I mean, I play Callie a lot, especially on like coastline for ruins, but I'm also like a low gold player, so that would make a lot of sense.
No, I definitely get that. But I mean, honestly, it just comes down to the fact that with the I've been kind of noticing right now is a lot of ops that are oriented around intel and kind of holding those longer angles are kind of weak right now because of how frag heavy the current meta is. So, I mean, that probably would explain to an extent where Callie's absence has been. But yeah, I mean, to see the Callie band definitely was not ready for that. And we even have Thunder Valve suggesting a knife fight, but doesn't look like that's going to be quite happening as Rockford Regents is going to be moving and starting off with that second floor master bedroom. Something a little more familiar to me. At least I know the callouts here, unlike in Fortress. That was That was definitely something. But we will see slaying on the Cav as well. A lot of Cav players, a lot of pent-up frustration, I feel, that people can't get to play their Cav and competitive, and now that's just getting let all out. I mean, we've been seeing it all day in these charity matches so far, and I don't think that's going to be stopping anytime soon here. We will have AC3 on the Amaru, though, as well as Hattie on the glass, so interested to see what is going to come out of that. Oh, looks like we're going to already see as AC3 has already ran in and now trying to pop the shot. He's going to catch one, but gets followed up by Thunder Valve, but going to take a lot of damage in the process. And then we'll see Silly take lead 45 as well. A fast rush, but is not going to be fully capitalized.
For some of those players, I've noticed that their number one priority is get into the building and just start trying to frag. If you can get into the building fast, a lot of teams can't cope unless they have really good communication and are already watching those angles. So
Yeah.
getting into the building really fast, I think that was I think that was a good play. It's unfortunate that it only worked out with one kill, but
Woo! Look at that shot. Lee Crow to be able to take Fruit, but is he going to be able to get more picks than that? I don't know. Hattie, though, is going to get down by the Cav. There, she's finally came up, looking to possibly take another, but is going to get caught by Toucan over by the mezzanine, about to swing out into Library. Capcan. What was that? Oh, but Lee Crow with the pre-fire going to be able to take Toucan as well, and that's going to be Rockford Regents ending out that round in a rapid fashion. Now, I did hear that Lacrone wants to get roasted here, but I'm not seeing a lot to work with here. I mean, hey, he's got to play his butt off because he said that if he went negative, he was going to donate. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of rooting for his downfall here, not to be a hater or anything, but I mean, he's playing it well so far based off this first round.
his Moss crashed. We can get him on cheating, and that's how we'll get him to donate, right?
Yeah, if you don't submit your Moss, you gotta donate $50. That's what we're gonna do. So yeah, LaCroix, get wrecked, nerd. You're gonna donate 50. Yeah. Oh, you better keep your Moss up. Always keep your Moss up, ladies and gentlemen, before your match. Always do your Moss checks. Even for a charity, no exception. You better get your Moss or you're gonna get fined. And the fine is donating to a great cause, feeding America. And it looks like we'll still have Slayin on the Cav once again as they now move on to basement. I like that we're not going for first floor, as that's often more common going forward just because of the way that Chalet is. So looks like we're going to be playing that lower ranked classics of the second floor basement crutch. Love that. And we'll see a pretty standard composition from Marquette with Hattie on the Capital. I can't say this enough, but I love Capital. He is so underrated. And are you keeping their composition pretty basic with the Crow already taking an early pick from that double game spawn peak? Very well done. Now they're looking to get that wall open. All right. With that wall now open, they're going to be looking to rotate over, try to get that fireplace. Looks like they're playing it. Marquette is playing this pretty standard so far, but despite that, they weren't able to take that first round. Maybe they could take this round at least, as they are kind of playing this. Looks like maybe a little semi-seriously, but hey, however you want to play, is however it goes. And Hadi trying to walk right in, gets shot by those holds under the table, trying to wrap around Pillow to see if he can take another. Will be able to connect onto President Sus, cuts off the blue connector, and now Toucan going for that plant as RU tries to make their way back up from blue. Thunderval gonna be running through that fire, takes one, able to take another. Now it's a 1v4 with Frood shortly after going down by Slayin, but not before the Claymore gonna be able to take one from RU, buff those stats just a little bit. Woo! Almost saw the Nitro onto Cade, a little TK, but that's not gonna happen as we proceed to the next round after a fast take from Marquette.
Now that was an interesting round. It was good to see them all kind of group together and push, but also if you're only pushing one angle, it just makes it so much easier for the defending team to go in, swing, and boom, 2, 3 are dead at this point. So
Yeah, that was really fast. And it looks like they are suggesting that they go for pistols the whole game. And it looks like we might see that commitment, as right now, Rockford, everyone is switching over to their pistols, but I don't know if Marquette is going to be wanting to do that. We'll have to see once they spawn in. We did see a lot the pistols out the whole game last time, so maybe they're going to stick with that. Even with AC3 suggesting possibly just shotguns next round. Maybe we'll see a little bit of strat rouletting here. I'm going to be honest, I thought we would see that or have seen that a bit already, but it looks like that has not really been the case. But I think some suggestions are coming out to possibly do that. So who knows? We might see some wackadoodle plays in just a second. And now with the spawns coming in from Marquette as we start, it does look like some of them are committing to, actually all of them are committing it to it. Watch out, everyone. We are back onto the pistols only again. And as everyone has agreed to it, and now trying to push out for basement fruit, almost getting a nice tap, but it's gotta be silly. Instead, that sisterhood rivalry coming in as Sly will be able to take 2 here, and now more shots coming out from Fireplace out in the open. Thunder Valve holding that tight angle to catch 1, hoping to possibly connect to the other, but on the other side of the double, that could be a problem as Hattie clears this out. Is able to get 1 shot. All she needs to get is 1 more hit, and that's going to be her out. Hattie will be able to take that, getting Thunder Valve out, and now is down to a 2v2, but Slayin is still up with the Cav.
I find it kind of interesting that Nomad's using, pistols only. You decide to go Nomad for the 44 mag. I mean, it's got a scope and everything, but the recoil on it, especially with the scope, is just so much. You can't, rapid fire that. So
Oh, yeah.
it seems to have worked out so far, but it's just kind of interesting to see.
Yeah, Ubi has slandered her pistol to no end. Absolutely. And now we see Slayin trying to creep around to possibly take one, but AC3 is going to be running right over to where she is, which could be possibly disastrous. Hops in and gets caught off guard, and Lucy going to slow him down, but he ain't stopping. He's still trucking on in. Has that sight, but not diffuser. Hattie's going to run straight into the shield, get picked off by President Sus over by the balcony. Now it is up to a 1v2 as AC3 makes his way through basement, presumably to grab the fuser, which is over by Snowmobile. But President Sus is going to be slowly making his way down blue, and so is Slayin to get that pinch going. But AC3 will be able to get Slayin despite that, trying to run on in, and now has that free reign to grab the fuser and possibly try to go for a plant. But with President Sus over by blue, he's going to be taking a gunfight if he goes that way, which it looks like he will. And with AC3 being low, President Sus can play this pretty aggressively for taps, and he will taking that fight against AC3 to win that round out.
Having the high ground there, especially when someone's coming up the stairs, you can tell that's, especially with having more health, he just had all the advantages in the world. I really didn't think it was going to work out for Sledge in any capacity. Especially, obviously Sledge didn't really know that, Warden was going to be up there, but there was just, it was just a really bad, a really good placement for Warden, really bad placement for Sledge. I didn't see any way he was going to win that.
No, there's really not a lot you can do there. Just an unfortunate situation all around. But regardless, everyone's kind of just chilling. I mean, there's really, not a whole lot to make out of this. I mean, come on, it's pistols only. Everyone's going to get a little bit stupid no matter how you spin it or how you put it. And with that, we will be moving back up over to second floor as Rockford has won all their rounds so far, but Marquette, with their rush setup, could quickly change this around. I mean, look, we got Leaf 45 with the Ying, we have Frood with Grid, and then we got Hattie with the Grim, which I would like to take a second to say that Grim is such a bad operator. Don't play him in my ranked games, please. I'm begging you. Oh, wait, I don't play ranked.
If you look at the patch notes, though, they are season roadmap. They are planning on releasing actually 2. Well, it's 1 Grim buff, but they split it into 2 parts. One is coming out this coming season. Then the next one will come out year 8, season 4, is what they're planning to do because they just know he's a very bad op.
And he could have been so good, but they just didn't make the basic changes that were needed. Like his buggy's not lasting very long. I kind of posted about it on Twitter, the changes I thought were needed. But I mean, he doesn't really need the behavior change. They just need to last longer and do more. That's really all it really comes down to, and be easier to deploy. He's just too vulnerable. But
Yeah.
regardless, we're gonna see Slaying starting to creep up Fireplace. Are we gonna see an interrogation? Possibly, though Thundervalve does take some damage. Doesn't look like we're going to be sticking to the pistol rounds as everyone is using their primaries. But now with the double being open, Slaying's kind of exposed here if he wants to try to go for something in this situation. The charge trying to get the wall off, but is not going to go through. And it looks like Slaying's going to be committing, or maybe not, as she falls back down to main stairs. And with that, Marquette's going to start to get that control over to library side. Wall's going to get open. Second wall gets open. I'm telling you, everything's going to hit the fan. But AC3 does spot Slaying creeping up blue. They know she is there. If they can cut her off, then it's go time. And all bets are off. Though, keep in mind, LaCroix does have Warden, which could be a problem. And despite that, Slaying will still be able to take lead 45. And that's going to be their Yin gone. That is all the flash potential pretty much out as they have no more flashes. Though Slaying is not done yet, trying to take another, but gets cut off by Hattie, who drops down to Fireplace. Now going to be making his way up. They do have that library side control, but RU is pushing up to contest this quite heavily. The peeks onto the door coming in. Frood going to take some heavy damage, but still up. That F90 is a headshot machine. If you can make those headshots work, Thundervalve going to be able to take AC3. And the charge gonna go off, and that's gonna get exposed. LaCroix, come on, man. You're supposed to be the gunner here, but you're running right into Fruit's crossfire. What you doing, man? What's going on over there? Silly gonna be stuck in a crossfire. Gonna be able to contest that from the K9 and take Fruit out now 2v3. All right, we'll see Sly gonna be able to take Toucan and Thundervalve as well as they retake before there's even a chance to walk into sight. Gonna be able to win out that round as well. Defense looking very good here as at the moment, Rockford is currently has all of the rounds. Those bees doing the job like they say. What the bees doing, right? I didn't know we were watching a bee movie over here, but with how Grim's throwing them around, that's all I'm seeing is the buzz is all around. And now we're going to be moving on to Basement, Wine Cellar, and Snowmobile.
I just want to note that in 5 seconds we had 7 B-related messages in the chat. I just want to let you know that that's I find that glorious.
That is great indeed. Can we get some B movie memes in the chat? That would be outstanding. We love the B movie, even though in actuality it's not really that good.
Oh,
but...
and by B movie memes, we do not mean paste the entirety of the B movie script in the chat. That will clog up chat.
Please don't do that. Imagine though. Oh gosh.
Almost as bad as the shower curtains incident.
Oh my gosh. No. I'm gonna make that like a muted word. Like you just say that you get instantly muted on my stream. The slander. It's too much. Alright. We're gonna see lead 45 on the Amaru. Looks like gonna try to Maru in from somewhere, try to get a little bit of a rush going here. Maybe come in from Solarium. Already priming to get that wall open. But Slaying is on the bandit trick, and there it comes. Gonna be able to deny that as that electricity damage continues to stack, but another Thatcher charge coming in, and it looks like Marquette is going to rotate off of that and just instead decide not to keep that breach open. Although they do have one more breach charge, so they're not exactly out of it yet, but Lee 45 is just looking for the entry, and Hattie has a shotgun as well. I would like to mention that. And there comes Lee 45 looking to push in West Main with that shotty. Hattie having one as well. But right now they cannot catch one at the moment. AC3 trying to take some shots, gonna be able to catch Thundervalve from the table as they try to work their way into Pillar. We will see LaCroix be able to take Hattie. Now going to be pushing down to blue as they lock it up. But Frood going to be able to catch Slan and try to get an entry in. But Sly will take Frood. The refrag comes in. Exchange of fights. And LaCroix is the only one up as Marquette now has that pillar control. Come on, LaCroix. You got to be good for something here. Takes that first pick. Now just has to pick this last one off. You know where he is. You can't sell this. Going to take a little bit of damage here. Throw out the nitro. LaCroix, are you nervous, man? What's going on, buddy? And here comes Ook slowly creeping up. You're going to take this shot. Nope. Doesn't get it. AC3 going to be able to take the first round for Marquette as she creeps up to finish the job.
That I think was a really good play. Even without getting the garage door open, they were still able to push pretty consistently, pretty quickly, get in and take those fights, and ultimately came out the victor. There was a lot of firefights. There were a lot of trades that were happening, but ultimately, Marquette were just slightly better team in that instance.
Yep, sometimes it's just about how you slice up those deadly funnels, and Marquette was able to do that in just the right way. But despite that, looks like Rockford Regents is going to still go down here regardless to continue trying to take on Basement. And we'll see Slayin still on that Cav. We're going to have LaCroix on Nagoya. Maybe he can clutch up that time as he surely didn't that last time. Hard to say. Couldn't even get that drone. Yikes. Also, I should say that he has given me full permission to roast the life out of him. So that's not me being toxic. I'm just playing the game that he wants me to play, you know? But anywho, we're going to see President Sus struggling with the Azami there. That's what the? I've never even seen that before. But anywho, now Marquette going to be making their way with Toucan on the blitz. Uh-oh. I think that's the first time we've or no, not the first time we've seen Shield. We saw it over in Outback. It looks like they're going to be going for a rush. The Ash charge coming in. A Fink charges alongside the Lion. A fast move in down blue stairs, but there's one stuck in a corner. That's going to be a zombie having to deal with that shield, but AC3 is going to be able to pick up President Sus. The sense coming in, and Toucan running in straight in, but the nitro charge going off. Going to be able to catch AC3, but Sly will get eliminated in the process. Toucan still up, pushing the connector. Gonna be able to tap LaCroix. Come on, man. You gotta win those fights. The knife to finish off goes down, but Frood will shut him down in the process. And now it's all up to Slayin, who is offside, wondering what on earth just happened. Gonna be making her way down main quickly, try to take one, but there's one tucked in the corner, but it seems like she knows. So she can take this fight. That'll put her in a better spot. Gets the down, doesn't finish off, takes another, and now it is a 1v1 situation. Gonna have to just take one close, but the Finkarez goes through. Oh no! And that's gonna be Frood still up in that corner. This is why Fink is so strong, everyone, if used correctly. That just put it into a 2v1, with Frood coming back would be able to take that pick as it immediately put Sly in a pinch. Was that the sausage? I think that was the sausage shot.
I think it might have been.
I didn't even realize she had a sausage shotty. Love that. Even though that gun is absolutely awful.
I mean,
Good times.
Yeah, I have a friend that likes playing shotguns. He regularly chooses Ying with the 6SD.
That is disgusting.
He's actually good with it though, is the thing.
That's crazy. That just comes down to good positioning, honestly, because holy, I don't know how a shotgun can be that terrible.
You could hit someone from 2 meters away and they'd maybe lose half their health if you're lucky.
Yeah, that gun is really like, you know, it kind of reminds me of like one of those potato guns, you know, like at baseball games and whatnot. That's what I think of when I think of Ying / Legion's shoddy. It kind of reminds me of like a potato gun almost because of how useless it is.
Yeah, I would 100% agree with you there.
Yeah, very unfortunate weapon. But we will see Toucan on the Frost. Going to be putting down some Rat Frost mats. Maybe she can catch someone down the hall, and she does. It's going to be an easy pick as it's going to be hard to rest from them. Leaf 45, trying to go for a spawn peek there, but it's going to fall back. Slan just going in head first over to Solarium, who's going to immediately get all of that second floor control. But here's the thing. There's no one up there. So, I mean, that's pretty much free and uncontested. President Sus already going to be getting that wall open, and we have a double shield over by Garage. That's going to be held by AC3 and by Fruit. A triple shield along with the zombies. How much cover do you need? Goodness. But here comes Amaru slowly walking down main. Going to be able to catch AC3 and Fruit, breaking all of those lines of sight, just shutting it down. There's one over by Connector. It's going to be Leaf 45. Going to be able to catch Hattie on that flick. Pushing up with the SMG-11 to try to take another, but it's going to get shut down by Leaf 45. But it doesn't matter. All of those angles, those shields, the caught off Garage just falling apart and now basically gone as Toucan and Leaf 45 have to fight for their lives. Toucan gonna be able to take President Sus, but still they will get Leaf 45 and a refrag from LaCroix with the headshot machine F90 as they win this out in such a fast manner.
I think it's also important to note that while there were only 3 shields in the basement, they actually played 4 operators with shields. 4 operators that had their deployable shields out. So I've heard a lot of times before, secondary gadgets deployable shield is generally the best one. But it's just interesting because there's not many operators that have a shield. So to have 4 on one team and playing 3 in the basement, I feel like they were trying to come up with a strat that they just haven't faced before, you know? Just something that it's something new, because that's how I learned you win in higher ranks, because flats are predictable, diamonds are predictable, bronzes are not. If you can find something that just goes completely against the run of play, what they're used to, generally it will work out for you.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine how much of a nightmare that could have been for RU there, for RU if they had swung that breach aggressively and were met with all of that. Man, that could have been bad. But here we go. We have the Boss G out with the 1.5 holding for that spawn peak, but there's no one going to be there. We even have the Malusi onto the Valk and already getting flashed from the outside. They are committed to holding this outside. Oh, but there's one on Repel watching from Lucy on the K9, but she is going to be baiting for her to swing out for Fruit to take this pick, but it looks like he fell back. So Malusi is basically just stuck there. Leaf 45 holding on for dear life as Fruit rotates over to the library side. The Amaru rush comes in, but AC3 with that super short, you're going to be able to shut that down. The Lions gang coming in, but it is a little bit too late. Leaf 45 trying to take President Sus here as well, but not going to work out as Leaf 45 does manage to get back in, and Fruit with the Buzz G is going to be able to take that. But here comes Thundervalve from Mezzanine, going to run up and shotgun him down, and another one on Toucan trying to swing blue so aggressively. And now with that, it is a 3v3. It's not looking too great.
Right now, you can see they're doing shotguns only. Doc with the bang. Ooh, that was a nice kill by AC3. But they got the Ying shotgun that I was talking about that's so bad and actually almost managed to trade. They both knocked each other.
Nice swing from AC3, but here comes another one with the shotgun pistol. Gonna do minimal damage, and now the push-up. LaCroix trying to catch him, but just can't win it. Come on, LaCroix. I thought you were gonna go positive and be the clutch king. I'm not seeing it, buddy. Where is it? You're getting stomped by the Frost Super Shorty. Come on. Although, granted, I love Frost Shoddy. Primary, it is really good. Honestly, like, it is kind of like the SWAT shotgun, but just better in every way, in my opinion. So, good pick from Toucan, taking those gunfights. And now it's going to help to put Marquette back on the board and even those rounds up as they move into Bar and Gaming Room.
Bar and Gaming Room. That's an interesting site to me. I don't usually see it played. Dining, at least in my experience, dining and kitchen is very much the favored downstairs site or first floor site on Chalet. So I feel that also has part to do with the amount of destructibility above, at least above billiards, because you can easily flush people out there. Whereas kitchen, while there's destructibility above, there's a lot more places to hold and a lot more places to kind of come around and get those people that are playing from above. It'll be interesting to see if this works out for them, though.
Yeah, I can definitely see that being the case for sure. And it doesn't look like we're gonna be doing those shotties really anymore. Though Hattie still has that shotty, and AC3 trying to go for that tap with the pistol, not gonna be able to get it. Takes very minimal damage, almost gets headshot twice there, and then falls back. Sly looking to push up into West Main, which there's no one there at the moment, so that could be a free push. Right now, Thunder Valve looking to try to get that above control, but Slayin will be able to take Ace already, who is by Piano side, gonna give them that Solarium side control. President Sus gonna push up from the double, take Leaf 45, and right now, RU's looking pretty good as they try to get there to that deployable shield, spamming all that utility, and Smoke tries to go for that peek, but President Sus is gonna wrap around a corner, take that, but guess what? There's still another one blue. That's gonna be Fruit, taking one, but gets refragged on the rotate down. And with that rapid top-down control, it's now up to Toucan with the ITA holding that corner prone with the shot. He's going to be able to take one. That's going to be Diffuser, but one is wrapped around to Connector. Going to down Toucan and finish him up, President Sus. That will be a fast round for RU for Rockford Regents.
I mean, laying down prone with Iron Sight ITA 12S, who would have thought that that would have been something that would have been played? I mean, in that situation, 1v4, you've got to try and push people by themselves, and going through a doorway, I mean, laying prone with a shotgun, not the worst idea, but generally they're all going to be pushing together, so you've got to flank around multiple times and try to pick off the back man, generally in those instances. Whereas laying down with the shotgun there, while it could pick off one, maybe two, if they're all pushing together, it wasn't gonna work out well.
Yeah, not much for countering refrags.
I completely agree.
No.
I also can't get over the iron sights. Like,
yeah, that's definitely a sight for sore eyes for sure. But one thing I do want to point out though is we have got quadruple shields on the board right now, with Rockford rocking the Monty, Fuse, the Blitz. Looks like Slayton's gonna switch off to Zofia though. And then over on Marquette, we got Leaf 45 on the Clash. I don't know if these teams are just reading each other's brainwaves or something, but or maybe they discussed it in chat, but now they've got two shields with LaCroix on the Fuse, and Leaf 45 on the Clash of Thunder Valve is going to switch off from the Blitz. Gonna have to see what is going to happen there, as it looks like Rockford is going to be pushing out from garage side, using that hard breach to just walk right in, and that is going to be Slayin pushing from there. Thunder Valve already into West Main, going to be going for that mini garage side push. And right now, it's looking a little slow, but I'm telling you, things are going to get crazy really fast. Because keep in mind, there's only one impact to deal with Fuse's shield, so that's going to be a presence no matter what. The Capital Bolt going to cut off that swing, and now getting those walls open where they spot AC3 proning, and Leaf 45 is proning as well. Are they all proning? They're running strat roulette. Toucan gonna be able to take Thunder Valve. Yeah, they're all running prone. Look at that. Toucan with the pre-fire. And President Sus gonna take Hattie as well.
I see why the shield ops could have been beneficial now. Because when you're prone, that shield's on your back. You know, you got a lot less place to be hit.
Right, but that doesn't really cover your head, though. So I'm surprised LaCroix stuck with it. Maybe he just didn't get the memo. I could see that. President Sus with the triple going to be able to take Toucan as well as he slowly crawls his way back. What is happening? And Fruit above the hatch prone as well, waiting to pop that hatch. That could be a recipe for disaster. The hatch being dropped, and there it comes, but he can't wrap around in time. The movement speed while prone is just too slow, not able to turn around and make the flicks that he needed, looking too far out towards the door. And that's actually going to be a win for Rockford, now 7-3. After the sus strats, my gosh, everyone going prone. What is happening?
Everyone's going off in the chat because, as you saw in that last kill cam, the knock actually went into crouching position to get that kill.
Ooh,
And so
cheater.
there was a lot of people saying, "Hey, he cheated. You know, it's not what you're supposed to do. You know, that kind of thing."
I guess he's eating. I guess he's eating pumpkin pie for tonight's dinner because he is a cheater, pumpkin eater. You got to stay prone, man. But I mean, regardless, Rockford was still able to win that round with that garage prone. I didn't know what was happening there. I thought maybe we were gonna see a bunch of shield shenanigans, but no. Instead, just prone and walking or crawling around, and they crawled their way into winning that game. Rockford did. So good on them, and good game. That actually ended pretty fast, if I do say so myself. Although it was still a little bit closer. The Outback game, that one flew by really fast, but this was still pretty fast one. But we did see a little bit of strat roulette. I mean, we saw shotguns, pistols, we saw crawling around. So I appreciate that. You know, spice things up a little bit. You know.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. Just seeing, you know, that these are all these kinds of things that they're like, you know, why don't we do this? Why don't we do this? Why don't we do this? You know, and up until that last one where Knock crouched, which I'm going to give Knock a very hard time about that instead of proning, but everyone seemed to follow it, and everyone seemed to be like, yeah, you know what, let's try this. So it was nice to see that both the teams were pretty engaged in all that kind of stuff, but.
Yeah, I mean, it's what you love to see. I definitely appreciated that. But with that being said, before we go into missions, gonna pull up that QR code one more time for those who would be interested in donating. This is for Feeding America. So, like I said before multiple times, along with Platypus, we're very close to hitting our goal. So, anyone who's interested in donating, there is the QR code. Remember, inflation's going up, prices are getting up, a lot of people are food insecure, so all donations will help substantially with helping to relieve that pressure that some families may be facing at the moment. But with that being said, we're going to be moving on to intermission as we get ready for our fourth game, which will be on Yacht. Yet another map that I do not know a single call out for.
I do really quick want to say, even with the charity event, if you can't donate, that's completely fine. Go out, share the link, share the QR code, see if you can get someone else to donate, you know, because every donation is welcome. You don't have to be watching the games. That's just entertainment to, you know, help us donate. But if you've got, you know, Aunt Moneybags or Uncle Billfold, you know, they could spare a few dollars, you know, anything helps.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. And with that, we're going to be moving on to intermission, and we will be right back. Thank you.
Nice. Connector.
He's still stuck there. Nice above you after you kill this guy.
Yep, you got him. All right, Men's fireplace. He's halfway up now. Halfway up, like. No.
Bathroom dead. I'm in bathroom.
I'm gonna keep holding fire.
Capcan dead.
What is this? Okay, this is a little better. I can deal with this, especially when they all sit together like that. See, this is doable. When they don't move fast, when they are just kind of right in your face, and it doesn't take much effort. That's where I prosper. Hello. These guys are just going around. They're just here.
Alright, see, this is made for arm aimers. This is not some shit like the other ones. I'm not shooting flying things in Siege. Like, I don't play Apex Legends.
Having a good time. And it just means I don't have to work nearly as hard to find them. I'm the best there's ever been, and there's no way that anyone is going to be not only better than me at every other ones, but at this one as well. I got this one in the bag. I'm so confident. Look at that.
Alright, see, now I'm not aiming like snail anymore. We're good, we're good.
And we are back. Welcome everyone. I'm here with Tanner, Rudy, and Joey from the game that we just played over from sorry, that's gonna be from Rockford Regents. And yeah, so I mean, what did you think? What did you think about that game there? I mean, I know that was a pretty good match for you guys there.
Yeah, it was definitely pretty fun, pretty interesting. A little different from the ones we usually play. I know there was a couple rounds in there where I think our troop playstyle really came out, but other than that, it was just fun.
Yeah.
It was fun to play. It was going to a great cause.
Definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's really what it's all about. So, with that being said, because I mean, these kind of events are a good bonding opportunity. So, when going into this, were you kind of, running like any strats, or just kind of, running it, or just pretty much running it down and just kind of, playing just kind of bond for a bit? What were you kind of thinking with this match? Because we did see some kind of focused pushes for some of the rounds.
Sure, I'll tell you. This game was sort of the capstone of our season here. So going into it, we really wanted to spend it purposefully and enjoy it. We're losing a couple of our players that are moving on to bigger and better things as time goes forward. So it was really an opportunity to get that last hurrah in with our friends and really lock in for a couple rounds. But at the same time, we wanted it to be fun and not hyper focused because too much focus will lead to too much stress, and we just wanted to be able to keep it light, airy, and purposeful.
Yeah, absolutely. Got that kind of duality purpose. Well, congratulations to them and best of luck to them moving on to greater things. But another thing is, so when you went into this, were you kind of planning on doing like a kind of strat roulette, or did that just kind of come in as like a spur of a moment as the rounds came on? Because it seemed like that kind of came in later on with the shotguns only, pistols only, the proning in the building, which love that. That was great. I haven't seen that one in a hot minute.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Well, I think it was with the good rapport with the other team. We really didn't go into it with a strat roulette mindset. We went into it thinking we wanted to make sure it was a good game. We wanted to give the audience something to enjoy. And then once we played a couple rounds and we got the feel for how they wanted to play, we realized that we just wanted to keep it fun, light, and let the audience enjoy sort of the shenanigans that come along with Siege, aside from the seriousness,
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that worked out really well. I mean, having that kind of change in pace and running those strat roulettes at the end worked out rather well, because especially with how sieges and how there could be a lot of these rounds, sometimes you kind of need to, spice it up, keep things more lively. So absolutely. Lucas, you got anything?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I guess going into the first round, what was kind of like, what was the team morale like? What was kind of the, if everyone had like one thought they were thinking, what would it be?
Have fun. Ultimately, yeah, like we weren't going into it like freaking out or like, oh, we need to win this game. It was just let's go in, put on a show, have fun, and win or lose, let's have some fun.
All right.
Absolutely. And I think that's important.
Yeah. Uh who who was the knock, by the way?
The knock?
That was
The-
me.
the-
That was a total accident standing up on the last round.
I just want you to know I'm going to give you so much crap for that through the rest of the stream. I
They
just
said
want
no
to let you
standing,
know.
He crouched. He crouched. They said no standing.
That's fair. I didn't stand. I
That
fat
was the
fingered it,
rule.
but I understand that. I get it.
You know, I think that's perfectly okay. And, I think there's even a way to remediate that. This is a charity at the end of the day. So maybe we'll do a little life fine, maybe just give a little shout out for Feeding America, a little donate, and we'll call it a day. Okay.
I'll log on right now to the Regis
Oh,
Esports. We'll put it.
Or
that's what's up.
you could also buy the $18 shower curtains.
Oh
Ooh,
my
those
gosh.
those curtains go crazy.
I don't
Go
want to
go
hear
ahead
it.
go ahead and pull up the QR for everyone. Let's
Oh.
these $18 shower curtains, they help support Midwest R6 and our charity event, Feeding America. So definitely go on these shower curtains. They look perfect. Credit to Piercing right here for just everything he hung up. And once again, the QR code for the charity event, make sure to share that far and wide. Make sure, even if someone doesn't want to watch, they can always donate. Put it out for anyone that we can. We are very, very close to our goal. It would be great to hit it.
Those curtains are going to be the death of me. But with that being said, thank you guys for do you have any, before we head off, do you have any final thoughts, Lucas?
I would just say I really enjoyed watching the match, and I look forward to another great match. Congratulations to you guys, and looking forward to the next one.
Thank
Yeah,
you. Regent's reign.
Thanks for
Regent's
the
reign.
opportunity to be something better.
Yeah, you guys got that dub for sure. Thank you guys for stopping by. We appreciate it. And thank you for your time and for playing, giving us a great game. Really do appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Have a good one.
Thanks, guys.
Take care. Thank you.
Yeah, you too. And with that being said, we're going to be moving back into intermission for a brief moment before we get right back in the action. So with that, we'll see you in just a moment. Thank you.
Connector.
He's still stuck there. Nice above you after you kill this guy.
Yep, you got him. All right, Men's fireplace. He's halfway up now. Halfway up, like. No.
Bathroom dead. I'm in bathroom.
I'm gonna keep holding fire.
Captain dead.
What is this? Okay, this is a little better. I can deal with this, especially when they all sit together like that. See, this is doable. When they don't move fast, when they are just kind of right in your face, and it doesn't take much effort. That's where I prosper. Hello. These guys are just going around. They're just here.
Alright, see, this is made for arm aimers. This is not some shit like the other ones. I'm not shooting flying things in Siege. Like, I don't play Apex Legends.
Having a good time. And it just means I don't have to work nearly as hard to find them. I'm the best there's ever been, and there's no way that anyone is going to be not only better than me at every other ones, but at this one as well. I got this one in the bag. I'm so confident. Look at that.
Alright, see, now I'm not aiming like Snow anymore. We're good, we're good.
Nice. Connector.
He's still stuck there. Mine's above you. You kill this guy.
Yep, you got him. All right, Men's fireplace is halfway up now. Halfway up, like. No.
Bathroom dead. I'm in bathroom.
I'm gonna keep holding flank.
Captain dead.
What is this? Okay, this is a little better. I can deal with this, especially when they all sit together like that. See, this is doable. When they don't move fast, when they are just kind of right in your face, and it doesn't take much effort. That's where I prosper. Hello. These guys are just going around. They're just here.
Alright, see, this is made for arm aimers. This is not some shit like the other ones. I'm not shooting flying things in Siege. Like, I don't play Apex Legends.
Having a good time. And it just means I don't have to work nearly as hard to find them. I'm the best there's ever been, and there's no way that anyone is going to be not only better than me at every other ones, but at this one as well. I got this one in the bag. I'm so confident. Look at that.
Alright, see, now I'm not aiming like snow anymore. We're good, we're good.
Hello, everybody, and we are back. Right now, we are currently waiting for our teams to get ready. So, for the meantime, we're going to have a little special segment that I like to call the Piercing Fireside Chats. Yes, sir. So, we'll kind of just cruise along this time for just a little bit. One thing that I do want to point out before we start with the Fireside Chats is that for every follow that MidwestR6 gets, every new follow, JD is going to donate $1. So let's try to break his bank. Yeah. Let's get those follows up. Every dollar will be going to, obviously, Feeding America. So if you want to see JD break his bank, let's get those follows up. We're trying to break 200. Actually, did we break 200 yet? Nope. We're at 184. So if we want to get that up, break that 200 mark, break his bank. All we got to do is $16, but we can do more than that, right? Come on. We could easily get him to chip in 50, use those college funds up, and slam that down the drain. Well, not down the drain. It's going to a very good cause, but still drain his wallet as much as humanly possible. So come on, let's get those follows in, everybody. We can do it. I believe in us. But with that being said, so yeah, we just went through Chalet, Rockford Regents versus Marquette, with Rockford Regents going on top with a score of 7-3. So that was a pretty fast game. We saw some strat roulette, some proning, shotgun, pistol only. A good mix up, along with some pretty decent standard gameplay, standard takes of second floor and basement. Lucas, what did you think of that match and what we saw there?
Like I said, I really did enjoy the match. It was pretty riveting, just seeing kind of everything, how, you know, we thought there was going to be domination on one end, turning into, 3 rounds on the other end, getting close, and then just kind of, all spreading out again through the whole thing. There was definitely some strategy involved. I could tell both teams were communicating pretty well. Uh, Obviously, we couldn't hear the communication, but just by the way they played, I could definitely tell that. Um, and obviously, I have to thank both the teams for coming out, helping support the charity event. So
Yeah, really everybody that was able to make this possible. Staff, viewers like you watching this production. All the teams that are willing to volunteer for this charity event. It's all greatly appreciated, and it's going to a very good purpose. So, I mean, thank you to everybody. But with that being said, let's kind of talk a little bit about what we can expect next for Game 4. I know I kind of talked about that a bit. We're going to be on Yacht. Lindenwood versus Iowa State Junior Varsity. Now, one fun fact about Yacht, and I might be wrong on this because it's such a weird map. I believe Yacht is one of the only maps in the game that has 4 floors to it, or at least that many floors. I don't think there's any other maps that are quite like it. And that map actually is probably one of the oldest DLC maps in the game, coming out during Operation Black Ice, which is when Buck and Frost, one of the first DLC operators, was introduced. So a very old map that has been pretty much untouched ever since. I mean, it's in the casual rotation, and other than that, it pretty much doesn't exist for anyone who's even remotely competitive in any way, shape, or form. So
I do gotta say, thinking about maps, another one that has 4 floors would be Hereford. That's at least now after the rework back a few years ago. Obviously old Siege players will remember the old Hereford, but this new one has 4 floors. So just throwing that out there.
Gotcha. Yeah, I kind of forgot that map existed as well. Holy moly, that map is a map for sure. But with that being said, really quickly, I do want to give a huge thank you to MSI for being a sponsor of this cast. They have a student Discord server with monthly hardware, plush giveaways, and it's just a good opportunity, to kind of socialize and kind of learn about the gaming sphere and kind of the technology out there. So QR code is there if you are interested in joining their Discord as well. And then also, too, for this upcoming fall semester, we have our interest form coming up. So if you are interested in playing for the fall semester, be sure to scan that QR code and we will get you right and registered. Pretty much all Midwest universities are welcome to join up, as we are taking those requests to join already as we close out this current spring semester. So yeah, that's always an option as well for those who are interested. Seen any good Netflix shows by chance, Lucas?
Let's put it this way. I tell my girlfriend this all the time. If you ask me if I've seen a TV show or a movie, a safe answer is just assume no.
I'm
I-
honestly the same way.
I don't watch a lot of movies. I don't watch a lot of shows. Every
Neither do
once in a
I.
while, I'll pull up the occasional football or soccer match, but for the most part,
Yeah, nothing
really.
too crazy. But one thing that I've been watching, this is on Amazon Prime. I kind of talked to Platypus about this. You ever heard of the show Invincible? Now that's a really good watch. It's based off the comics. Really good stuff. And yeah, the season ending went out with a bang. I'll tell you what, that was a gut-wrenching episode, even for me. And I've seen some pretty gruesome or some crazy stuff. It was good. It was pretty good. I mean, but yeah, the only other thing I've recently watched other than that is actually the Super Mario movie, which I don't know why people hate on it so much. It's honestly not that bad. I mean, yeah, there's not much of a story, but what did you expect? The Mario universe doesn't have much lore to it in the first place, so what did you expect? But I mean, honestly, I enjoyed it. I mean, me, my sister, and my dad, we all went together, and it was a good time. I honestly enjoyed it. So yeah, I don't really know what people wanted there. So I mean, I would recommend it. I'd give it a watch if you can. and go in theaters too, because some of the theaters have really stepped up their game with their hospitality. They got like recline chairs, heaters, and all kinds of crazy jazz. The one I went to anyway. It's cool stuff. But yeah, I mean, other than that, I guess we could quickly go over the lineup for the teams that will be playing for this game. We'll start off with Lindenwood, and those players are going to be Lemon Bees, Clipped, Rain, Mitch, I'm sorry, Mitch, and then Off Phoenix. And some of their heavy hitters being Rain with the 1.1 KD. And then for Iowa State Junior Varsity, we're going to have Callahan R, Get Pinged, Hitcho Man, Cardi, and then Red Reaper. So those are going to be our teams that will be playing with or joining us for this next match. Still waiting for players to get in, but yeah. So tell me, Lucas, what do you think about Chalet? Do you have any experiences with those maps or that map? Any particular memories of playing it?
What, Chalet?
Or did I say Chalet? I meant Yacht. That means
Yeah,
they
I
don't
was
look
gonna
anymore.
say.
Yeah.
Yacht. Let's see. It was a while ago. I loaded into Quick Match. Was playing with like 3 friends, I would say. I go in, I don't know what did I spawn? Zodiac, I think is what the spawn is called. I go in, walk up to the door, and I get instantly shot in the head by Vigil Boss G from the 4th floor.
Nice. Love the Vigil Boss G spawn peak. Honestly, that is such a flex. If you can pop someone with a headshot with the Boss G from across the map, like, you can't even get mad at that. Like, you just got humbled, bro. Like, you gotta accept what just happened,
Yeah, but
honestly.
like on Yacht, who goes through the turmoil to learn spawn peaks on Yacht? That has never been a competitive map, that has never been a ranked map, probably never will be unless it gets a huge rework. But this guy's just like, you know what? I'm gonna go to Yacht, I'm gonna learn the spawn peaks, and I'm gonna kill some people in the off chance that we actually get to play the map. And what do you know? It worked.
Yeah. I mean, that just comes down to casual weirdos, man. You'd be surprised with the kind of stuff that they can pull up. It's quite insane. I've seen a lot of things that have blown my mind in casual. It's why I don't really play it all that often. But then again, I don't really play Siege all that much anymore either. I mean, I think I got like 5 to 15 ranked games in total this season. I really haven't been playing much. I've been playing more of Valorant, but that's just kind of what I've been kind of up to. So yeah, it's not much, but I mean it's something.
I mean, looking at my ranked stuff, I've actually been really busy up until these last few weeks. Just a lot of classes with, varsity sport and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I've still managed to play 131 ranked matches this season.
Holy fudge.
That is, don't pretend like that's a lot, because actually it's not. Let's see, which one of my friends has played a lot?
I mean, it is for me, because you gotta keep in mind, I got a job now.
Yeah.
And I play, like, I cannot pump out those kind of hours like I used to, or what I want to. But,
one of the guys I play with has 214. Let's see. Another one of the guys I play with has 208.
That's some big grinders, man.
Oh yeah, and then there's someone in the server that has 415. Completely forgot about him.
Jeez. Come on, you can't say 400 is not a lot. That is
that is a lot. Yes, I would completely agree.
I mean, like,
one pretty mediocre in comparison, but
yeah, that's fair. I mean, because like if you play like what 1-2 ranked games a day, if that, you'll still get that at the end of the season. So that's not super crazy. But then again, considering matches can range from 30 minutes to an hour, it can still be a good amount depending on what kind of lifestyle you live, what kind of person you are at the end of the day.
Yeah, and when you're a person taking 12 classes and playing a varsity sport, you don't get a lot of free time, let's put it that way.
Right. No, I gotcha. So, while I'm at it, let me kind of go over what we got for our finals, which will be coming up as well later tonight. So we're gonna be playing, or let me see, we're gonna be playing LNI Esports, UWW Esports, and then we will have. Actually, I think that's. I'm not sure what the other two teams are, but I know those will be one of the first teams that we will be that will be facing over in the grand finals. So stay tuned for that because this is it. This is the finale, and these teams have fought their way up here, and now it's time to close it out. So we'll see who's going to be on top there, but that's going to be a little bit later tonight. So stay tuned because this we're going to be far from over once we do this charity and get this last game underway. But I think I have one story about when I played Yacht, and that was when I went through like this kind of like pipes maintenance kind of room, and I don't really know what I was doing. I was kind of like on my phone and I wasn't paying attention. So I just kind of walked straight into the site, and I spotted 4 guys looking at or trying to or that like wall that's like breakable, that's like under the boat or whatever that you can like under the yacht you can run into. They were all watching out from there, like doing runouts and stuff. And I just shot them all in the back, and they had no idea what was happening. So that's really the only thing I can remember from there, because I literally just wasn't paying attention. I was just like on my phone, and I look up, and it's just 4 people sitting there watching outside. I'm like, what on earth is going on? And obviously, because I'm just such a great gamer, I took every one of them. So
I was.
that was a quick round.
Oh, I have more. You remind me of a few more stories I have about Yacht. I have one where what was it? So me and 2 other guys were all just, running shotguns. I was playing Pulse because I like the M1014 and also have Black Ice for it. So we were in the basement site, and you know how there are shelves in each of the sites? Like there's just like a rack in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all just started sprinting around. Me and the 2 other guys just started sprinting around and around and around the shelf. Even after it started, about a minute 30 into the round, someone peeks in, and I'm right there, and I just blast him with my shotgun. Not ADS. I don't have a laser on my shotgun because I don't like using laser on. And we just, I stop running to shoot him, and then I just start running again. And we just kept doing that. 3 of them peeked in. It was
the natural order, as all things should be. And then Siege players in their natural habitat.
And then one other story. Yeah.
Yeah.
The one other story I have, we were in kitchen, or like the site was in the main like control room, and I was playing in kitchen, and so we hadn't made a rotate between kitchen and control room because let's be real, nobody plays Yacht, so we don't know what to do. So we see the diffuser's been placed because one of the bombs is in kitchen. Since we're all in kitchen, we're like, if they come in here, we'll get them. Mm-hmm. They planted in the other site. We know it's not in kitchen, so I'm playing Mozzie at this point. So I take out my nitro and chuck it at the wall, and to blow it up to make a rotate, get a kill immediately off that. Someone was apparently behind the wall. What is it? Flick over to the stairs, hit someone else. Look, because you know how there are the doorways on the left and right that lead to outside. Yep. So left doorway, one of my guys was watching, so I flick over to the right doorway, see a drone that's on, shoot that, know someone's gonna be coming, they peek, I shoot them in the head, run, it's a 4v1 at this point, run over, start defusing the bombs, my teammate gets the last kill.
Nice. Yeah, so I mean, sounds like a pretty rudimentary round there. So while we're still kind of waiting here, I kind of want to talk about kind of the state of Siege and kind of where the meta is right now, just because, try to burn that time a little bit. So it seems like at the moment, and the bans kind of reflect that right now, the meta is extremely like fragger heavy right now. Like we're seeing a lot less droning, especially like in ranked, and we're seeing operators that are more based off intel denial, such as like Mute, Vigil, Mozzie, starting to fall off at kind of an accelerated rate, and they're starting to have diminishing presence in competitive. So tell me, Lucas, what do you think of that, and what do you think is kind of like influencing that shift? Do you think it's just like player culture and behaviors, or do you think like there's actually kind of a pattern in how the game's being updated that's causing that?
I've got to say, I think that the way that the game has changed, at least recently, I feel like that's going to be the main catalyst. And the main catalyst, I would say, of the page of changes is the extended barrel buff. Once you get extended barrel, obviously, it was what, plus 15%, they now reduced it to 12, but still, like, the Commando, for instance, still does 52 damage. Zero's SC3000K still does 50. This is all with the extended barrel, by the way. The Para, Captau and Brava's gun still does 52. It's a lot of those just high power, heavy hitting guns that I feel like is like, you can go in, you can swing, take gunfights a little easier with guns like those as opposed
For
to
sure.
having to drone and like play a little more I guess conservatively.
Yeah.
So just being able to take those gunfights, winning them with, like, because let's put it this way, let's take the Commando, 52, what is it, 690 rounds per minute against like the MPX, which is 26, 29 with the extended barrel, 830 rounds per minute. The MPX isn't going to be winning that unless you hit their head.
No.
It's never going to be winning that.
So basically, there's just not a lot of incentive for attackers to kind of play it slow when they can just kind of push in and get in their face, and defenders just don't have as many powerful weapons, especially with the recoil change, to kind of push back. No, I think that makes sense. I can definitely agree with that. Now, let's kind of shift that over to Grim. Now, Grim, ever since he's came out, was an extremely underwhelming operator. I mean, incredibly weak. He has high deploy time. He has his bees have very limited radius, right? And they only last for about what, 20 seconds, if that.
It's
don't.
less than that.
I don't
I
remember the time, but it's
I
not
don't
long.
remember it either, but I feel like it's maybe 10 max.
Yeah. So with all of that being said, it's very clear that Grim is in a bad state. I mean, they even gave him the 1.5, which Ubi seems to think is like end all be all of something. I don't know.
They
But
gave
it's
him the
clearly
2 times actually.
all the
Yes, two times on the Commando, which, as we were stating before, does 52 damage. So
right, which is
but
crazy.
kind of their way to like try and be like, okay, let's give him something. He's still very underpowered.
Yeah. So with that being said, what do you think change-wise could be implemented to kind of better help make Grim more useful, if anything?
So, looking at the patch notes, they're actually planning a 2-part Grim buff.
I did hear about that.
Season 2, they're planning to release the first wave, and then season 4, they're releasing the second wave.
Right.
What that means, I'm not exactly sure what they're planning specifically to do to him, but I feel like, keeping that, like, if say they were kept out for like bring them down to maybe 3 hives, and maybe they're out for like 30 seconds with a slightly higher radius. Like, I feel like that would be perfect, like for instance, Tachanka's, Shumika's, or Captau's Firebolt, that's good for cutting off flanks. Grim's hives, they don't do damage, but they would also be good for cutting off flanks, because then,
Yeah.
defenders get pinged and whatnot.
No, I definitely can see that. I personally think that the problem with Grim just comes down to the fact that it's not punishing enough to run through his utility, and it doesn't have, basically, think of it like if you play Valorant, Harbor's wave that he pushes back, there's just not enough of a threat for people to respect it, right? They run through that wall all the time, right? That's what makes it so weak, because it just slows, and it slows your teammates as well. I think Grim has a similar problem in that nobody respects it, right? Because at the end of the day, it doesn't stop you from gunfighting, it doesn't slow you down or do have any impact on you whatsoever, except for maybe a little bit of visual blurriness, right? So honestly, if I were to make Grim an actual, like, my focus would be personally to make his pests respected, right? Like you have to acknowledge, okay, this is here. How am I going to deal with this? So one thing I would recommend is significantly increase the radius. Like you should be able to easily cover a good portion of the quarter. Honestly, I think it should even expand beyond the radius and kind of have a fill effect, right? If you throw in a corridor, it kind of expands into the room a bit, into that corridor. So that's one thing behavior wise that should change. So that way it's like it's a path you have to navigate. Another thing I think that should happen is that those the you know how the bugs will kind of float around you. I think that should be much more obstructive. Like, I mean, you should have a good amount of your, like maybe up to 25% of your screen just covered in those little buggies, you know, swarming around you, making it really difficult to see. Not impossible. You can still see, but it should basically effectively narrow your vision to where you're missing people, like holding angles, and you just can't really see all that well. So that's another thing I think it should have is that kind of obscuring effect with the visuals. And then another thing is it needs to be deployed faster. That deployment speed is ridiculous, especially as an attacker. Because what's the best way that defenders deal with attackers who are setting up? They swing them out before they even get a chance to set up. And Grim is just way too open to that. It shouldn't be like that. And then the last thing I would honestly recommend as well is that it needs to last longer. I mean, come on, 10 to 15 seconds. Are you kidding me? That's pathetic. I would almost recommend like 30 to 45 seconds. Like that should, and even if you get tagged, it should still last for a pretty long time, like 15 to 25 seconds. Like that thing should basically be like a jackal scan, but if you're in it, even worse. Like if you're actively in it, you should really have to think about, is this something I want to run through? And I have my full fighting capabilities, but is this going to affect my flank and give vital information that can throw around? That should really be what you're worried about. Because like Gridlock, right? Her thing is that you can always just break those. The Nomads, it's the same thing, even worse to an extent, right? But Grim, it should be like, yeah, it goes away after time, but are you going to have the time to react as needed when it goes down? Or are you going to take that risk and have that lower visibility? Do you take that risk, right? That like it should be respected. Grim's ability is just not respected, and that alone makes him awful, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a lot of things where just like, you know, I'm playing Grim. I play Grim occasionally just because, you know, why not? But every time I can count, I can't even count on two hands. I can count even just much more than that. The amount of times I've gotten killed while my launcher's out because it just is so big, and you know, it makes a sound that defenders are like, "Oh yeah, his launcher's out. We can get him now." You know?
That's another thing. I totally forgot about that.
I've also, in the amount of times I played Grim, I've never had a single person walk through the hives. And you know, I'll usually put them on like decent flanks, you know, cutting off flanks, whatever. People just because I would say because of the time, nobody ever walks through the hives. I've never gotten a single ping off of the hive.
No, because the duration's so short, you can just walk through it once it expires. It's like, what's the point? That's what I mean when I say it doesn't last long enough. It needs to have it almost needs to be used like a flank watch, but also as a clear, because you can't really clear with like a nomad or a grid because of the way that it's thrown. Like a grid, you throw it close to somebody, shoot the first one, gone, right? Nomad has a high prime time, shoot that, gone. Grim is the only one where you can't do that. And that should be something that Ubi takes advantage of as far as designing Grim. It should be that you shoot that thing, that is an immediate problem, and you can't ignore that, right? It's once it's there, it is there. So you either have to take the risk, run through it, or you have to you know, like that you have to respect it. And there's nothing to respect with it because of how useless it is. And I think a lot of the changes I made or I suggest would really put his bees in such a way that you have to kind of acknowledge it. Like you can't ignore it. And that's really all I got as far as Grim goes. But with that being said, we are starting to get a few players in. We have some players from both teams. We're still trying to wait to get more of them in, but just to kind of remind everyone kind of what our composition is going to be. We're playing on Yacht Lindenwood versus Iowa State Junior Varsity. And for Lindenwood, their first roster we have, that's going to be Lemon Bees, Clipped, Rain, Mitch, and off Phoenix. And then for Iowa State JV, we're going to have Callahan, I'm sorry, Get Pinged, Hitchoman, Cardi, and then Red Reaper. And while we're still waiting, I want to give another reminder as well for that QR code that if you're interested in donating, code is available there. This is going to be going to Feeding America, and this has been presented and sponsored by MSI USA, Esports Gear, and Kovacs. So thank you to them for helping to make this possible, as well as all the staff who are in the background, making sure everything is running smoothly. So thank you to all of them. But with that being said, I do have one final question as far as the kind of fireside chats about, the kind of state of Siege. I want to kind of talk about a one-shot headshot, because I know that is like a staple of Siege, but with the way that the frag heavy meta is and how it's kind of deterring players to a major extent, especially with how slow gunfighting is. Like slow gunfighting plus one-shot headshot just equals frustration beyond belief. So my question is this: do you think one-shot headshot is the future of Siege and should stay? Or do you think it should just not be possible? Or do you think it should have some kind of adjustment? What do you think about that? I know that's been thrown around a lot throughout the years, but it seems with the way the meta is, it's more pressing than ever before.
I would say I feel like one-shot headshot, honestly, I feel like it needs to stay. I feel like, just Siege in its essence, that's always been a huge part of it. It's always been a huge part of the meta. If they would, let's put it this way, if they take out one-shot headshot, the meta is going to shift. It's going to be all over the place. People are going to, get mad at Ubisoft, which, let's be real, every time they release an update, everyone's mad at Ubisoft, but
yeah,
more so to an extent. Siege is, I feel like if they were to take out one-shot headshot, Siege would die off very, very soon after.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the problem as well, is Siege is kind of having an identity crisis. They don't know if they want to be kind of fast-paced like they were back in the day, and they want to be slow-paced, but that one-shot headshot kind of anchors them to that fast pace, but then they make all these changes that keeps it so slow when it comes to movement and gunfighting. So it's like, it seems like Ubisoft, and it's just creating a frustrating experience. So I think Ubisoft has to make a decision there. Do they speed things up, or do they get rid of one-shot headshot? I think those are really the only options going forward, in my opinion. At least that's what draws me away. But anyway, with that being said, everybody, it looks like both teams are in. So once they're ready up, we will be going in, starting this match off on Yacht. So be ready for that. We'll be starting that up very soon. Lucas, do you have any final thoughts on Yacht before we get into this game?
I apologize to the viewers for not knowing any of the callouts. I'd like to make that very clear.
It's okay, neither do I.
If I'll say like the room that has like 3 server racks or something like that, and hopefully they'll know what I mean. But
I think everyone will. I mean, that's the nice thing about Yacht is each of the rooms are very unique. So I mean, yeah, I think we can kind of get a relative idea here. But with that, we're gonna be moving on to this next match. Good luck and have fun, everyone. Let's get right into it. Yeah, Yacht. That is definitely a map. It's such an awkward map because you have all these different options for running out and things like that. But the thing is, who actually knows those? Though I know I certainly don't.
I mean, like I was saying, there's the one vigil with the boss G that's like, what up?
Right.
Blast me in the head,
That's definitely something. That's definitely a crazy thing to kind of spot. I would not expect that. Woo! And it looks like ICU JV is going to be going for a no ban. I think we're going to see a bunch of no bans, which you know what that means. Everything is up and on the board. The Dekebi rush, which I haven't seen yet with all the calls and whatnot. Whether it's the Mara rush, all shield, strat roulette, everything is on the board. The only thing that is unfortunately not on the board is all the recruit strat roulettes because they kind of nuked him out of existence. Poor buddy. They did him dirty. I miss recruit. I remember all the strat roulettes recruit. Actually, I think you can still play him in casual, but you have to have no operators or something crazy like that.
What it is, casual, you can still select recruit just fine. It's unranked, ranked. You have to have no operators, and now that they've released operator specialties, where if you do a certain amount of things, they give you an operator. It just it does not work.
Or it doesn't last long. Yeah, no, you're right. I heard about that, but yeah, super unfortunate. I actually knew a guy, right, that actually bought account specifically because it had no ops, so that way he could play recruit in ranked or unranked. That was pretty hilarious, seeing all the confusion on the enemy team when there's just a recruit running around slamming people, because he was a diamond player, right, before rank 2.0. But so one Christmas, right? I think it was like the day before Christmas. Ubisoft gives out those Christmas packs that have operators in them. And so no one told him, because we all got our operators from that pack, right? So he comes in on his all, he's like, all right, let's play some recruit. He's like, ooh, an alpha pack. And I didn't notice till it was too late. I thought about it, I'm like, wait, don't buy that. Or don't open that. And he opened it, he sees an op, he's like, oh, are you fucking kidding me? So yeah, he can't use recruit on unranked anymore because of that alpha pack. Or that Christmas pack.
And
so unfortunate.
No, I've noticed that there are like people in the Rainbow Six subreddit are actually complaining about the operator specialties because they wanted to play recruit and all these. Because recruit, let's be real, he's not bad. Defense, he gets the MP5K. He can pick, deployable shield and like bulletproof camera, or he's got good utility, or I think like deployable nitro. He's got really good utility, having 2 secondary gadgets as opposed to no standard operator gadget. And like his guns are not bad either.
No, absolutely not. Oh, we're gonna see LU already pushing in, starting to move up towards that casino side floor as they push up. I mean, I'm surprised that they were even able to find the hatch. Off Phoenix being able to pop that so early on. I wouldn't even know where to look. Holding that angle for the stairs, I'm surprised they're still able to find their way around, because I know I usually spend at least a minute trying to figure out where I am. And there it is, the first pick for this game. Rain gonna be able to get pinged, and then Callahan clipped out, peeking with the shield, but Off Phoenix is having none of it, pushing up with the SMG, but Callahan pulls out his MPX, or his SMG, takes him out. Oh, but Rain gets the headshot on Callahan. The shield rat strat not gonna work anymore. And now Maverick is mavericking the soft walls. Okay, I mess with it. I don't really know what that was supposed to accomplish, but he made himself a vaultable rotate. Good job, buddy. We're proud of you, Rain. But you unfortunately get eliminated by Cashless Cardi, who is now over by Casino, but gets taken out by Mitch over on the swing. Ups that little rotate. Is going to catch Red Reaper from behind. Takes that. That Rook armor is not going to do you any good there. And now pushes up to take care of Hicha Man by the stairs. But the shots just can't connect as Mitch headshots him out for the first round on this map.
That last kill, watching the kill cam, that was a little dirty, honestly. I love to see it, but
man is a headshot machine, taking that fight to stride, winning that out. So yeah, and it looks like we'll now move to 4th floor maps room and cockpit. Some words I never thought I would ever say, but here we are. Anywho, yes! Do you hear that, everybody? Do you hear that sound? Yes, you do. That is the FO12 from Hicho Man with no attachments on it. You love to see it. I'm sure he's going to put the work in on that bad boy, as they always do. The FO12 being an absolute menace. And without LU has pushed out last round, Lindenwood pushing out kind of in a funnel almost. I smell a recipe for a disaster for them. Or maybe Hicho Man will not be able to see a pick and gets taken out. I don't know, but I am so looking forward to that.
I mean, yeah, it's very interesting play. Not like terribly recently, but they did actually nerf the FO12 because a lot of players were using it and getting a lot of kills with it.
I hate Ubisoft for that.
I think it's also worth noting the FO12 is the only shotgun in the game that you can put extended barrel on.
I believe you're correct, it is. Ooh, a Phoenix with no sights gonna be able to take Red Reaper, but the shotgun, or I'm sorry, the 9 mil from Get Ping gonna be able to take Clip out, and that's gonna be Thatcher out, but I don't exactly know what you're gonna be tricking to get the wall open. Now peeking hatch, but there's Hicho Man with the FO12 gonna be able to one-shot him out, but Callahan with his shotgun gonna be able to take off Phoenix as well, as LU slowly falls apart, trying to push out from these corridors and tight angles. But Get Ping's gonna be breaking the hatch, try to go in for a flank here, but Lemon Bees is still gonna be able to take off Hicho Man, and is gonna miss him off of the peak, but will eventually be able to catch Lemon Bees from the stairs. Almost having hit, almost looking the wrong way. That could have ended badly. The hatch drop coming in as Mitch tries to push in, with him being the last one alive. But with how big this building is, they could be anywhere. So here's the thing though, there is no one on site at the moment. So if he can just get the site and plant, that'd be huge. But Default's gonna spot him. The gunfight's coming out. There's gonna be another one by the stairs. That's gonna be Frost taking a little bit of damage there. Heavy damage actually, but still alive. And now ISU on the pursue to finish him off, but he's over on the rotate. And with Callahan on the smoke, it's gonna be difficult to kind of push him out, especially when it comes to the retake. Gonna be peeking the stairs, almost catches a headshot, but barely misses as he goes out to rotate. But Get Pinged is on the pursuit, and he gets shut down by Mitch. And now we are down to a 1v1 in a big map with 55 seconds left. What do you do?
I do want to say, I noticed in the chat before this, they were planning on doing like certain forfeits for. What a shot right there by Callahan. I mean, the M5, that's not a bad shotgun at all, but from that range too, it's a little. That was a great shot.
Oh yeah, well he was also lit as well, so there wasn't a lot of options. But yeah, good flick from him.
Anyways, but as I was saying, there's gonna be some forfeits that they're doing. So like, as we saw the last round, everyone had iron sights. I'm not sure what they're doing, in what order, but I feel like, I guess guessing the kind of forfeits that people would be doing, I feel like that could be something fun for both us and our viewers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, absolutely. And it looks like they're going to be sticking to, or some of them sticking to that no attachment from the last round, while some of them have their iron sights back up. Red Reaper going with that good old MP5. No sights. I actually don't know what that quite looks like. I mean, I can kind of tell just by looking at it, but I've never really done that with the no sights, so I don't really, or I'm sorry, the MP4. I don't know how that actually works. Looks like they're doing something with knifing, possibly. I don't know here.
Real quick, I just want to say you were wrong twice. It's actually the UMP45. But
oh my god. Yes, you're right. Oh, I don't use that gun. It's so slow. It's such a sluggish gun. I don't like it.
I have black eyes for it, so I use a decent amount. Plus, Castle is actually starting to be played a lot more. He's no longer a meme op.
Well, because people recognize how to use him properly.
Yeah.
Which I never thought I'd see the day of that. But, I mean, here we are. Woo! Callahan gonna be getting that first knife. Yeah, they're doing knife fights. Look at that. We're gonna see a trade for trade knives, and Callahan getting Phoenix as well, as we are now already down to 3v4, and it looks like the artillery is gonna come open. over there, open a line of sight, and they do have full sight control. And it seems like Lindenwood is making full use of their utility, throwing out a nade. But here comes Alibi with the knife, trying to swing onto Mitch, but he's got the nades ready, trying to take one. But Alibi is on the aggression, running out. And there comes a Nitro, taking both Mitch and his teammate. Callahan now down. Sacrifice for the greater cause, and the swing up knife from Pulse Red Reaper to win out that round as well. Right around the corner, not ready for it.
Right now they're saying W key, which I think I've read about this. It's that they have to have W pressed at all times. They all need to be walking forward at every single point. They can't stop, they can't back up. Like, they can turn and everything, they just have to be walking forward at every single point.
Oh, this is gonna be great.
That it's going to affect the ADS speed as well, so I feel like that's going to be another big thing. That we'll
yeah,
see.
this is gonna be ridiculous. I love that. And we even have Callahan on the Oryx as well. Maybe we'll see a Ramadash or two to knock someone on their butt. That would be great. But I mean, geez, holding full W key, I can't imagine. This is gonna be so messy. But we also have Mitch switching to Blitz as well. Really full sending, the epitome of the W key, just holding that straight up. Who better to do that than Blitz? When your whole job is to full send it all the way through, and looks like Mitch is going to be doing just that. We even have Lemon Bees with the Ying as well, really committing to just kind of holding that W key and having all the utility to kind of block off any potential swings in the process. We're going to have Ella holding that spawn peak, but there's not going to be anyone coming from that direction. All right, we'll see Hitcho Man actually be able to take the first pick onto off Phoenix, and Nitro getting prepped, and one's already flashed. Hey, you moved backwards, Mitch. You deserve that death. I saw that there. Saw him back up a little bit. Woo! And Rain's gonna fall straight into Cashless Cardi and the TK as well as Clip tries to run through. He can't stop, won't stop. W key. The Nitro trying to go through. Doesn't work out, but Red Reaper running right into the double to shut down Lemon Bees to win that round.
I'm gonna be real here. It looked like some of those attackers were not holding W key the entire time, especially that Ying right there. Looked like they were, not necessarily backing up, but like just kind of strafing to the right and left, not really going forward at all. So,
ooh, and now we've got gadgets and utility only. So we are full sending the strat roulette, ladies and gentlemen. And this time, how this is gonna work is there are gonna be no guns allowed, so it is nothing but utility. So
and you can tell that because of all the trap ops that defense is playing. They got Capcan, Maestro, Tachanka, Clash, and Thorn all have gadgets that can do some serious damage.
And I love the setup that they have right now with having a Nitro from Cashless Cardi on Capcan, and then they have the Clash and the Shield as well to try to bait out all of the nade and explosive utility. Yeah, this is gonna be special. I'm surprised that no one went Oryx though, because honestly, if anything would be, any challenge would be the time to bring Oryx, I would honestly think it would be now. But regardless, we're not gonna see that from ISU JV. They've kind of made their play on what they're gonna go with, and they are sticking with it. Now, what I'm curious of is how is Lindenwood going to adapt once they run out of nades. They do have 2 sets of nades, which is 4 potential kills, but it really depends on if they are able to get it off or not. And here we go. We're going to see a Capital Bolt. Those nades are going to be getting primed. A Nomad to push him off, and it's going to go through. Going to drop that Nitro. Have to pick it up. Another Nomad to push him back. There are 3 people by the door, and here comes Clash spiraling in. Gonna eat up one of those nades, but a Nomad is gonna push him back. Actually, 2 more nades, as all Phoenix is now out of nades and stuck by the stairs, dealing with the Clash. More fire coming out. 1 nade will connect to catch Callahan, and over Terra as well. The Sledgehammer gonna be able to take Hicho Man, and they are now trying to spread up the stairs, but the burn is gonna burn, cutting them off. The Thorn gonna be able to take out Lemon Bees as they are taking some serious damage. Lindenwood with Mitch being low. The Maestro gonna take some chip damage as well, as they don't really have a way to stop it, as the fire is gonna be covered for him. ISU JV really thought this one out.
Yeah, and in all honesty, even if all this fails, they still have the. I mean, now she's dead, but that clash was actually really good for stopping them at the entrance. You know, falling back onto. It was really interesting to see how they actually managed to deal with it.
No way. The knife and the cap can cutting him off. That is so unfortunate. And another knife now down to a 1v2 turn 1v1. But Rain is still low on HP, and he gets caught by the cap can as ISU JV, with their brilliant stall strat, with their utility, are able to win that one out. Though, granted, at a very close call, as if he had been able to run to where Maestro was hiding, that would have been a free kill and the round for them. But that didn't happen now, did it? And now it looks like we're going to be moving on to, what did they say it was? It was
3 armor only.
3 armor. So it looks like
Get Pinged is playing Thunderbird, which is a 2-speed 2 armor.
Didn't they change her to a 3-speed or a 3 armor though? Or am I crazy?
I'm pretty confident she's still a 2-speed. She was a 3-speed. I thought they just changed her to a 2-speed. I guess I can, check.
Yeah, I can't really remember, but I could have sworn they changed her to a 3 armor. But the rest, though, are all chunkies. Look at that. They got Malusi, Rook.
Yeah, Thunderbird 2 health, 2 speed.
Huh. Yeah, I guess Get Ping picked the wrong op. I say that he should run out and spawn as... Actually, you know what, Get Pinged? If you're watching this at any point, you know how you can make... make up for your transgression,
mistake.
Donate to Feeding America, and your sins will be all forgiven. Or follow, that works too. We're trying to get those followers up to 200. We can do it, everybody. Come on now. All right, and it looks like Lindenwood's going to be pushing up from the yacht balcony up by the roof.
Oh, this is interesting. I just playing the 3 armors. You can't get a complete team comp. At least not one that's going to be able to get through a lot of stuff with just 3 armors. Because I mean, think about it. All the hard breachers are 2-speed or 3-speed, so you can't get the team comp with that.
No, absolutely not.
So that's already disadvantage for Lindenwood, but
well, yeah, but I mean, despite that, they still got a solid setup. They have Monty, they've got Osa, Grid. They've got a semi-decent composition. The Clash is gonna spot the Osa, the swing coming out from T-Bird, but the smoke's gonna come in, try to help recover as she rotates back up, holding that angle from the stairs. Gonna be able to catch Clash, who tries to pull out her SMG, but it doesn't work off. Phoenix gonna be able to take Red Reaper along with Heat Show Man, bringing it now down to a 5v2, and with King Ping getting eliminated, shortly followed by Callahan, Lindenwood gets a flawless round with a fast take as they have.
I gotta say, with that Clash, trying to fight, who is it, that Osa? Clash, pulled down her shield, took out the SMG, but decided to hip fire as opposed to ADSing. Was that a speed thing? Because knowing Siege, you have to be ADS'd if you want to hit anything. You are not going to hit... You're not going to hit anything if you aren't ADS'd. Unless you're very, very lucky.
No, I think Clash was just having herself a little bit of a good time there, trying to, kind of flex a hip fire, maybe a little bit of headshot there, but I don't recall her SMG having that good of hip fire, so naturally that just didn't really pan out as they were hoping. But it looks like we're going to be going for a pistol round here, because everyone's got their pistols out right now. So we're going to see a little bit of what we've seen before, but we do have Cashless Cardi on the Grim and Red Reaper as the Finka, so we're going to potentially see a bit of a rush here, especially when we get pinged onto Ash. That's just going to be a fast blast in, but Clip with the double bandit on the deployable shield alongside Warden. Lemon Bee's holding closely behind. He's going to go and deny that rush in, putting 4 bandits on deployable shield. I didn't even know that was possible. The spawn peak going wrong for Mitch, as Cassius Cardi is just built different, hitting that shot. And now the push in starts, but the shotgun pistol from Rain is gonna stop, get pinged right in their tracks. And now trying to open that door is gonna take serious damage as we see yet another peek from Rain and a smoke now as well. Interesting. Clip now trying to get aggressive over by that double to take one. Not able to connect the shots so far. And then we see Callahan and Hichoman take 2 as Rain still continues to tear through with the shotgun pistol. But now it is all up to Rain, who has to make his way back with a shotgun pistol as they march down onto site. Woo! And we see a team pit kill as well. Look at that. Gonna be coming out, trying to go for that swing, get some damage out, but they know that he's out of ammo with that shotgun pistol and peeks him from the floor holes. And Hicho Man will be able to finish Rain out before he has a chance to fight back. That reload time can be a little bit harsh at time. And now we're gonna be doing blue op logos. That's a new one. I have not seen that one before.
I gotta say real quick with the Deagle, it's honestly slept on. It does what? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it does like 78 damage. It's hard hit. It's heavy hitting. It's pretty good gun.
Yeah, no, it can be a heavy hitter. I'm surprised there's more operators with blue icons than I originally thought. Cause yeah, they all have blue ops, and there's actually a few additional ones that could have been picked that we don't see here, like Malusi. And yeah, so I mean, I never realized how many blue ops there are. So yeah, that's a new one for me.
Some just barely squeaking by, like the Ella and Zofia. I mean,
yeah,
there's a tint of green in there, but there's enough blue to count it. So, you know, it's really it's up to personal preference, it's up to discretion of teams, you know. But I think with even though there are a decent amount of blue ops, you know, you gotta realize there's what 34 ops on each side. 33 ops, somewhere around there.
Yeah, it's just bound to be a few.
Yeah.
All right, and we're gonna see the Monty once again. Mitch finally gonna be able to get that spawn peak off to take Hicho Man early on. I think that might have been actually a full-blown run out. You don't see that every day, but get Ping trying to move up quickly to get that pressure onto site. But off Phoenix already taking another from the spawn denial, and that's gonna be Red Reaper down, a set of nades out. But it looks like they're going to try to pop open that door and run quickly in with Monty there. And there it goes. There comes the Monty up in his face. But the swing around is going to take down Buck. And now it's up to get Ping to keep him alive just long enough that a res can get down. But Doc is very aggressive here. Rain trying to make absolutely sure that does not happen. But the down still comes down regardless. And Rain naturally swings to take that. But it seems like they know where Twitch is as the impact pops her open and exposed, prone on the floor to take her out. So unfortunate, but so aggressive. Love it.
As it was kind of interesting seeing that run out, especially with the 1 speed, you know. P90, I assume he had extended barrel on it, but without extended barrel, that thing has immense drop off. Just it's absolutely insane.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, that drop off could be really rough there, but regardless, we're still seeing some pretty close rounds so far. Lindenwood's not too far behind and starting to trail back up, and it looks like so far we're gonna see 3 nitros from Lindenwood, and we're gonna have a Blitz and a Monty switched from glass from get pinged, and even Red Reaper as well, pulling out the good old fuse shield, which you don't see all too often. Lindenwood's gonna be in a bad spot if they try to anchor, because those fuse pucks are gonna come and it's gonna just mess everything up.
So what's the plan for this round? Did we see? Do we know? Or...
I don't really think there is a plan. I think they're just gonna play this one out. Whoa!
Ooh.
Hello there. Rain now getting active.
Taking out the Blitz. That is. Wow. Monty being able to take out the other run out, but still getting rid of that blitz. That's probably going to be crucial to their round.
Right, but they still have 2 shields they have to knock through. But granted, with Clip having that Nitro, he's going to be able to take 1 out, but most likely not both, especially with those pucks. That could be a problem because they do have sight pretty much kind of blocked off with those reinforcements. That's going to be prime opportunity for Red Pepper to send those fuses in and do that damage. And there it comes, the fuse charge, but it is going to be mute jam, so he's not going to be able to get it quite yet. However, he might be able to push it up, but that's not going to go through. So, going to have to change the plans up just a little bit or try to fuse off a different wall. Going to be fusing right where smoke is, or clipped right around the corner. That's going to go off, and it's going to actually catch him, but not before he takes out Callahan. And now Monty has pushed in there onto site. Heat Show Man going to be able to take Lemon Bees, and now it's up to Phoenix, who's off site, as well as Rain, to try to stop this plant, which is going to be going down. I don't think the Monty has spotted Rain, though. At least now he has, with the fuse pucks coming in. Going to try to do some damage on Rain. Going to knock him down to half, but he is still up. But with no nitros, it's going to be an uphill battle to take this. But yet Payne turns his back to Rain, picks him off. I guess they didn't know after all. And now he's going to have to clutch this one out. Try to peek something off those holes. Not going to really see anything. Rain gets eliminated, and now the swing from off Phoenix. Going to be able to take out Red Reaper despite having a shield. That thing doesn't cover all that much. Now he's going to have to take the fight against Heat Show Man, but holding that aggressive angle will be able to hit her shots onto off Phoenix and win that round as well.
That was honestly a pretty good round. I had no idea which way it was going to go until the very end. It seems both teams are getting very aggressive to begin. So, I mean, I guess we'll see how that plays in. ISU JV is doing really well at this point. Going 6-3, one more round, and that's, they're done. That's game, but
yeah, that would be game. But I want to point out something really quick. Look at what ISU JV currently has. Get pinged, and you know what shotgun DeKevy has? That's right, the Boss G. Love to see it. Can't get enough of it. We even have Red Reaper pulling out the sausage. That is like the iconic, kind of rat rush weapon, and you love to see it. I mean, we even have Mitch with the Supernova, which everyone knows my opinion of the brick. I hate that thing with every fiber of my being. But Platypus, oh man, if he was here for this, he would be losing his stuff right now because he loved that brick. That is,
dude,
like,
I gotta be honest. I love the brick too. It's great. We also see the Bandit and Jaeger both playing the M870, which is one of the hardest hitting shotguns in the game.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Well, we'll have to see how this all plays in. They got the Grim with the French shotgun, the CQB, that longest range shotgun, and then they have the Knock playing the 6SD.
That's disgusting. That is so disgusting.
If he gets a kill with that,
yeah, I'll be surprised because that gun is so bad. Ooh, but we'll actually see get sniped by Maestro Shotty, which goes hard for me, but not gonna go hard enough to take out Cashless Cardi. We'll be able to catch off Phoenix, holding that angle prone, and now we're gonna see that push over from Red Reaper and all of them trying to get onto side, but Kalahar is going to get down, but the swing up to try to confirm that kill as Rain does catch Callahan. Another pick from Rain, a double kill, and the long shot onto Cassius Cardi for the triple. A lethal shot. Hicho Man trying to get that damage in from the range. The Supernova ain't exactly known for that. And with him being low HP, you can pretty much treat every shotgun as a rifle, and Mitch is going to do just that, shooting him from across the room to finish out that round as well.
With the Supernova as well. But I got to be honest, the MA70, my favorite shotgun in the game.
Oh, yeah.
When you got an op that has a secondary, like, Thorn now, has the M870 and then the C75 auto, and it's just an absolute. She's an absolute menace. I've pulled off multiple 4Ks with her with that loadout because it's just so good sometimes.
Oh yeah, it is unbelievably deadly. And fun fact about the M870, at least for me at least, that was actually my first Black Ice and actually one of my first alpha packs I ever opened. I think it actually was my first alpha pack. I had a bunch of alpha packs saved up and the boys were like, "Hey, open up those alpha packs. Let's see what you get." I turn on my stream, right? And the first thing I open, right, is that MA70 Black Ice, and everyone's like freaking out like, "Oh my gosh, you are so lucky. Oh wow, that's insane." And I'm like, "Is this a good skin?" Because I didn't know how popular the Black Ice was. And everyone's like, "Dude, are you serious?" "Yes, it's amazing. You're lucky."
First off, I gotta say, screw you. My first Black Ice was at level 75. It was the M1014, so another shotgun went right there. Getting back into the match though, their plan this time is hip fire, no shotguns.
Man, I'll tell you what though, Hicho Man is really cocky here, going Cali with that her sniper hipfire, because that thing cannot hit the Bard side of anything. It is so inaccurate. It's like the op in CSGO, and we see that clearly kick in with the Ella SMG putting into work, but they're just gonna run in to try to deal with Ella, but they just can't get her. And we see a 2K though. We do see Chaka get taken out, but Mitch with the headshot peek to take another. That gun, now that's what you call a weapon with little hip fire and accuracy. But the wide swing coming out from Alibi, gonna be able to down Callahan, but get pinged still up. Trying to peek with the SMG, gonna get pinged and swung out by Rain for the 2K, as Lindenwood is not looking to be done quite yet with their explosive aggression, winning that round, as we are now almost, but not quite, at overtime.
One more round for Lindenwood. They drag it into overtime, which would actually be really, really nice to see. Considering their fighting spirit at this point, it's pretty amazing. We can see the Alibi right there on Rain, on Lindenwood, having the champ background, and I feel like he's been extremely beneficial to their side. 17-7, that's absolutely insane. And as if we were to look over at ICUJV, there's only 2 of their people going positive. And it's both not by much. One's by 2 kills, one's by 1 kill. So the fact that ICUJV are still winning, it's just kind of, it's really interesting. It just shows that they don't really. I think this really goes to show that kills aren't the most important thing in Siege, and they never are. But
nope. Oh, looks like we're now going to have to prone now. We're going to deal kind of how we finished it out the last game. Looks like we're going to be dealing with some proning. So once they get into the building, they cannot go back up. They have to stay prone. So once they get that entry into the building, that's it. They have to stay prone. We will see a run out though, despite that. And now here they come slowly creeping in. Everyone's in position for Lindenwood as they start to prone, make their way in. Red Reaper gonna be able to take the first pick onto Rain, trying to catch those holes on the table. Gonna be able to catch them along with multiple other picks from ISUJV, but clipped. Gonna be able to get pinged, trying to keep this out for as long as possible, but Hicho Man will be able to catch clipped in the refrag. Now it's all up to off Phoenix, who is holding that off angle by the door. Gonna be able to take Ashless Cardi, but there are gonna be 2 peeking those head height holes, and that's gonna be Red Reaper to finish off Phoenix for ISUJV to win this out. And that is gonna be GG's for our 4th charity match.
I gotta say, picking the LMG in that instance, that was a ballsy move right there.
Oh, yeah. Because, I mean, you are just so sluggish. I mean, especially when prone, there is no mobility. I mean, you might as well be Monty with, the shield proning at that point. There's just no mobility, really. No way to really move. You're basically your own Malusi, in a sense, when you think about it, because of how bad the movement penalty is. But still able to make it work. And in fact, I think she got 2 picks there at the end of that round. But so yeah, ISU JV coming out on top, winning that match right there. Gotta love the strat roulette. That has to have been one of my favorite matches for sure. With the way that ended out, that was outstanding.
Yeah, I gotta say, I mean, definitely congratulations to ISU JV, repping my home state of Iowa. Definitely appreciate that. But it was a good game, much closer than most of our other games. And I mean, just overall, charity event doesn't necessarily matter the winner too much, but it's always fun to just get the teams out there, figure that out real quick before we go to intermission. I want to pull let's pull up that QR code again, get the donations going. Remember, we are very, very close to our goal, so definitely scan that, send that to anyone you can, and make sure we can get the make sure we can continue to donate to that Feeding America, hit our goal. We've got we got a finals match for you, and hopefully by the end of that we'll have hit our goal.
Yeah, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we haven't already hit it, but we'll kind of get more on that once we get through our finals, because that is what's next. This is pretty much fight or die for these two teams as we move on to finals. But with that, we're gonna have a quick intermission, and we'll be right back.
Okay. Alright. This is fine.
I'm gonna just be whiffing like snail, bro.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I keep like not blinking and like my eyes are starting to like go all foggy and gross on me. Good oh.
Oh my god. This is like snail behind a shield. I'm just terrible. This is why you warm up before you play games, kids. Oh my god.
All right, everyone, and we are back. Welcome back to the Midwest R6. I am here with Captain Mike, who is going to be interviewing with us for this game. Tell me, have you ever really played Yacht before? I mean, the pushes kind of looked a little lost, but I mean, that's just natural with how the way the map is. Did you guys kind of have an idea of where you were going, or was it just pretty much messy and kind of just like, we'll go wherever we go?
It was definitely a random. I don't think any of us have really played comp or ranked for that map. So we had no strats whatsoever, really no idea on where to attack. And we kind of knew where some of the spawn peaks were, but we still got spawn peak. But we had overall a lot of fun.
Yeah, a lot of those spawn peaks. We saw a lot of those come out, and they were to quite some devastation for when they were permitted, of course. Now tell
Absolutely.
me, with this strat roulette that you guys had going on, did you have that kind of plan in advance with the other team, or was a lot of those just like, if someone comes up with an idea, just kind of pop it in the chat, because that's how that was communicated. We saw that.
Yeah, there was like they had a wheel that they would spin and it would give us ideas for what round we were gonna do. And they already kind of had it all fleshed out. So whatever the wheel landed on is what we played as.
So did you guys manually enter those strats, or did you like look up a roulette wheel and like picked one that already had them laid out?
We manually entered them, just kind of see what sounded fun. We didn't look up
Okay.
anything really.
So where did the idea for the blue icons only come from? I've never seen that one. That was actually really creative. I like that one.
Well, we just kind of looked around and saw, what we had to work with, and there was actually a lot of operators with the blue icon that we could use, and we realized we could do a 5v5 just fine, and it actually turned out to be a great round. So that's how we
Yeah.
got that idea.
Interesting. Now, was there any particular ones that you were hoping that would show up on the wheel that didn't?
No, my favorite one was the explosives only, and we got to do that one pretty early on, and that was a lot of fun. That was definitely my favorite round, hands down.
There was a lot of creativity that went into that. Even if there wasn't any particular strats, I can see that both teams kind of already had an idea on what approach they wanted and see that kind of come into play. So I thought that was actually really cool. I did appreciate that. That was a great idea with a good execution. I thought that went really well.
Yeah, thank you.
Lucas?
Let's see. First things first, I do want to say, obviously, this is a charity stream, but so, wins, losses isn't as, staked as, say, regular season.
Right.
What was your team's mindset? What was your mentality going into that match?
We knew it was a charity stream. There wasn't really anything at stake. We're just trying to, have a good time, hopefully raise some money. And so going into this, we just wanted to see how many rounds we could win with the stupidest ideas and see if we could just win it all. But overall, we just wanted to have the most fun possible. And I think we really achieved that.
Absolutely. And I gotta admit, some of those plays were extremely bold. I mean, seeing Alibi swing an elbow like that with the MX Storm and getting away with it on the
Yeah,
hip fire, because I know that gun has a pretty nasty hip fire. That thing's not that
absolutely.
great. So that was that was pretty wild to witness. And seeing the getaway as well was just criminal. I couldn't believe that. That was great. But so I mean, yeah, I mean, have you ever really ran like a strat roulette or things like that before? Or is this kind of just like, we've seen people do it before, give it a shot.
No, personally, I've never done it. I don't think anybody on our team has really ever done a strat roulette. We just kind of thought it'd be a really fun concept for this charity stream, and I think it really made for an entertaining watch.
Have you ever heard of it's a custom game mode that me and my friends used to play. It's like Jackal hide and seek. It's literally where everyone turns their brightness down to 0, and one person has to like use Jackal scans and whatnot to try to like hunt everyone down, and everyone turns their brightness down to 0.
I have never heard of that, but that does sound really fun. I bet that's a lot of fun, actually.
Yeah, I don't remember where exactly it came from, but I do remember me and my friends playing, and it was a pretty good time. And they can definitely be kind of spooky at times, especially when you can't even see 3 feet in front of you. So
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah, so maybe that's something to try for another bonding event. But so I want to kind of ask, with your team composition going forward, are you guys going to have all of your team for the next season, or are some of your players going to be graduating soon?
So this fall season, we will definitely have everybody there. I'll be graduating this December, so I will not be there for Open LAN.
Gotcha.
But
That's
they'll be able to
unfortunate.
fill that in just fine, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. Lucas, do you have any additional questions?
See, as you know, as this is a charity stream, and everything, obviously you guys pulled out a great win. Was happy to see a very riveting game. What would you say to our do you have any message for our donors?
I guess just thank you. You know, that's all we can ask for. It's a charity stream, trying to raise most money, trying to do a good thing for a good cause, and we just really got to let them know that we really appreciate what they're doing, and any amount matters. So thank you.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself. Well, I think that's gonna be most of the questions I have. Thank you for participating in the charity event, and congratulations on the win. That was actually pretty close to an extent. I very much enjoyed that, and the plays there were truly quite something else. I mean, I love myself a bit of strat roulette, and there were some unique ones. I really appreciate that. So I mean, hey, anytime you guys want to if we try to do another charity event, we would love to have you guys back on and kind of scrambling the strats and trying to put some new ideas in, because I love seeing some new stuff, because I know there's that website for strat roulette, but it's kind of the same things and you kind of get tired eventually. So it's always nice to kind of spice those things up for the casualty, because it also gives a lot of our casual players some more ammunition to try some different stuff with their friends as well.
Absolutely, and that's kind of what we're going for. Trying to get something different into this tournament, make it really exciting to watch.
Yeah, well, it certainly was. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, no problem. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, of course. It was great having you here. Thank you for your time.
Absolutely.
All right. So with that, we're gonna be soon we're gonna be going back into our intermission, as we will still actually have another interview in just a moment. That will be with Lindenwood University's Clipped, I believe. So we will have him on in just a moment. But yeah, before that, we will do a really quick intermission, and then with that, we're gonna have our MidwestR6 report coming in, and then we will be moving on to our finals. So get hyped and get ready for that, as that will be coming on very, very soon.
Okay. Alright. This is fine.
I'm gonna just be whiffing like snail, bro.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I keep like not blinking and like my eyes are starting to like go all foggy and gross on me. Good oh.
Oh my god. This is like snail behind a shield. I'm just terrible. This is why you warm up before you play games, kids. Oh my god.
All right, hello and welcome back to the MidwestR6 charity stream. My name is Lucas. I'm joined by Caster Pearson, and here we have clipped from our most previous game. So, first things first, I want to say that was a great game. You guys, it's unfortunate you didn't come out on top, but it was a very, very good game to watch, and I'm sure viewers got a lot out of it. I noticed at one point, I2JV were up like 6-2 or 6-3, and then you guys came back and just about put it into overtime. Where did that fighting spirit come from?
Honestly, that just kind of came. The two strats that we had come up from the wheel at that point were two strats where we could be very comfortable with our operators. There was a lot of time, especially on the explosives one, where not all of us use frag grenades on our comp lineup. And so when we say explosives, and then some of us don't have explosives, it gets a little bit awkward. And so it just turned out that we had the, I think it was the Pathfinder operators, which is all your original Rainbow operators, which everybody's comfortable with. And then I don't remember what the one after that was, or the blue one, it was hipfire. Yeah, it was hipfire. But again, we just chose operators that we knew, and actually we chose operators that were a high ammo count. So like an Ella with a lot of ammo, Maestro, um, stuff like that, where we can kind of just let it bullet hose.
Gotcha. Now, so I know that JV, those guys, they or Iowa State, I'm sorry, they were kind of helping to build those strats, kind of putting some ideas in. Did you put some ideas for the wheel as well? I
Yeah,
assume?
so the idea originally was going to be split it 7-7, or they make 7, we make 7. That way we'd get up 14 strats. They ended up making 8, so I made 6. And
Okay.
we made a wheel of 14. It's kind of lucky that the game ended when it did because we were running out of stuff and we
Huh.
we didn't know what we really were gonna do once the wheel was empty.
Oh,
We
wow.
Yeah, the idea that our team pretty much came up with that we were just gonna do was just reset the wheel and just go again if we got past 14 rounds. But we were just crossing our fingers. Rainbow game only has 15 rounds maximum, so
Yeah, so that was really lucky.
Yeah,
Interesting.
we got a little bit of a break that we didn't have to reset it real quick.
So then it's safe to say that, right, that you pretty much got to play all the different strats you want to, nothing
Yeah.
left out. That's
Yeah,
good.
there was like 2 strats they were missing.
Yeah, no, I got you. So, uh, I'm guessing you guys haven't really ever played yacht before, because I mean, it's everyone kind of looked at first looked really lost trying to figure out how to get there. But I mean, with the way that map is, I don't blame anyone. I don't even know how to navigate all the floors. There's some floors that I've never been to because I don't know how to get there.
Yeah, so I personally can speak from experience and say that I haven't played yacht since it got removed from the ranked pool.
It was in the
And
ranked pool?
yeah, originally it was like there was in the rank pool before they reworked it at one point when it like right when it came out. Um, and that's about the last time that I played it on console, which I switched to PC like 3 years ago, 4 years ago now. So it's been a while since I played Yacht.
Wow, so you're like a real OG player since like the first DLC. That's crazy.
Not from first, but right around there.
Right, shortly after when they came out with the first roadmap, which is
Mhm.
where Shallow is featured. Gotcha. No, that's interesting because I came around during Phantom Sight, so I kind of came in more towards the later stages of Siege. So, but
I was even later. I came in Void Edge at the end of Void Edge,
Vo-
Orcs and Iona.
oh yeah, that's a decent amount later on, but not that far off. At least both of us in comparison to you, Clipped, you've been around. I mean, you've been
Velvet
around
Shell.
when it was on console, yeah.
Yeah, that was the first. Yeah, I think it was Velvet Shell. Mira Jackal was the 2 operators that came out. And after that
And
was Operation Health, and that was the first full season that I played. I'm pretty sure
like on PC.
on console. I didn't switch to PC until I started playing here and there in Grim Sky, but I'd still go back and play on console. But then I
Okay.
fully switched 3 years ago.
Gotcha. That okay. Now, tell me. So, with Lindenwood
Mhm.
and the semester now coming to a close, when the fall semester starts, are you guys going to have your full team, or do you have any players that are going to be graduating?
So we do have a player that is graduating. 2 players that are graduating. Actually, one of them wasn't on this roster. Um, so the way that it's kind of lining up for the fall, if we get the people returning that say they're returning, and we get the people come in that say they're going to come in, we should have 2 rosters. So we should go from 1 team to 2 teams. Because this semester we had, especially at the beginning of the season, we had trouble with making the 8-man roster because we had 9 players, and so 1 player played in this tournament, 1 player played in CR6, and so now next year with the people that are leaving, we're getting enough people coming in to where we can actually transition to that 2-team roster.
Yeah, no, that's really good. Unfortunately, Bradley University, we struggled and we were not able to get enough players. So our team was just completely gone after the semester or after the fall semester. We would have been in for spring, but I was one of the varsity players and I just left because I was done with college. I was fed up. So we didn't really have enough players. Also, pretty much everyone on the team was gearing up to graduate. So there's
Yeah,
really nothing left for us,
and
unfortunately.
I gotta completely agree with you on that point. I go to college. We had 5 people that want to play in our 1,300 person school. At least that's for the fall. I had to get down on my hands and knees and beg someone to play for us, so we would have 5. Uh, then this coming semester we had one of our players didn't want to play because he's a sophomore and still hadn't figured out his major. So we dropped us down 4. We couldn't find anyone. It just kind of was a whole that thing. But it's good to see that your program is gaining a lot of interest, gaining a lot of support in that way. Um,
Yeah,
it
we're really fortunate.
Yeah, no, I know the grind can be real for getting players. So good for you guys that you're able to keep up, and hopefully we'll see you over in the fall semester real soon. But Lucas, do you have any other questions for Mr. Clipped here?
yeah, I was just gonna say, so let's put the charity QR right back on screen real quick. So for all our donors, is there anything you want to say to them just for just for donating, for watching you guys come out and play? If there's anything you'd like to say, what would it be?
I would just say that we had a really good time. It was really kind of refreshing to not have to, abide by the rules, and that it playing just for fun, playing for a good cause, and it was just overall a really great experience. And hope that you do more in the future so that we can keep playing these.
Yeah, for sure. Now, going forward, do you plan on kind of doing more of these like kind of casual kind of social event, strat roulette kind of things again? Or is this going to be kind of like more, off chance if like a league kind of posts something like that, for grins and giggles?
Yeah, so this type of tournament or this type of playing is mostly just gonna be if it's there, we're gonna do it. We're not gonna seek them out. Our team really likes the competitive aspect of it in the tournaments that we play in, and so um, switching to this was quite different. And some people weren't so sure on it. So we might do these once a year if they're there, but I don't think that you'll see us really looking for these tournaments and only playing in these tournaments.
Okay. No, I gotcha. Well, I think with that being said, Clip, thank you for joining us for the interview and taking the time to talk to us. And thank you to Linden University, the team, for coming out to play. We all really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, it was our honor to have you here. Take care, man.
See ya.
All right. And with that being said, we're going to be now moving on to our last intermission before we pull out the MidwestR6 report. And with that, we will then proceed to the finals. Dun, dun, dun. It's happening and it's going to be intense. So be ready. Get hyped, everyone, because we are moving on to the final soon enough, but not before the MidwestR6 and not before our intermission. So we will be right back with that, and then we'll be gearing up, ready to go for what I assume to be an outstanding match off between two heavy hitters. So we'll see you in a bit.
Okay.
Alright. This is fine.
I'm gonna just be whiffing like snail, bro.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I keep like not blinking and like my eyes are starting to like go all foggy and gross on me. Good oh.
Oh my god. This is like snail behind a shield. I'm just terrible. This is why you warm up before you play games, kids. Oh my god.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final analyst panel for the season. Once again, I'm your analyst, Whiffity, and I am joined today by Phoenix. We are super excited to give you guys a breakdown of the season, what we saw, what we're expecting for next season, and kind of say our farewells.
Alrighty, we're going to jump right on into it then. We're going to start with our banned attackers. Over the season, we saw a lot of variety on the banned attacker side, but as per usual, of course, Jackal, Knock, and Flores all took the top spots. You can see here. Take it away.
A lot of what we're used to seeing, these are pretty common ops to see banned. Especially, I will say something interesting that is being banned is the Thatcher. We still see a lot of Thatcher, like Thatcher's ban rate, has decreased a lot since the introduction of the impact EMPs. There's a lot more ways to get the walls open, get rid of electrics, mute jammers. So I'm actually a bit surprised to see his ban as high as it is, but I think it's at this point just kind of a comfort ban, and it will continue to stay that way.
Definitely say, yeah, it's probably still a comfort ban, but I mean, those Thatcher EMPs, they're just better.
They are much better
I'll
than
never
an impact
complain
EMP.
having a Thatcher with me if I'm playing Thermite.
Definitely.
So, other than that, we see Dokkaebi ending up as our final ban here, which I was a little surprised with, but also at the same time, she's incredibly powerful for the roam clear. And from what we saw, a lot of people like to either rush in or roam really heavy. So she was.
We definitely saw a lot of aggressive teams this season, and that Dokkaebi is just perfect for teams who are wanting to get in as fast as possible, you know, not waste so much time droning because then you get that audio cue. And also for the defenders, they like to do that heavy roam. They like to deny entry wherever they can. And if that Dokkaebi call comes out and you're in an unfortunate situation, you're going to find yourself in a gunfight you might not be wanting to take.
That is for sure.
We can go ahead and talk about the defense operators now, our top bans. As you'll see here, we have some pretty common ones, the Mira, the Azami, Solus, Valk. Those are all kind of the top bans. I mean, both Azami and Solus, since being introduced, have proven to be very strong, and Mira and Valk have always been highly banned ops, so nothing too out of the ordinary here.
Yeah, again, Not really surprised. They're all very common bans. Mira, I don't think has ever been dethroned for a long while at least. Azami again, super common along with the Solus. They're both very powerful ops that have come in the past few seasons. And then Valkyrie and Cade again, just kind of normal bans. You don't want cams and you don't want electrics. So nothing really new there throughout the season. They all kind of stayed the same week by week.
Yeah, I mean, we see a lot of the common op bans. I mean, the Mira ban at this point, I think, is kind of like the Thatcher, where it's just kind of that comfort ban. You know, who do we want to ban? Oh, they already took out the op we wanted to ban, so let's just ban Mira. Because honestly, there's a lot to say about a lot of different ways to get rid of a Mira. You know, a well-placed nade with some burn, but if teams don't want to be using that util to get that burn, then it definitely is a good ban still.
Yeah, I mean, as we saw, she's powerful on a lot of sites, but as you were saying, she's more comfort, I think, nowadays, as there are plenty of sites where she's not too great, especially on, like, if you're going on, what is it, maps like Coastline. I wouldn't exactly want to take a Mira, but, you know?
Definitely. And you know, most teams, they just don't want to deal with her.
Yeah.
We could definitely look next at not the most banned, but the most played maps. We've got a nice little graphic here. As you can see, Chalet, to no one's surprise, was our top played map throughout the season, along with a lot of the common defaults of Oregon and Villa and Club.
I'm surprised that Villa wasn't over Oregon, to be honest, because I feel like we analyzed a lot of Villa.
That's true. The streamed games definitely favored Villa.
I hate Villa.
Personally,
personally, I'm going here. No, to every
all right,
to every MidwestR6 player here. Next season, no Chalet. I challenge you. Mix it up. Change it up.
No Chalet.
I don't want to see a single Chalet game next season.
A single Chalet. That will be an interesting challenge to see if we'll be
28
met.
times was too many.
I don't know about too many per se. I definitely like Chalet. I know that my team took Chalet a lot. It's a comfort map. A lot of people are comfortable with Chalet. We know how to play Chalet, and we like playing Chalet. Also, I've noticed my camera has been blurry every time, which is fantastic.
At least you don't look like a snowman. I am sorry, people, but I cannot fix my lighting, so
He's
like
literally glowing
snowman.
today. I will say something a bit surprising on that last graphic was the fact that Cafe was over Club. Personally, I think Cafe is one of the lesser taken maps, and I was surprised to see it taken it was taken twice over Clubhouse, which isn't a huge difference, but Clubhouse is one of those default maps that, like, okay, everyone has a way they like to play Club, whereas Cafe is, as far as I know, is kind of just a map that is not played so much. And I think we definitely saw the teams to take Cafe were definitely more put together and had their strats.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, Cafe, a lot of people either love it or hate it. I'm kind of indifferent to it. But Clubhouse, I really like that map, and I would have loved to analyze more Clubhouse maps. So, you know, I'm just hoping maybe instead of Chalet next season, we'll have an abundance of Clubhouse.
I will say the least played map was actually Theme Park. As if I can remember correctly, it was only taken twice. Personally, we never took Theme because it was one of our maps that we just never played. We didn't practice on it, and I think that's kind of the way a lot of teams view it. You know, it's not something you're comfortable with, so why would you want to take it there?
Yeah,
it's also...
Go ahead. It's an odd layout map. I mean, you have, you know, your throne site is usually what most teams are going to take first, and that's, I mean, it's a great holding site and all that, but the rest of them, there's just, I feel like, too many ways for it to fall apart.
Well, and that's the interesting thing about Theme. It is, I think, the most defender-sided map of the competitive map pool. If you cannot take at least 4 rounds on defense, if you're starting defense, if you can't get at least 4 rounds, then you're going to struggle on the attack, and the opponent is going to have the upper hand. So if you don't have a solid way that you like to hold Theme, if you're falling apart on your defense, you're gonna struggle on that map. And I think a lot of teams just would rather not deal with that.
That is very true. Especially just from the way we've seen other teams play. As you said, a lot of rushing and a lot of roaming. Well, you know, Theme can be fairly good for roaming. It's just not ideal for everybody's playstyle, so.
That is very true. Up next, we are going to give a kind of more in-depth than we've seen overview of the two teams that are going to be playing in our grand finals today, which is Illinois versus Whitewater. I believe we're going to be starting off with Illinois. Our producer behind the scenes just totally baited me out with the Whitewater graphics, but we're starting with Illinois. As you can see right here, we're going to be looking at their starter lineup, get a look into the stats, and kind of give our opinions on some of the players.
Alright.
Phoenix, why don't you take it away?
All right, we're gonna jump right in with as soon as we can get that slide transition. Woohoo.
Such a name.
Yes, what a beautiful name. And as we see here, 76 kills compared to 43 deaths. I'd certainly say he's playing the role of at least maybe entry, but definitely self-support at the minimum. You can see his KD 1.77 and SPR 12.18. Pretty high SPR. I'd say he was doing great on Illinois' team.
I have to wonder what made him pick that name. That will always be a thought of mine.
One of the best parts about R6 is just going in and finding all the crazy names.
You definitely see some interesting names, but to have a name that is simply just yelling is very interesting, and I'm sure the casters absolutely loved it.
The last thing is enemies scream.
Up next on the roster, we're going to be looking at Cow, who is, as you can see, had a pretty similar stats to their SPR is only 2.03 greater, a bit more kills, a bit more kills, a bit more deaths. All in all, pretty equal player. I know he's now on the content team now, so that's been exciting to work with him. And I think he's definitely been a spearhead for the Illinois team, kind of keeping them all together. And is hurting them the right word when his name's Cow, or is that not?
Nah, we'll go with it. All right, next up, we don't know the pronunciation for this one, Anna.
I'm pretty sure, yeah, Lore.
Lore, it is okay. I didn't want to butcher it. Anyway, we have Lore with 55 kills and 42 deaths. KD of 1.31. Again, great plays. Positive KD of 1.3 is great to always see. SPR, while a bit lower, I mean, it's still not bad with his kills, deaths. Like, I think he was fulfilling his role in the team.
For
although
sure,
I can't say to
especially
know that role.
he was their hard support. I
He
know
was,
that he
okay.
took a lot of ace, and he did a lot of the droning for the team, which I will say in general, they kind of just tended to split up more. You see a lot of droning from the hard support and a lot of traditional teams, but Illinois definitely kind of split up that role amongst everyone. And it's just definitely interesting to see how the different teams play the different roles. As you can see, Lore had a pretty high KD as their hard support, as at least their hard breacher. He was definitely holding his own in his gunfights.
I would definitely say so far all the team members are holding up their part.
Definitely.
They're all doing great.
Which brings us to our next player, who's going to be Nano, once we get this pulled up. As you can see, more of the same, really. He was definitely getting his picks, getting his frags. He had another high SPR. And if I can remember correctly, he was very aggressive. Often, I think he was an entry, if I remember correctly. You'll have to forgive us. We are doing a lot from memory right now.
We're trying.
We definitely saw a lot of Illinois, and from what I can remember, Nano was one of their entries. He would get in there, he would get frags, and he was often, I think he had one of the highest opening kill rates, if I remember correctly.
I think that is a nod from our producer, yes.
We're trying to interpret mouse signals back here.
It's no surprise that Illinois made it to the finals with stats like this.
Definitely. Right. Which brings us to our last player, if you want to take that away, Phoenix.
Oh, I don't know. I do. Next up, we have Snail from Illinois with 57 kills, 46 deaths, and a KD of 1.24. Now, I can't claim to know Snail's role on the team off the top of my head, but I will say we have to give him a little honorary award of being the most team-killed person in all of MidwestR6 history, with a total of around 15 team kills this season.
He has definitely been an interesting player to keep an eye on throughout the season. If any of you guys are in the MidwestR6 Discord, then you're definitely familiar seeing his name in the Trash Talk channel a lot. He loves to talk. And he was definitely a wild card on his team. I mean, some rounds he would not drop a kill for 3 rounds in a row. Like some games he would not get a single kill 3 rounds in a row. While other rounds, he would get 4 kills and ace clutch. I know that during, I'm pretty sure it was the qualifiers, we saw him ace clutch and clipped it and played it on the report stream, if you remember, all the way back to the beginning of this league. But he was definitely an interesting player to keep an eye on through the season.
It was indeed. It'll be interesting to see what happens next season.
Definitely. But this does bring us to kind of our mini award for the team MVP of Illinois, who you'll see in a second, was
Yep.
I feel like we should
it's
really
no
put some
surprise.
emphasis on that name. Like,
Again, it's not. I mean, honestly, it could have gone to Cal or even the hard breach or hard sport. Same thing. There we go. Either way, it could have gone to anybody on this team, to be honest, because they all played amazing. But I just managed to take it with this one, just with 76 kills, 43 deaths. It was a great KD, great SPR. I mean, all of them played amazing.
Definitely. As you saw this team, they were all very frag heavy, very kill heavy. They were a very aggressive team. They like to get in fast. They like to roam on the defense, not letting the attackers in anywhere that they can avoid it. And they, all in all, just had a very strong map presence throughout the entirety on attack and defense. They never let the other team take control of how the round was going.
Congratulations, Illinois. We hope you guys do your best in the finals.
Yes, good luck in the finals. This next brings us, though, to look at UW Whitewater, who is going to be the underdogs, if you will, as they are up against the currently undefeated Illinois. Whitewater, I don't know if you guys remember this, but Whitewater had never actually played Illinois this season. They had to forfeit their team. They had to forfeit their game during the regulation season, so this is going to be our first matchup seeing Whitewater v Illinois. And personally, I'm excited. So, Phoenix, why don't you take it away with the breakdown of the team?
Alrighty, starting off, we're going to go with Axron. Good old transitions. With 36 kills, 48 deaths, and a KD of 0.75. Do you remember what role he played on the team off the top of your head before I go further?
I do not.
I got to watch Whitewater one time. Is the sub. Okay, we have our Ghost Whisperer in the back. So, well, not the KD we've seen today. I'm sure as the roles were coming, if they made it this far, he had to be doing okay as a sub. So you definitely can't trash talk him, but I will say we're probably going to see some better KDs from his other teammates.
Well, and you also have to look and pay attention to the fact that your KD isn't actually the only thing that is indicative of your... Yeah, it's not entirely indicative of your... and what's the word? Contribution, there it is, to the team. I mean, there's so many aspects about Siege more than just kills, which is why you can see some teams with the lower KDs win out against these high fragging teams. I mean, you've got to do your intel, your utility usage, playing denial. If you can play this game smarter, you have a very good chance of taking a team that might be better at fragging.
I'm hearing a lot of coping from our resident hard breacher Whiffity.
Hey! All I gotta say, we did pretty good in our season.
Yeah. But yeah. So next up in Whitewater lineup is going to be Boomin. Now Boomin, plate 180 here with 138 kills, 79 deaths, and a KD of 1.75 and an SPR of 274.21. Highest SPR we've seen, and honestly, it's just insane. What is that? Is that about 100 over what we've seen so far?
I think so, and I'm trying to remember if Boomin didn't win the highest SPR award that we did after the regulation season. I could be wrong.
Nope. I heard our Ghost Whisperer, but I didn't hear his answer.
Nope.
Nope. We're going to say yes, he is.
Either way, he definitely had a very high SPR. He was a very good player on the individual level and a very good team players as well. So I'm excited to see how he plays in this grand finals. Also, we do have the confirmation that he was not the highest SPR, but a still very high SPR regardless. Moving forward, we're going to bring up the next team member, which I know Phoenix didn't want to talk about because he doesn't know how to say his name. I'm just going to call him JB. It's ILYJB. We're going to say JB for short. I'm sorry if it's supposed to be pronounced in a different way. But as you can see, JB is another player. He's got a 0.9 KD, which isn't it's not the best KD we've seen again, but it's not bad. I mean, if you're doing your job on the team with that util, with that intel, like you can still have a very high impact on the game without fragging out, especially when you have players like Boomin, who we just saw with a 1.75 KD. Like, if it kind of trades off depending on the makeup of the team.
Exactly. I mean, if 4 of your team are all intel ops and you just have one amazing fragger, you can make it work. Not usually, but you can.
It's not ideal.
Not ideal, but as you're saying, not everybody needs to be a fragger.
For sure. Now, this does bring us to our next player, who is going to be I Love Mort. We're just going to say Mort for short. I didn't mean to rhyme that, but there you go. As you can see here, he had a pretty high KD as well, that 1.76, right up there with Boomin's.
1.56, you tried.
I definitely tried. I'm sorry. But he had another high SPR. It was not as high as Boomin's, but definitely showing that he was contributing a lot to his team. He also contributed a lot to the Trash Talk channel if you're in the Discord.
Yes, he did. On to our final member of Whitewater, we have Rippled. Rippled with a KD of 1.60, 136 kills, and 85 deaths. But the most amazing thing, of course, is the SPR at 253.3. So, as you see here, a lot of high SPR, I almost called them characters, players on the team. So, you can see that, while it's not as evenly balanced across the board as Illinois, they have everybody more in a defined role. You have your SPRs, probably going to be your entries, I'm assuming. And then you have probably your lower KD people, but they're going to be your hard support and all of that. So everybody still has their defined role in Whitewater.
Definitely. And everyone is still contributing because, as you can tell, this team has made it to the grand finals.
Exactly.
You might be sitting here looking at their stats and saying, oh, what is this team doing here? But they have earned their spot just as much as Illinois has. And I'm so excited to see them play. Which does bring us, it doesn't actually, but I'm going to say it brings us to their MVP. We are going to give this to Boomin. As you can see here, he had that high SPR, he had the high KD, he was definitely being a prominent member of his team. I don't want to, he was Boomin. I don't want to say he was a carry because personally I don't like that term, but he definitely carried the team a bit in some of the games that we saw, and I'm excited to see how he does against Illinois. That does wrap up our breakdown of the teams. You're gonna see my blurry camera again. Ooh, fancy.
And my white face.
We don't know why it's like this, but we're gonna just roll with it because there's nothing else we really can do about it. That does bring us to the conclusion of kind of what we had planned to talk about the teams and how they played in the past. We saw a lot of really good games on stream. There were a lot of good games that played off stream, and they all kind of accumulated to have the best 2 teams playing each other shortly here. So Phoenix and I are going to take this time to talk about us. That's what we're going to do.
First off, one last big congratulations to both Illinois and Whitewater, and honestly every team that played in the league. You all did your best, and you all played some amazing games, and we had a blast watching them. Thank you for participating this season in the MidwestR6 League.
And we do hope that you all continue to participate
next season.
In general, we had a lot of fun being the analyst here. Sorry, I totally got distracted by my monitor. We had a lot of fun being your analyst for the season. I'm personally hoping to continue this next season. I don't know what Phoenix's plans are because life is crazy. Life is crazy, and you never know what happens. We could talk a little bit about what goes on behind the scenes. We do a lot of prep work for these kind of things. I know that JD works super hard to make everything happen. He's the one controlling all the graphics. He's giving us airplane mouse signals behind the screens to try and tell us what we're supposed to be doing. He puts in a lot of the heavy lifting for us. He's giving us nods.
I don't know what he's trying to signal.
He's showing his appreciation.
Oh, perfect. But yes, again, thank you, JD, for all you have done for the league and for us as analysts. We would not have been able to do this without you. obviously, and we appreciate just how much time you put into the league for us.
Definitely. And in general, the analyst panel is something that was newly brought up this season. They didn't really get to do this in the fall because they didn't have the people. So I personally am super happy that I was able to volunteer and kind of make this happen with Phoenix. And we are always looking for new people to join the team in general with MidwestR6, but also join up with us specifically. Like us as analysts, it's just the two of us, and we have to do a lot.
Yeah, the
So if
two
you are
of
interested
them.
in working with the two of us, please do reach out because we would love to get some new faces up here and like get you guys experience as analysts. It's really fun, and we're all really nice, I promise.
I think the funniest thing about me being in this analyst spot is I don't even play Siege anymore.
Yeah, he plays Overwatch.
I'm an Overwatch guy.
He left us. He abandoned us.
I love Siege, but yeah, my time of playing it is over.
I think at this point we can transition into talking about the fall a little bit next season. We do have a fall interest form if you guys are interested in participating with the league at all, and we're gonna put a QR code up here for you guys in a second. If you want to scan that, there are definitely other ways to get access to the code, but here it is for a QR, at least, simplicity at its finest. We're all lazy, so.
Yeah, we're always looking to bring in new teams, so please send it to your mother, her friends, whatever you want. Just get it out there, and we hope to see some new teams in the league. Speaking of new teams,
yeah,
we have 3 new states joining us next.
Four
new
new
states. Wait,
states.
I'm really blind. Just do the transition. We have 4 new states that we're bringing into the league for the fall. So it's really exciting. We're bringing both Dakotas, Nebraska, and Kansas. So I don't know which universities are being brought in from all of them, but it's just exciting to expand the league more. So
yeah, we're gonna be expanding the league, getting some new teams in here, some fresh content. Get people who have played each other who haven't gotten a chance to play each other yet. I am definitely excited to see how many teams we can pull together to play in the fall season, and I'm also excited to see what kind of strategies new teams are going to be bringing in. I mean, we saw a lot of the same kind of strategies from our current team pool, and I'm excited to just see how the meta is going to be changing. Oh, look, my blurry camera again.
But yeah, it was a super fun season to watch. As you said, we saw a lot of the same stuff, or at least some similar play styles. Not exactly the same stuff, but it'll be interesting to see how it changes as new ops come out. I honestly have no idea what the next op is supposed to be, or if they've released anything for it, so I'm out of the loop. But
I don't know when the new op drops,
changes.
but I do know that they're doing some reworks coming up. I know the Frost rework got pushed back. I think it got pushed back though to a different season.
Oh, okay, maybe it did.
Either way, just that rework alone is going to be changing things. And then on top of that, a new operator. And personally, I don't know what this league's in general plans are, but I know that a lot of people are speculating that the map Night Haven Labs is going to be brought into the competitive map pool. So that might be something that we look into for the fall. Definitely switch things up a bit. I know that you just watched some games with some questionable map pools as well for the charity stream. All in good fun. Honestly, it's really exciting. And speaking of which, I guess we can talk a little bit about the upcoming game, Illinois versus Whitewater. We talked a little bit about it, but we never gave our predictions on it. So, Phoenix, why don't you go ahead and start that off?
Or so you want me to start? I mean, personally, I'm sticking with Illinois. I have to, just from what I've seen from there. But I think it'll be a really close game. Illinois they have a more well-rounded team, as we saw. They all played. They can all move around their positions to cover each other better. But I think Whitewater has a very solid grasp in what they play, and they stick with it every time. So it's really just a tough game to call. I'm still going with Illinois, though. There's my pick.
I have to agree that Illinois will most likely take it, but I am a sucker for an underdog story, and I really want to see Whitewater take this one. They haven't played yet, so this will be kind of a chance for both teams to feel each other out in map 1, which it is a best of 3 if I'm not mistaken. I know that there's a lot of confusion about people asking if it was a best of 5, but it is a best of 3. And I think that the first map will be a lot of the teams trying to figure out, okay, how does this other team like to play? I mean, Whitewater got streamed once, and I know that Illinois got streamed a lot more in general, but also there's a lot more in general. Like, I've said in general like 3 times recently, but that's just how it goes. I know that Illinois has been streaming some of their games personally and had public VODs, which definitely gave Whitewater a leg up as they could do some research, get some VOD review in, figure out how does this team like to play and how can we counter that. And if they can put in the right kind of work and work around whatever Illinois is doing, then I definitely think that they could take this. But in general, I will have to say that my official prediction goes towards Illinois. But don't worry, Whitewater, I'm rooting for you. You have all of my support right now.
We're secretly cheering for you, but yeah, as my official prediction, I do have to go with the Illinois.
I'd like to see the king knocked off their pedestal a little bit.
I mean, they went undefeated last season. It would only be fair.
For sure. Especially because I'm not quite certain about what their team is going to be looking like next season. I've heard some whisperings about roster changes.
Don't think we're allowed to talk about those, but yes.
I mean, they were all in the public chats from what I've heard.
But maybe
At least I think. Anyway, I know that Illinois and in general, I know that teams are going to be making changes. You're going to see players graduating. You're going to see players deciding to focus more on their studies. You're going to see new players come in to fill those spots. And so I'm super excited to see how the teams next season are going to be performing in contrast to how they performed this season. The thing with the collegiate leagues is that the spring season is going to be a lot of the same from the fall season. But when you get to that fall season, you're going to see, okay, what's this new team like? And how are they going to be playing for this upcoming 2 seasons?
So it'll all be. Sorry, I could not help but notice I am really white on that screen.
He's glowing.
I know. But yeah, I mean, next fall, as you were saying, it's going to be very interesting to see. I mean, I had a lot of fun this season. I think I'm going to have a lot of fun next season. So it'll be exciting to see changes. But as everybody here heard earlier, no chalet, please. Don't do it to us.
You're
Switch
probably going to see Chalet from my team at least.
I know, and I hate it.
I think Chalet is a good game, and actually, we saw a lot of teams start
Chalet's a great map and a great gameplay. I'm just sick of analyzing that map.
That's true, especially because we saw a lot of the same strats on Chalet. But as we saw in the semifinals, I think it was, there were some teams like Ohio State. Was it Ohio State? I think it was Ohio State. I'm blanking on the team names. I want to say it was Ohio State, though.
Well,
But
tell
they
me what you're
took
saying.
they took a very different attacking strategy for Chalet. You know, they did a rush instead of the classic over for bar, and it worked great for them.
Yes,
and
that
that's
was Ohio. Yep.
okay. Was it Ohio State? We're gonna say it was, and
It
if
was that
we're
game.
wrong, I'm sorry. But regardless, it is so interesting when teams can change up the meta on a map like that, especially on a map like Chalet, where it's pretty clear cut what you're supposed to do site per site. So when you get a team that says, you know what, no, we're not going to do that, then you catch the other team off guard and you can take a win that way.
Exactly. I mean, I guess if you're gonna do some crazy type shit on Chalet, I don't know if I'm allowed to swear in this, but well, I did. Please do all the crazy crap you want. I would love to analyze some new stuff. So I think that about wraps it up for our season here. Do you have any last words?
Well, this, as I mentioned at the very beginning, this is going to be the last that you see of us for this season. I found it super fun to do everything that we were doing, and I'm super excited for next season. But I think that's really all that we have. Do you have any parting words before I do our segue?
I do not. Thank you all for continuing to watch. We appreciate it, and we hope to see you next fall.
Yes, thank you very much for sticking with us for the whole season. Up next, we're going to be having a nice little interview with a member from the MSA USA. That's a lot of letters. And we're going to jump right into it with our introductions.
I'm Christine Fan. I'm the EDU program manager at MSI. That means I handle everything education related for the company, marketing wise. So that includes working with K through 12 schools and districts on getting them equipment that they need, partnering with events, long-term sponsorships, also working with colleges, from community colleges to universities, on long-term partnerships, event sponsorships, professional opportunities where students get experience in the fields that they want to pursue, as well as community management of the MSI student Discord server, and management of our MSI student ambassador program.
That's definitely a lot of roles in there that you have to do. I'm sure you have a very busy plate with all of that. You mentioned the MSI student program. Could you explain a little bit more about what that is?
Yeah, so the MSI student program is both a social and professional initiative for MSI, where we basically live in Discord, and I have our student ambassadors run activities from like resume reviews to Valorant tournaments to movie nights to casual game nights. And basically, students can participate in all of our activities, as well as we also do some like text quests, and if they complete any of that stuff, they get automatically entered into a hardware giveaway every month. And because MSI makes a variety of stuff, from monitors to desktops, laptops to GPUs, I give away a little bit of everything. So some months I'll give students monitors, some months we'll do laptops. I've even done a couple 3060s before, and for something that I've planned for, celebrating the end of the school year, is I'm planning to give a desktop away.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And so the goal is basically, with the understanding that students can't necessarily afford to, always buy this stuff. This is just one of the small ways that we give back and help students get what they need, and also creating kind of positive memories about the student program.
I think that's fantastic. You mentioned helping the students. I think that's great. You're helping with the Midwest League here, that we like to help students as well. So I think that's a great thing that we have in common with that. You mentioned the giving away items per month, entering stuff. If anyone's here watching this, definitely maybe check out their Discord server. We'll have this linked in the chat. So go check it out. Say hi that you're from MidwestR6. You also mentioned that you like helping with other events. So why did MSI want to help here with the MidwestR6 charity event today?
Well, personally, I always believe in giving back to communities and helping out in charities where I can. From a more personal standpoint, child hunger is a very important issue that we face today, and all children are students, and I mean, even as adults, you never really stop learning. And so for us at MSI, we believe in, helping, first and foremost, helping students get the experience that they need. And this is one of the ways that we can provide resources to help students complete their projects. And on top of that, helping tackle child hunger, super important. I mean, 1 in 5 children go to bed hungry every night, and we're considered the richest country in the world, but we can't feed our children. And so even if this is, still a drop in the bucket, every little bit helps. And yeah, it's just, we care about social issues here and want to ensure that students can put these kinds of activities on and give back to their own communities.
I think that's great. I think that's a fantastic reason why you guys help with charity events and all sorts of things. I know you guys have already helped us today with MidwestR6. You guys actually helped donate 2,000 meals to help fight hunger and give back here in the Midwest region. So personally, I cannot thank you guys enough for doing that. I think that we're on a great path here to giving back. Again, you said 1 in 5 kids go to bed hungry. If there's any way we can change that, today is going to be our way to do that for the community. Now I have another question for you. Just you talked a little bit before about your position at MSI. What advice would you give to someone, either a college student, a high school student, or even earlier than that? What advice would you give them if they're looking at a role kind of like what you do in your everyday?
I'd say if you're trying to break into the industry, don't wait for an opportunity. Go and make one yourself. With this industry being how it is, it's really important to have practical experience and it's really important to network. And starting your own projects in your own communities and like doing grassroots things is a great way to get that work on your portfolio without necessarily needing someone to kind of hand you that opportunity, because it's really competitive at a much higher level. And when you're like a student, everyone for the most part has a similar skill level. So the things that differentiate people the most aren't actually like how good of a worker you are, but it's more like, are you in the right location? Do you happen to be available at the right time? Do you happen to just have met someone who can give you the warm intro that you need to get an interview? There are so many kind of factors that you can't control when it comes to your success that in order to get the best chance, you really just have to go out and do things yourself, and make sure that you log everything and that you are consistently putting yourself out there, whether it's reaching out to sponsors consistently, attending events and networking, having a link tree or a business card that people can take a look at, all your socials, having a portfolio website, all that stuff. Everyone works really hard to be here. So in the end, it's, while you do have to work hard, there is a little bit of luck that comes with actually getting a paid job here. And I think it's important that people remember that if you're not getting the opportunities that you feel like you deserve, it's not necessarily because you're not skilled enough. It's most likely just because it's not the right time or you're not in the right location. And for a lot of companies who have tight budgets, especially esports teams, they're not going to pay someone from like Michigan to move to LA when they can hire someone with the same skill set who already lives in LA. So it's good to, just build community ties, apply local, work your way up, or even, moving to a more, I want to say, normie company that just so happens to market in the gaming industry, like Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T. They all have gaming divisions. They all show up to our events and sponsor things. Don't feel like you have to be in esports in order to participate in esports.
That makes a lot of sense. That's a very strong message there. Talking about all different kinds of ways to maybe try to get into this position. You mentioned at one point there, talking about like getting mentored, trying to get some extra help. For someone who may not have that guidance, what do you recommend they do to try to find a mentor or to try to help get in this spot where they can more get their name known? What would you recommend for your student?
There are a lot of different strategies that you can kind of do. So for a lot of people, I see that they benefit from joining student programs. I know TSMU did a mentorship program that's ongoing right now where they connected students with different industry professionals. I know that there are a couple orgs focused on marginalized genders that also do something similar. I mean, for us at MSI personally, we have the MSI Student Ambassador Program where I take on a small group of students. They get paid to be community managers of our Discord server. I take them to events where we pay for their food, travel, hotel, so that they can focus on just learning what it's like to set up an event, speak in an event, and tear down at an event, and attend all the networking mixers and other socializing stuff during that time period. But you don't you don't have to join an org to do things. You can also reach out to people who are in positions that you want to pursue. An example, I know that broadcast work, especially if you want to be a caster, that's not necessarily something you can join an org and get specifically mentored for. A lot of people who want to cast, they take on as many opportunities as they can. They talk with each other. You can always, if you want to be someone like a caster, you can try reaching out to people who are doing the work that you want to do, and just be like giving a short elevator pitch of like, hey, my name is so and so. I'm an aspiring caster for this game, and I look up to your work in this, that. I was wondering if you had 30 minutes in which I could just chat with you and learn about, your work and how you got there, and if you had any advice. And honestly, a lot of professionals are willing to do that for you. It's not just casting. People who are in this industry are only in this industry because of the other people that helped lift them up when they were in a similar position. So everyone, for the most part, has an attitude of wanting to give back, and kind of pass along the help. So I definitely recommend not siloing yourself and being outgoing. You don't have to, cold DM 100 people a day, but a couple here and there. You never know if someone responds positively and sets a meeting with you. That could be, what makes or break your next gig, so it's always better to, be consistently posting what you're doing. It also doesn't have to be super professional, especially with like the social media attitudes nowadays of being more authentic. Really establishing what you believe as your personal brand, what your personal values are, what your boundaries are, what you're okay with doing, what you're not okay with doing. Really thinking about who you are as an individual, and then tailoring your content so that when you post, you're not really thinking like, oh, is this going to do numbers? Is it going to go viral? You're posting because because you're proud of your work. And when you're proud of your work and you talk to people with that confidence and with that attitude, it shows. And people will also want to talk with you more often, and kind of like it snowballs. So, never be afraid to post something just because it's not going to like be big. You should be showcasing your work, and you should be like integrating yourself in the community, because that's how you get gigs, and that's how you get interviews, and that's how you know that a company is hiring before they even post a job link.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Be confident, be yourself is really a strong message. Make sure you trust in your brand that you're building. That's a lot of great advice for anyone who wants to go into that. Here you go. An expert in this field has laid out the path. You know what to do. I appreciate it a lot. Now, we have one last question for you, and that's, what are your final remarks on this charity event today?
I mean, given the impact that this charity org has on getting meals to people, I think it'll have a great impact. I love that you guys tied your tournament to something that gives back to your local community. It's great to see initiatives like this and show that, while we do have fun competing and everyone is here for the love of the game and the community, we also give back, and we are also an integral part of, society, and not just people who stay home all day and play games. There's so much more to gaming and esports than just competition and streaming. So it's really nice to see more initiatives like this, and I really do hope that you guys can keep it up.
Well, I appreciate the kind words. We really are trying our best with MidwestR6. We're a new league, but we want to really make an impact in our community. And I think by doing this event here today, we're starting to put our foot in the door, and we're going to do this a lot more. We love it, we enjoy it, and this was a great opportunity. And I can't thank you guys enough from MSI for being a part of it. Do you have any final remarks here for the fans, the community here for this charity event today?
Well, if you're needing new equipment, definitely check us out. Check out our Discord server if you want to, play Minecraft with people, pictures of your cats and lunch. We're super friendly, and I'm always happy to chat with students if they have questions about, industry experience, or if they need help with their resume. I'm happy to set up sessions to discuss that.
Sounds like a great opportunity. If anyone is interested in that, again, we will be putting the Discord here in the chat as this is going on. So again, thank you so much for being here and giving opportunities to help the students. We'll definitely be in touch again. We can't appreciate you guys enough for what you've done for us today. With that, thank you guys so much for being a part of this charity event. Being part of the MSI MidwestR6 journey, helping Feeding America, helping the children get their meals for at night. I think that's all we have for you today.
Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, thank you guys, and enjoy the rest of the grand finals. I am JD Haffen along with
Christine Fan.
And we'll see you guys next time. Have a great rest of your night.
Okay. Alright. This is fine.
I'm gonna just be whiffing like snail, bro.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I keep like not blinking and like my eyes are starting to like go all foggy and gross on me. Good oh.
Oh my god. This is like snail behind a shield. I'm just terrible. This is why you warm up before you play games, kids. Oh my god.
Able to find one in the axe with the next 3
Hello, everybody. How are you doing? My name is Piercing DN, and I am joined today with Lucas. We are here with the grand finals. We have the moment that we have all been waiting for is finally here. LNI Esports versus UWW Esports. Now is the time. It is do or die. Hope everyone is having a good evening. We're going to have a great matchup today with our 3 maps being Villa, Cafe, and Sky. We'll get into those bands in just a second. Lucas, tell me, man, how are you doing? How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling ready for a good game, and I feel like we got one right in front of us.
I think so. I mean, both of these teams have made it all the way up to the top, up to this point, but there can only be one victor, and we'll see who that's going to be tonight. But first, let's get into the teams and who will be playing. We have LNI Esports, who is currently 7-0. They have not lost a single match of playoffs, and they might take it home here with a perfect streak. But we still have UW Whitewater 6-1. They have lost one, but they've been able to climb up since, and they could possibly take it all away and make that their first loss and their only loss, but the main one that matters. And now with the teams and the players for LNI Esports, we have Cal R6, Lore, Nanovirus, Cow 2 Sussy, and Pinhead. And then for UW Whitewater Esports, we will have Axeron, Boomin, I Love You JB, Mort, and Rippled. Got some very heavy hitters on both teams, especially Whitewater with Boomin on the 1.75, Rippled on the 1.5, and I Love Mort with the 1.68. So some real special gunners here tonight. We'll see if they're going to be able to take that to the top for this matchup. And now for the map bans, we're going to be starting off with our first map on Villa, second map Cafe, and then our decider going to be Skyscraper. So a bit standard, although our decider definitely being a mix-up here with not being seeing Skyscraper a whole two lot. Lucas, what do you think of these bans here?
See, I find it interesting that Ville was the first pick. Generally in these ranked pools, at least from what I've noticed, Ville is not a very, very common pick. But since Illinois, actually chose it, it's very possible it could play out very well for them.
Right. But other than the decider, they are some pretty standard map picks. At least they're maps that most teams are familiar with. Cafe, from my experience, has been a little bit on the lower side as far as presence. But then again, I've also been casting EU region as well. So it could just be a little bit of my caster bias because I, cast pretty much across the globe. But from what I've been seeing, Cafe is a little bit on the downturn when it comes to its popularity, though it still does get played quite frequently, at least in comparison to maps like Bank, Skyscraper, or Border at the very least. So still semi-standardized, definitely Villa, at least in my opinion. But like I said, that's just my perspective on the matter. But anyway, so Lucas, what can you tell me about Villa? What do you think we're gonna be seeing here?
See, Villa, honestly, well, let's get a few things out of the way first. First of all, there's no bomb sites in basement, so basement is actually quite unfamiliar for a lot of Villa players. However, if the team that's on attack is able to push through crypt and make that basement play, I've noticed a lot of teams cannot hold, especially if they're playing a first floor site such as kitchen. So if these teams can turn basement into their weapons, I think that can definitely pave the way to victory for them.
I think it's a good point.
As for the other sites, I feel like a lot of it is not necessarily going to be straight pushing into sight. It's going to be playing from the windows. It's going to be playing from the doors, all those barricades. It's going to be setting up, making sure you can set up sight so you have angles on those windows, and try and get your picks where you can, not swinging any of those angles where they may have more than one person. For instance, swinging door of bedroom where there's at least two places you can get shot from. So it's Villa also being a defender-sided map. It's just very attackers need to be cautious, but if they can trade out well, if they can get their picks, it very much could flip on its head.
Absolutely. Those outside angles are vital. There's a lot of balks and options to choose from, but they're also vital for the defense as well, as there's a lot of options to run out and long lines of sight that you can get from those runouts to contest those angles. So both teams need to play around those factors accordingly or it can result in a quick whip around one way or another. Absolutely. And what about for Cafe? We'll kind of go into more of that when we get closer to that map, but just some like quick preliminary thoughts. What do you think?
Very quick. Obviously, Cafe, bigger map, 3 floors. I feel like we're going to see a lot of vertical play just because of how powerful that can be. And I feel like if defenders are playing 3rd floor site, we're going to see a lot of pushing from hatches, skylight, or at least peeks in from there. Which is something I notice a lot. Generally, if they're going 3rd floor, you want to push from below because it's much harder for them, even if there are only 2 stairways. But those hatches, at least opening those and opening those angles could prove vital, as it forces the defenders to have to look at more angles.
Absolutely. But ultimately, it really is on defenders to figure out whether or not they want to kind of hunker down, which is where vert can really hurt, or if they want to kind of play more horizontal, especially for kitchen, which may result in or necessitate a more different approach, maybe a bit of more outside presence rather than vertical. It just really comes down to the defense here and the choices that they want to make and how they go about this. That's really kind of what sets the tone for whether or not a top down is necessary or even a good choice, is really how they choose to play that out. Because you don't want to deal with a massive roam presence potentially on 2nd floor if they're not even doing a hunker down, they're kind of doing a horizontal. That's just going to be a lot of fighting for something that's going to have not enough impact to possibly win you that attack and get the plant down. So that's, like I said, that's where reading the defenders is going to be hugely important, that preliminary droning, just to get some idea of what their approach is, or at least get some sound cues, because that's also important as well. If you hear a lot of head-eyed holes being popped open, that can tell you everything. But like I said, we'll get more into that in just a moment. But for now, with Villa, looks like we're going to be actually ready to go pretty fast. So I don't see why not. Why don't we just get right into it and start this first match up? Let's get it going.
Very quickly, I do want to just say to our viewers, just as a reminder, this is a charity stream. We do have QR codes and links posted on our social media about donations. So just make sure share those far and wide. Donate to Feeding America, very good cause. And pretty much it. Let's get into the match.
Yeah, and we still haven't hit our goal quite yet. So just a kind of last break. If you really can donate, we would greatly appreciate it. We're almost there, but not quite. We just need a little bit more of a push. So if you can give that push, that'd be greatly appreciated. But with that out of the way, it looks like we're going to be going for some default bans at the moment with the Jackal and the Thatcher ban. Nothing too special at the moment. UIUC coming in response with a zombie ban. Looks like they're going to be playing this pretty down-to-earth, straight, basic default. Nothing too ridiculous so far. Maybe the teams don't really know each other that much, because it doesn't seem like the bans are particularly tailored in any way, shape, or form. I mean, for Villa, these are pretty standard. I mean, keep in mind, a zombie, those Kiba barriers can be a nightmare for trying to take control of study or really kind of getting that bedroom control. And then we'll see UW Whitewater coming out with the Solace ban. Like I said, nothing too out of the ordinary here. We are going to be starting off into Aviator games. We're going to have I Love More on the Frost. We've been seeing a lot of that throughout the league this season. And then we will have UIUC running a standard composition, although with the floors as well. That's going to be a lot of utility burn, but with the way that UW Whitewater is set up right now, that might not be the most impactful. I mean, you have a shield, but other than that, there's nothing you're physically burning. You know what I mean? Nothing you're physically blocking other than one shield. But that shield is going top main, which does usually have a heavy utility sink. So if your goal is just to get that top main out of the way, get that control, then floors is perfect. But I mean, if you want to extend his functionality beyond that, that might not necessarily be the best move.
Yeah, I completely agree with on all points there. Right now, I see obviously Jaeger part of the meta. He's got his Gabs in some pretty interesting spots. Um, Stuff that I've never even really seen. We'll definitely have to see if it works out for them, but it's very possible that these are very good spots that I just haven't experienced in my, you know, mediocre ranking play. But
Yeah, no, I definitely feel that. But it does look like they're going for a bit more default. Sledge already trying to fast-paced make his way in, try to get those nades in early on. With Ace Pinhead kind of solo here, trying to drone his way into Mudroom. I really wouldn't be doing that if I were me, because if you lose that Ace, that's going to be a massive loss. They know that Sledge is already in piano, and shots are already coming out. A little bit of damage coming onto Cow2 Sussy from the red, but no picks yet. However, Boomin did take some considerable damage from that attempted wallbang, bringing down to about 50 HP, but still clearly up and on the board, stacking up with I Love You JB as well. But Cow2 Sussy now over by main hall, and it looks like they're going to start falling back a little bit, but they still have one on the red. One nade coming out. Cow2 Sussy getting ready for that shot. The prone peak coming in, gonna be able to take that shot, bringing it down to a 5v4. Already an early pick and a nitro loss. That's going to be a considerate loss of utility, especially if Amazi gets picked up. They're not going to be able to control that. Trying to make his way over to Study side right now, but with those head height angles, going to be a little bit tricky, but with I Love Mort over there, he can definitely help, but that might not be enough pressure. The swing coming in from Boone and going to be able to take Cow2 Sussy out. That's going to be more vert potential loss for UIUC. The push into Study starting with Ripple now starting to back up, and going to be able to take Axeron out, and that is going to be another pick, but I Love Mort coming in with the swing, going to be able to take out, help to deny that Study push, as Lawyer is still out by Veranda Bauk, which could be a potential problem. 1 minute left, and we still have one below, and that's going to be Boomin, who's going to be slowly making his way back up, actually rapidly, I would say. We're going to see Boomin take a little bit of damage. Yanaclone is going to spot Ripple. They know where he is. A lot of pre-fires coming out. He's going to get stuck by the cross. Lawyer going to be able to pick up Ripple, bring it down to a 3v2. Takes the peek onto the head height holes. Is going to be able to pick off Boomin, but we will see I Love Mort putting up one heck of a fight. Going to be able to take Lawyer out. And now we may be looking at a potential post-plant situation as they are starting to get that control of Bar. But here's the problem, though, right? That he does have a line of sight onto the door, which can pose a problem in actually getting in. And with 15 seconds left, UIUC has to make a move. They need to get in. We see the crouch walk in. Nanovirus is going to start planting. And unfortunately, I Love Mort's not going to look the right way, as Pinhead is holding a little hole off the soft wall to catch him by Vault.
it's very interesting. With the site setup, it seemed pretty standard, but those head height holes they had, it was at least 2, if not 3 kills that the UIUC actually got from those head holes. So it's at that point you have to make a decision as the team. Are these head holes like actually helping us, or are they more a detriment, and should we just reinforce that off? We see a little bit more of sight set up here. Shotgun making the rotate. We got some of the frost mats going down as well. Mozzie putting his pests not on site, but just in over by other rooms. Same piano, same barricading it off.
Yeah. One thing I want to point out that we just saw there, which I think is kind of a good point into how to kind of play around Mozzie, rather than just taking that drone and turning it into a Mozzie pest, decides to just break it. And the reason why that's important is because Mozzie's purpose is double-faceted, right? You want to use him for intel denial, but you also want to use him for counterintelligence. Yes, that is an extra eyes that you have, but unless you're going to play around that aggressively with nitros, which it doesn't seem like that's what UW Whitewater is banking on. It's not gonna be the greatest impact. That's just less drone intel denial that you have. So it's better to catch those drones later on when they're more needed, and then use them to figure out where they're pushing from, which is oftentimes how operators such as Pulse is used, is more to figure out if they're rotating, and if they are, where from, so you can adapt. Ooh, I love Mort going for the peek from the hatch. Gonna get a lot of damage onto Cal 2 Sussy, but not gonna be able to catch the headshot here. Stuck in a corner, the nades are gonna do a lot of damage. She's gonna have to leave eventually. Gets that rotate and is able to move out safely, but not before getting down by Lawyer. Down but not out, and in a relatively safe position. If they move fast enough, UW Whitewater can get her back up, and they will. She's going to be back up to the board, heavily hurt, but still alive at the end of the day, and that is what matters. It's all about those one-shot headshots. Pinhead now getting that vault wall open, holding that 90 repel. One impact will go out, but it is not going to catch, as that wall is going to go down. Rippled over by Main, looking to move down to possibly catch someone, as UIUC attempts to get this bot on Main control. Some shots coming out, and our Nanovirus going to take some tap damage, but still alive. Now, fully flashed, going to have to fall back as Nanovirus pushes up, and now she's flashed as well, and we'll see, take a pick as well to bring those numbers down just a little bit, but with a minute and 20 seconds, they've got to start moving and making some progress. Now stuck in a corner, going to have to take that fight against Boomin. Will be able to take that, but the swing from Books is going to take one. Lawyer going to be out to get that refrag, and Kautu Sussy being able to pick up I Love You JB as well. And now down to I Love Mort again, who was able to take that one pick, but it's going to be a tough situation being stuck over in Aviator with 3 people up instead of 2, and Pinhead going to be able to secure that plant with Lawyer holding the head hide holes to shut that down for another round for UIUC.
As I said last round, it's those head high holes. They're not working for this team. At what point do you say, okay, this isn't working, we need to try something else? Whether not necessarily just with the holes, but like maybe we need to switch sites, maybe we need to reinforce this, maybe we need to place our gadgets here. You know, at what point do they decide that? How many times do they have to essentially lose a specific site and a specific setup before they decide, okay, this isn't working, what are we gonna do?
I think that's a fair point that you make, absolutely, because the problem is not only did they lose that round after playing it again, but on top of that, they lost it in almost the exact same fashion that they did from the last round. That's not what you want, because that means you're either just not adapting or you're not really making the correct changes that you need. Now, if you lost and the round just played out completely differently, that's one thing. But we had almost clone-like rounds in the ways that it played out, and that is a problem because it means that you're not making the right adaptations, or you're just not adapting at all. You can't just expect to do the same thing and expect a different result, right? I believe it's a quote from Far Cry where the main antagonist says, you know what the definition of insanity is? Is when you do the exact same thing and expect a different result. And to an extent, that's what seems to be what has happened. But UW Whitewater has moved on to Trophy and Statuary, so hopefully for the better. We are going to see I Love You JB kind of lurking over by basement. Could potentially catch somebody such as Kautu Sussy, as they know that there tends to be somebody trying to get those vert and those nades. And from the last 2 rounds, it was Kautu Sussy. So possibly I Love You JB could be able to catch one. But right now, with how passive he's playing right now, he's already up and making moves. But Boomin is going to be able to get Nanovirus, and I believe that was from above. And that's going to put a little bit of pressure onto Kautu Sussy. But with I Love You JB still on that deep lurk below, he's pretty safe to start nading. Although, keep in mind, Rippled is kind of in close proximity over by Living Room. He could move up and try to take the fight over to him right now. And with UIUC playing kind of far back over by the Balk at the moment, trying to get rid of those shields, they're kind of burning time at the moment, as right now, they don't have really any control. You have first floor control, which is great, but when the damage isn't coming out for that and the intel isn't there to capitalize on it, does it really matter ultimately? And I think the answer to that is going to be no. And that's going to be in favor of UW Whitewater for now, as we see Lawyer get down as what? Did she fall? What the heck just happened there? I don't know. But here comes Sledge running in, and I Love You JB is going to be able to take him out. And now it is a 3v5 with Lawyer down. They haven't been able to get any control as and Pinhead are still outside at the moment. This is not looking too good, Lucas. What do you think they're going to have to do here if they want to pull this around?
Honestly, I think I think they might just have to go in and try to pick their gunfights, try to get the 1v1s, and do what they can. It seemed like with the downstairs push, they were trying to go for a full roam clear with only 2 of them, which doesn't exactly seem like the most optimal option. 3 were attacking upstairs, but they just weren't pushing in. Where the other 2, you know, they had been in for a while until they eventually got picked off, and even at that point, once they were picked off, the other 3 still hadn't gone in. That's why we're down to this 1v5 after I Love You JB getting the commando kill.
Yeah, and I mean, it doesn't seem like it's getting any better here as Pinhead is still up on the roof. But at this point, why wind that time down to 0 and die? You might as well kind of talk about what you need to do if you play the site again going forward, because right now, how they played that was just not good. They were kind of disjointed, and that kind of set them up for failure there, especially, you know, Cal 2 Sussy not being able to really capitalize on the lower control that he had. So, yeah, take that time and kind of talk out what you need to do to win this side out going forward. Yeah, I wouldn't be too worried about the future rounds as far as Bar Game or Kitchen, because they have won that out pretty well, but their trophy was pretty messy. So if they want to do better than a 4-2, they're going to have to figure out how to handle that situation when that site inevitably comes back and UW Whitewater has that available to them, because they're going to get at least one more time before the swap. So if they want to really rack up those rounds, that's going to be something they need to really figure out here. And it looks like we will see them going back to Bar Game. Personally, I would have went first floor just because of the manner in which they lost those rounds being so similar. But if they have a serious adaptation, maybe they can put up with it. We do see Boomin on the Warden, and we do have, you know, everything else kind of similar. So maybe that Warden could be enough to make a difference. I don't recall if there was a Warden the last 2 rounds, but honestly, it's still relatively the same setup, so I'm still a little bit worried for UW Whitewater to pick up this second round here.
I think that if this round doesn't work, you know, they end up losing in the same fashion. I think they've just got to kind of abandon this site and be like, all right, this isn't working. There's nothing we can do. Let's move on. Let's move to library if we have to. Let's move to trophy. Let's just stop playing the site because they can attack it so well and we just can't cope.
Right, at least until you have something figured out, a more concrete plan that's going to at least shake up UIUC enough to create that buffer space where you can really shut down their momentum, because they have been playing these attacks really well. I mean, we already have Yanaclone clearing out top red, and they've already got full statuary and trophy control with Sledge, Cal2 Sussy, and I mean, so early on. That amount of control in this amount of time, that's not good. You do not want to let people get that much control, but we do see Boomin going to be able to take out Cal2 Sussy, and that is an early pick as we have just now passed a minute, so that is going to definitely help their situation here, especially since that is a set of nades down. However, Nanovirus does still have a full set of nades that can do the damage. Boomin going to be able to take another, and then Axnon going to be able to take another as well, taking out Lawyer, and now it's already a 2v5, and we haven't even crossed the 1 minute and 30-second mark.
It's just interesting to see how such a similar setup is now actually working out for them. Is the push different? Have UIUC just kind of lost their fighting spirit? I guess I'm not exactly sure what's going different, considering
Not quite. So what UIUC did is they have pushed out from trophy and statuary and did a horizontal instead of doing their typical. Ooh, that could have been really messy with Nanovirus Deal being on cams, being able to get off at just the right time. But they went for a horizontal take, and it just backfired substantially with how UW Whitewater was able to just force multiple of those gunfights and win out most of them. But here comes a nade, and it's going to be right on top of him. Going to do heavy damage to Exron, but still alive. Going for those peaks. Gets the headshot. And now with 40 seconds left, he's looking a lot better. Or she's looking a lot better with it being a 1v3. But there is going to be one possibly moving down main. That could be a major problem. And she's running out of time. She wants to go up red. She needs to book it. Time is not on her side. And the problem is Diffuser is still outside. And it seems like Whitewater knows that. But despite that, still able to get a triple kill. Gonna be able to pick up Diffuser. But with 17 seconds left, she has to move. And the barricade is still down too. Gonna have to break that and rush through top main. Whitewater knows this. But they're still playing passive at the moment. That could be an opportunity for Nanovirus to make something happen here as she tries to push through study, but I Love's Mort is going to be able to catch her as she forces her way through study, not going to be able to properly clearing with the amount of time that was remaining.
What I've noticed is that a lot of teams that I will face when they're up, you know, in that 5v1, 4v1 situations, that's where they you know, start getting aggressive, start swinging stuff, start pushing people.
You have to.
Yeah. That's where they're like, you know, we have the man advantage. That's where we can start, you know, throwing ourselves at that one person and see if we can maybe, you know, get the kill. And that's exactly what you're not supposed to do. So it was pretty refreshing to see that UIUC only having one player, UWW wasn't, you know, they weren't throwing themselves at him. They were just like, you know, let's look at the time. We got 30 seconds. We got 20 seconds. You know, however much time had been left. And they were just like, let's just hold. Okay? We've got a man advantage. We could throw ourselves at them if we really wanted. But why would we do that? They have to run in. They have to try and get the bomb down. Let's keep all our guys. Make sure we hold all the angles. And it'll work out for us, and that's exactly what happened.
Absolutely. And the only way that could have really went wrong, in my opinion, is if Nanovirus had more time. If she did, then she would have been able to take that aggression, those passive positionings, and punish them. But because of the time, she did not have the ability to do that. And that's kind of what you have to realize when it comes to these short time situations is you don't have the option to do things the right way. No matter what, you're gonna have to take a risk and make a bad decision, which is like not clearing study, for example, or not clearing something. You're gonna have to make these bad decisions because time doesn't allow. You're gonna have to take a guess at what they're gonna do and then go off of that, right? Because otherwise, you're just gonna run out of time if you try to clear everything as if you have all the time in the world. You're gonna have to make mistakes and you're gonna have to live with it and deal with it, right? And oftentimes, you know, if you make the right choice and you read the enemy correctly, that ends up working out because you're able to kind of call where they are and where they aren't. But, you know, Nanovirus made a decision. She thought that there wasn't really going to be anyone's study, and that ended up just not being the case, unfortunately, for her, which is where I Love Mort got that pick. And now we're going to be moving on to first floor kitchen. We got Rippled over by the basement side. UIUC pushing up from bathroom. Rippled maybe looking to push up from Astro Stairs, but we will see Nanovirus take out Xron. And that's going to be that pick out. Nitro primed and ready to go over by the hatch. It could potentially catch Nanovirus if shot at the right time. Actually still has it in pocket, just waiting for the right moment. And considering her health, there's a good chance that pick can go through. The Vert now coming out after having that full statuary trophy control, but Boomin is going to be able to take Nanovirus regardless, despite that. And now Ripple starting to push up as the pressure starts to mount as another one is taken off by Boomin, who eventually gets refragged by now down to a 3v3 with a minute left. UIUC still has to make their way down eventually, but with I Love You JB on that horizontal component, that could be easier said than done. But regardless, Cal2 Sussy looking to possibly move down. I Love Mort gonna be taking some heavy damage, but still up and down for the fight. And with 30 seconds, that lurk of I Love You JB gonna be more and more lethal if they choose to go that way. But the hatches are open. It looks like they're getting ready to drop. They do go for the drop. I Love Mort's not gonna be able to catch one, but Ripple does get Cal2 Sussy. The prone hole's not gonna work out as Ah will be able to take that. And now the peak's coming in with 15 seconds left. Ah gonna have to push in and cover for that plant. But with 10 seconds left, they have to move. But Hibana gets down, and I Love Mort catches Pinhead onto the frost mat, knocking his ankles out for another round for UW Whitewater.
I gotta say that frost mat was definitely placed strategically there, for the sole fact that that is actually a pretty common plant spot over in that corner. I feel like they thought they were gonna vault the couch and go over, but even though they didn't, it still worked out the exact same way. And that frost mat very much could have saved the round for them. It was a 2v2, so it really could have gone either way. But after someone's down by a frost mat, it's a much harder uphill battle for the team that just lost one of their members.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Hibana just, or I believe that was Pinhead, correct me if I'm mistaken, just lost that gunfight. So even if that still would have put Cal2 Sussy in a really bad situation there, the Buck, because of the fact that it was Pinhead who had Diffuser. So regardless, no matter how you spin it, it was going to be a bad situation because of the way that it played out. It really just came down to losing Pinhead. Even if getting caught by the frost mat, that really set the stage for losing that round and for UW Whitewater to win that out. And now we're going to be moving on back to Trophy Statuary with UIUC going for a push from east side. Going to go for that bow take. But remember what I said before about how they really struggled on this site. So I hope that they've figured out what they need to do, because the fashion in which they lost this site last time, that's gotta sting. So hopefully, for their sake, they've got it figured out. But I mean, with UW Whitewater being able to sit pretty comfortably, I really don't know what the tone is going to be and the momentum for this round is going to be. We already see Cal2 Sussy starting to clear out and start to get that push in. We're going to see some initiative from Lawyer already getting that shield down, already looking a little bit better, especially with I Love Mort taking some heavy damage, but still up. We're going to see Xron starting to push up back onto site as that direct pressure starts to mount. And now some droning going to confirm that there's a shield and that I Love Mort is there as well. But there is no Flores, so it's going to be a little bit tricky to get rid of that shield if they are going to go for that. But it looks like Oz going to try to push up the closet to potentially get rid of that shield. And as there's no utility burn, that's going to be a pretty easy shield to break, assuming Ah can actually get the charge off. Still holding outside for the most part. We do have Boomin moving over by Statuary side to possibly make a play over by Master side. The Vert now coming in, trying to get rid of that mute jammer, but they're just not able to connect onto it, get it out so far. With 1 minute and 18 seconds, we need to see more progress towards the setup. But Cal2 Sussy knows that there's somebody close. Lawyer gonna be able to pick up Boomin and I Love Mort. The plays now starting, getting that bow control. The wall now finally open. They're gonna be able to push up, especially with I Love UJB getting taken out and sledgehammered. Looks like that look from below did not work out, as they now have that full control below. The nades about to come in from both Cal2 Sussy and Nanovirus, with one nade still on the board to do some damage. But Ripple's gonna push out, take initiative along with Xron, get 2 picks here, now bringing it to a 3v1 as Pinhead will catch Ripple holding the angle onto Bathroom, and is now up to Xron, who is still decently far offsite by top red Classical Hall. Gonna have to take these fights here. Pinhead gonna be planting behind Diffuser, playing it safe, but Xron will drop, possibly to try to throw a Nitro, but not before taking heavy damage due to that Skylight feet holes that were placed earlier in the round. Now backfiring those lines of sights once again, and now Xron's in a situation that he has to try to get up into the second floor somehow, but with Nanovirus holding back and playing around the push up the stairs, he's going to be in a bad spot, but Ah will still manage to pistol whip him from above as he attempts to rotate and make something happen. UIUC picking that round up.
Now that was just a very dominant showing of UIUC right there. That was I just the way that they moved, the way that they did all that, that was very good. They got in, they got their picks, they got in, and then playing for retake, the defenders just couldn't deal with that. And that's exactly how Siege is meant to be played.
Absolutely. They took their setup right when they needed it and made full advantage, full use of what they had. And that really was what kind of set the stage for winning that round. Because remember, the last time they went there, they really didn't have much of any setup at all. And UW Whitewater was able to just fully abuse that, but not this time around, at least last round anyway. And that allowed UIUC to even it out on a 3-3 split rather than a 4-2. Had they won the round before, they may have been able to, pick up that lead, but they really struggled with Kitchen, and yeah, they were able to turn it around UW Whitewater. So still looking at a very close game so far. No one really picking up a lead, as it has been a pretty persistent game of back and forth. Though granted, UW Whitewater, if I'm not mistaken, at a point had a 2-round lead, which is huge because that means if you can kind of get that pendulum swinging in just the right way, you can barely close it out with a 7-5. But it remains to be seen if that will be the case, as it looks like UW Whitewater is kind of split right now. Actually, I'm mistaken. They're going to be pushing in, doing a horizontal push onto statuary and trophy, getting that initial control in such a fast way that I've talked about before. I mean, look, we're at 2 minutes and 12 seconds, and they already are pushed up to trophy entrance. This is what I'm talking about when I say you don't really want to give up that control if you can afford it. But it looks like maybe UIC will be able to afford it if they play tricks up their sleeves properly. Because keep in mind, Nanovirus is still over below, denying the nades from below. So they don't really have that option. So they're going to have to commit to this horizontal. Pinhead going to be taking major damage from the nade and the drone hole from I Love Mort, but still kicking. And that's, like I said, once again, that's the main thing. But they're going to be trying to look to get rid of those K charges and try to push out from below where there is Nanovirus. Lawyer going to be taking some heavy damage, but still alive. And here comes a push out to try to clear out Nanovirus from Library. He's kind of stuck in a corner, and there is some Burt above trying to take those shots. And I Love Mort will be able to catch Lawyer on that pre-fire based off of the intel. He didn't see it coming. And now Nanovirus doesn't have any support to hold on to Library, but he has done his job, stalling for about 2 minutes now. So if he wants to fall back, he can. But those nades could potentially be a massive problem, as there are still 3 nades left on the board. And with how UIUC is anchoring up right now, that could be disastrous, especially with the intel that UW Whitewater is bringing forth at the moment. They have a good idea where they are, and it looks like electricity is down in vaults. They can get that. Gonna be able to take I Love Mort. And now even the numbers up a little bit, but they are starting to run out of time to get that bottom control, but it is too late, as they have got to get that execute going. Actually, correction, Nanovirus is still there, and they're going to be able to take advantage of that to Nitro when they try to get an execute going. And here comes a nade from across bar. Is it going to catch? It will not. Another nade going through to try to clear out that vault corner, but there is no one there. And here comes the push, but getting caught from Study. That's gonna be able to take a triple kill. Give him the ace. Oh, but I Love You JB will shut that down, and they do have site control, but the holes from below are gonna cause them a lot of problems. Still trying to go for that plant despite the fact there's a line of sight, and the 2 shotgun kills from Cow 2 Sussy will finish that out for UIUC.
I was honestly kind of surprised he didn't die earlier there with all those holes opened up, especially since he was being shot through them before.
Yeah, I think that was just a bit of a whiff.
Yeah, you would think that they would have heard the plant going down and been like, okay, he's sticking it. Let's go here. Let's, shoot him through these holes. But I don't know. It was just kind of interesting.
at the end of the day, he was still pinched. So, I mean, there wasn't really a lot of options. Even if somehow he got that plant down, he still got the shotgun swing from Study. Even if he got that plant down, was able to take that fire shotgun, you still got the person from below. And I believe the Nitro was still up as well. And they knew exactly where he was. So, I love you, JB. Did not have a lot of options. And there really wasn't much to do there. It was pretty much just done and over with for him at that point, with how many they lost trying to get in, because they just didn't really have the control that UW Whitewater really wanted here. And now, or I'm sorry, that UI, yeah, no, yeah, I'm right, UW Whitewater. And now UIUC going to be moving on to Trophy Sanctuary, a default objective rotation. And we're going to see a possible run out or a spawn peek from Cow2 Sussy, who's holding by that window. Here comes the run out. Goes for the peek, but no one's going to be coming from the car side, so nothing's going to be coming out of that. But they do now have eyes on there being a warden, which could be a serious problem for them depending on their composition. But keep in mind, the only thing that they really have that Warden would have high impact in is I Love You JB's flashes. But here's the thing, more likely than not, that's going to be used for utility burn to get rid of shields and whatnot. So ultimately, that doesn't really matter all that much. So the Warden, pretty much his main utility is going to be his Nitro, or in this case, shield, which is already about to get destroyed as a Flores is going to pop that while Cade has his back turned. Pinhead not going to be able to take that out. And that's already one shield down, but they do have another one deep into Saturate, which could help them as they try to push out from the master door.
Now it's interesting. Pushing bedroom, you know, that's not a very it's not uncommon at all. But just the fact that they're taking so many different angles, but all still trying to push from the same side. It's a little bit of ballsy tactic. I wonder to see if it'll work out.
Yeah, and the thing that I'm kind of worried about for UIUC here is look how far up. Ooh, Exron getting a very nice shot on Calcium Sosi. Look how far up UW Whitewater has already gotten into controlling this site. They had someone all the way up in bathroom, and that's going to pose a serious problem in trying to contest their control into master bedroom unless Pinhead chooses to get active here, which always has the potential to backfire here. Though with a minute left, time is starting to run low, and it looks like Pinhead will try to get active here, but I Love Mort will catch him. Gonna be getting booming out of the way, and with that, the wall is still not open, so they do have that to play around with. Lawyer gonna be able to catch one, but Ripple will get naded by and now they're gonna have to start to make their way up as they have secured Astro control, but no site control quite yet, as UIUC is trying to place a little bit horizontally, but Lawyer will go down. Now up to Nanovirus, the plant going down, and Nanovirus is gonna try to take that initiative to try to deny plant, or at least better his post-plant situation as much as humanly possible, but that is just not going to unfortunately go through. We will see one rotate over to Master, and that's going to be another element that Nanovirus has got to watch out for. Choosing to rotate out over to Trophy side to take the fight with Ripple, but does not win that out, giving another round to UW Whitewater.
Yeah, I mean, just in all that thing, UW Whitewater, they played that really well. As I said, their push was a little bit interesting, but it obviously they knew exactly what they were doing. They were able to get that round with a pretty sizable margin with players left.
Yeah, no, they really got the control that they needed and kept their numbers up, which was pretty important in maintaining those crosses and those cutoffs, so that when they had that side control, there was just nothing that they can do. But despite that, UIUC will still go that side again. But let me ask you this, Lucas. If they are to win this round and have a better outcome than they did last round, what is UIUC going to have to do differently here?
I mean, that's a tough question, honestly. I can't say much more than they're just gonna have to play it a little better. I mean, their setup isn't necessarily bad, but are they doing the setup that works for their team, or are they just doing like a standard ranked or a standard pro league setup instead?
Yeah, comfort does play a huge part. I agree.
You definitely, if a setup works in Pro League, that has absolutely no bearings if it's going to work for your team, because you have to adapt a lot of those to your team to figure that stuff out. So I guess they'll have to, they do have to be a little bit more comfortable in how they play it, what site they're playing, how to set it up, all that kind of stuff. I feel like that's probably going to be the biggest factor.
Yeah. I think so. And I think that's a really good point to bring up, is really just that comfort. Whatever they go with, you just have to be comfortable, because team synergy is huge, especially when you start getting into these upper echelons of competitive gaming. You have to be able to know what you're comfortable with and just, go with it, right? Even if it's not necessarily the greatest play, the comfort is really what it comes down to. And speaking of comfortable, it seems like I Love JB is quite comfortable in taking his gunfight against Pinhead. Gonna be knocking him out of this round. And it looks like UW Whitewater is gonna be trying to continue their trend of winning out this site in the way they did, but Lawyer is not going to give that control up without a fight. Going to be able to take out Boomin, and they will not be able to get that Flores onto the shield. Getting close, but not quite there. Nanovire is going to be taking out Rippled. That's going to be from below. That lurk coming in very well, and it looks like UIUC is already looking at a better situation here, as UW Whitewater is struggling to get that control, still mostly have an outside presence, but Cal2 Sussy does get down. However, he is still very resable, as there's no one with a horizontal component to clean up that kill, so that will be a free res here. X-Ron gonna be holding an aggressive angle, gonna take that shot out to Nanovirus with Lawyer, gonna be able to get I Love Mort. Numbers still looking relatively even, but UW Whitewater is at a person disadvantage. They're gonna have to take some initiative here. They could go for Astro and get that control with the way angles are set up right now. Axron will try to take that, but then inevitably fall back, as there is still one lurking below, and that is going to be Frost. Holding that from Astro to prevent him from fully pushing up. But despite that, they're going to try to deal with Astro somehow or not, as they continue to push up. But I Love You JB will be able to get lured despite that. And still holding below, maybe holding a little bit too passive here. But with 15 seconds left, they've got to get a plant. And here comes slowly creeping up. Gonna be able to catch I Love You JB for a headshot. Axron still trying to go for a plant. Gets off, but he is running out of time with 5 seconds left. If he's gonna plant, he's got to do it now. And both of them are playing very passive, waiting for that plant. And Axron is just trying to catch somebody over peeking, but it is not going to happen, as the second he starts to plant, the peek out comes in, and that's a round for UIUC, turning it around for Statuary Trophy.
Now that Whitewater's on defense, Whitewater's on attack, it's going to be extra crucial that they get these rounds, because at the round swap it was 3-3, where Villa, I'm sure most you and most of our viewers would agree, is a pretty defender-sided map, just in of itself. So getting these attack rounds right here to at least try and force the game to overtime, that's going to be extremely crucial for them.
Right, but you got to keep in mind, the problem is, right, if they want to win this out, they're going to, or at least get into overtime now, they've got to win second floor possibly twice, or at least once if UIUC wins this round and goes to first floor. But that's always kind of a startling situation when you have to try to go into overtime from match point. That can always kind of, rattle the moral bones just a little bit. So that's going to be a situation they're going to have to possibly put up with here as UIUC moves on to Bar Gaming Room. But regardless, it looks like UW Whitewater is going to be going for a bit of a split push here with a emphasis on a horizontal component, as that Ripple is going to make his way through Master and Trophy, which seems to be for free, as there's not really anyone there to kind of deny that initial entry outright, which is what we have tended to see up to this point. You usually don't have much presence there, and they just kind of walk right in.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting just how they've been able to, at least for most of this, at least be able to just completely push in with almost almost no trouble. It's as they get closer to site, obviously there's a few more guys that they need to pick off, but being able to get into the building is usually the hardest thing, and right now it's just they can generally walk in and just with absolutely no repercussions.
Yeah, and I guess that just comes down to the play style of both teams. But typically, you want to try to at least put some pressure on, so they have to take their time in clearing. You don't even have to fully aggress. Just shoot out a drone, fall back, and that's it. But despite that, Boomin will be able to catch Nanovirus holding below, using those Valkyrie cams, try to go for Nitros. But that's going to be one Nitro down with Cade over by Vault. So effectively, they don't have really any way to deny Nitro-wise from above. So they're going to have to take these fights pretty much head on directly for the most part. Well, except for UW Whitewater, as I Love More still has a full set of nades available. Pinhead going to be tricking to try to deny that vault wall from getting open, but it is not going to go through, or at least not soon enough, as the wall is now fully open. Pinhead going to be taking a considerable amount of damage, but still alive. But Boomin will be able to take Lawyer and Pinhead for a triple kill. Are we going to see an ace here? I don't know, but Xron will shut that ace down, getting out, and then the hold from outside from I Love Mort to take Cal2 Sussy out for a flawless round. UW Whitewater looking better here.
Now that round was just I can't really say much about it apart from that was just played very, very well. Now with their pushing, just kind of what we saw, like I said, is it because of them being able to just kind of walk in? Is that what kind of is that what helped them win the round? Was it
Probably not, but the only reason I say that is just because of the rapidity in which they are, the manner in which they won those fights. Because usually when you have a presence there, you want to kind of just more or less kind of stall for times. I don't think having no presence over there and allowing them to walk up was the issue. I think that more came down to their positioning and individual play-by-plays, because they did just outright lose a lot of gunfights there, and I think that's really what caused some issues there. But at least now UW Whitewater looking a lot better if they want to bring this into overtime at the moment.
Yeah, and honestly, they're doing a very good job with that. It seems, like I said, it's realistically a defender-sided map, but both teams seem to be doing equally well on defense as they are on attack. So it's just kind of interesting to see how even no matter where a map is favored, how you play is really what ultimately will decide it for you.
Yeah, I would have to say so. But despite that, it looks like they're going to be having a little bit of horizontal, taking that trophy and stature, a pretty similar take to what happened last round. But let's see if Pinhead will be able to Cade trick this vault wall, just unlike last time. He might be able to get this, which could help with denying a lot of the pressure that UW Whitewater was able to put onto UIUC. But it's hard to say for sure. But if UW Whitewater gets that control below like they did last round, it's going to make things considerably more difficult. Xron holding that very tight angle to try to catch one by the hall, but Nanovirus is not taking that bait, just opting to hold by the hall if he tries to aggress. So not much out of that, but Ripple's already pushing up. Xron going to be able to catch Nanovirus, and that's going to be one pick for them. And with Ripple already having that 90 control, that is going to cause a lot of problems. They still don't have that vault wall open yet, but with Ripple having those EMPs, I'm sure that is going to be coming very soon. And with explosives as well to try to take it out, and the bandit tricking, they are putting a lot of utility to deny from getting open, and they do succeed in stopping the vault wall from getting open, which can for sure help. But with the positions that UW Whitewater has, it's still going to be an uphill battle for UIUC to clear this out. Rotero coming out to try to get rid of as much utility as possible, but really not spotting much other than getting a lot of information on where they are. This could be the turning tide for UW Whitewater, having that information on where pretty much Everyone is, and Ripple will take full advantage of that, getting off the board. Sussy still holding by top main, but that's not really where the push is at the moment, as they have now moved on to site, but Lawyer will be able to pick off Rippled. I love you, JB, gonna be down on site, and with Pinhead close to vault. If anyone tries to res him, he's a gone, or they're a goner too, so he's effectively out of the fight going forward. We're gonna see a little bit of shots from below from Extron. I don't know what he's hoping for here, but that's not gonna work out, although I love Mort gonna be able to take one onto Pinhead, and the double kill from Lawyer onto I love you, JB, and Boomin, and that's gonna create an opening for a plant for Exron, as I love Mort gets a double kill as well. And now it is all up to Sussy to try to finish the job here. We're gonna see a prone red angle from I love Mort, and that is gonna work and connect, as now it is looking that UW Whitewater is at match point. If UIUC wants to win this, they now have to go into overtime, as the UW Whitewater is really getting their attacks down and forcing UIUC into a corner that they just cannot get themselves out of, at least not alive.
Well, I mean, I was hoping this game would provide some action, and it very, very much has done that. It's now up to UIUC to see if they can. I assume they would have chosen different side, which they did, because that just the Aviator games, it did not seem to work out for them, much like it didn't work out for Whitewater when they were on defense either. So it's just. I guess now that they know that site's a weakness for both of them, and hopefully they know to stay away from it, because I feel like that could ultimately decide the game whether or not they decide to play it. But at this point, UIUC, if they can hold this well and draw this into overtime, that's great. In which case they have a chance to win this game. But if not, Whitewater's gonna come with the victory, winning actually more rounds on attack than defense, which is quite uncommon for a map like Villa.
Yeah, and the problem as well is, keep in mind that this is UIUC's map, not UW Whitewater. So if they lose this, that's going to really put them on the spot for the second game here if they are not able to secure this. But I mean, they are both pretty popular maps, so I mean, it can still really go either or, but you don't want to lose on your pick. And with that being said, we're going to see 2 picks already coming out. Boomin and Lawyer getting taken out so early on, an exchange of aggression, evening out the numbers a little bit. That's going to be the Amaru gone. Don't know why you have an Amaru, but regardless, I mean, that's not a major utility loss. I mean, same with UIUC with the mute jammer, so I mean, all those are already going to be placed down, so not a major loss, as UW Whitewater still needs to get that control from the bow. Drones coming out, the shield still up, as the Rotero is not going to be able to get close enough to shut down that shield due to that mute jammer. So they're going to have to put a little bit more effort if they want to get that out. And there is that effort. The flash is going in, and the nade to secure that deployable shield break. And now they're going to be a little bit less of utility for UIUC there. But they still have that control. No push up from Master yet. The Rotero now coming in to try to catch another shield, but it will get shot down.
As I see it this round, Nanovirus getting the pick with Roni on Rippled, but the droning that Whitewater's doing is ultimately, I think once they figured out droning, that's really what's helping them win some of these rounds.
But it's kind of hard to with the mute jammers and utility that's in the way, honestly.
Yeah, but they seem to be getting more active with their drones and just kind of trying new stuff, and it's I would say that's why they've one or two of these rounds they definitely might not have won had they not had that mute jammer. We got I Love More getting killed G36C, but getting a refrag as Frost. I Love More getting the headshot on I Love You JB getting kill on Sussy. Nitro goes off by Nanovirus, and now it is down to a 1v1.
Yeah, and now it is all up to Nanovirus. If they want to bring this to overtime, he has to win this fight. But for UW Whitewater, they have to win this fight. Lovemort going to be able to successfully get that diffuser down. Starting to take those fights with Nanovirus as he starts to get very active and aggressive here with I Love Mort, trying to match that tempo, the push-up coming in from Statuary, and now the defuse attempt is beginning. But with how I Love Mort is holding right now, he might be able to stick it, but I Love Mort will be able to get it, or will be able to deny Nanovirus before he's able to get off. And now with that, that is going to be our first half as UW Whitewater wins out this first game.
That was suspense from start to finish. I would definitely say Whitewater winning Illinois map. That's got to be a huge blow for Illinois, especially for them going 7-0 on the season. It's looking really good for Whitewater now, but I guess that remains to be seen.
Yeah, it looks like the UIUC momentum is starting to get shut down here based off of what we have seen from that. But granted, that was still a very close match. So there's still a lot for UIUC to try to take here, but they are going to have to ultimately move up on UW Whitewater's territory, which is going to be Cafe. So we'll see that in just a second. And with that, Lucas, do you have any final thoughts before we go into intermission here?
I just want to say, hopefully this next game is just as thrilling as the first one was.
Yeah, very fast-paced these past few rounds have been in this map for sure. So with that, we're going to go on a quick intermission, and we will see you guys in about 5-10 minutes.
Vale Beats.
this? Okay, this is a little better. I can deal with this, especially when they all sit together like that. See, this is doable. When they don't move fast, when they are just kind of right in your face, and it doesn't take much effort. That's where I prosper. Hello. These guys are just going around. They're just here.
Alright, see, this is made for arm aimers. This is not some shit like the other ones. I'm not shooting flying things in Siege. Like, I don't play Apex Legends.
Have a good time. And it just means I don't have to work nearly as hard to find them. I'm the best there's ever been, and there's no way that anyone is going to be not only better than me at every other ones, but at this one as well. I got this one in the bag. I'm so confident. Look at that.
Alright, see, now I'm not aiming like snow anymore. We're good, we're good.
We can probably just go for plan. Nice. Connector.
He's still stuck there. Nice above you after you kill this guy.
Yep, you got him. Alright, Men's fireplace is halfway up now. Halfway up, like. No.
Bathroom dead. I'm in bathroom.
I'm gonna keep holding point.
Captain dead.
Main. Oh my god, one hatch.
Two connecting. Main stairs, bottom main.
What?
See Mort find one but Mort communication is knowing Mamba's there, taking
one player left, and he gets taken out to the head. I love Mort. Get an overhead view here of library. You can see nobody directly in library. Oh, big frag time. Boomin kills Servant. I love Mort kills Mamba. And C4 goes out and a down on the toaster. Boomin taking Zajoc though as he jumps back to Boomin. But the jump out from I love Mort.
I'm gonna come fire them.
Yes.
They're coming black side. Wow.
Sludged. Jackal, or that's that.
Able to find one on the axe with the next 3.
And welcome back, everyone. My name is Piercing Dia. I am here with Lucas, and we are now going to be moving on to the second match, and that is going to be Cafe. So we just saw UW Whitewater win their win the first match, even though it was UIUC's pick. So Lucas, tell me what you thought of last game, and what do you think of the impact of UW Whitewater's win?
So to begin, I just want to say that was a very, very good game. I enjoyed watching it. I'm sure our fans out there enjoyed watching it as well. That went right down to the wire. Now, as for this, Whitewater's pick of Cafe, obviously they didn't pick Villa, but still ended up winning on it, even though it was close. I feel like this might be a lot less close than it was over on Villa, especially since, this being Whitewater's pick and all. Now, Cafe, less defender sided than, say, Villa, but still, I would still say quite a bit defender sided. So, in all honesty, I'm looking forward to another good game. Will it be complete shutout? Maybe. Will it be probably the closest game I've ever casted? Maybe. We don't know at this point, but I do think that Illinois losing their own map, I feel like that has definitely damaged some of their confidence.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. But the thing that I'm kind of particularly curious about, or I guess maybe concerned about, is both teams on their initial entry were able to kind of get in with little to no repercussion unless they went for a direct take. And in a lot of cases, for first floor, you usually want to go for that kind of extension slash horizontal. So I feel like Kitchen is going to be very messy for both teams, but for third floor, it's going to get really chaotic because of the fact that, a lot of that fighting is more towards direct. So I think it's going to take is one lurker and that person who's just going to be able to show up, third floor from lurking below. And that is going to just be absolutely devastating because that's really all it's taken a lot of these cases is just one person lurking at the right time and it shuts it all down. So I don't know if we're going to see that all too much, but I'm banking on that being a major player here.
The lurker can make or break a game, as we definitely saw in the last match, where when one team would do a full roam clear and pick off the 1-2 lurkers, it was basically game over. But if that lurker's still alive, can get a few picks, or even just rotates back up to site without even seeing anyone, that can ultimately swing the game in their favor. So I really do think it comes down to the lurkers and whether or not they either get their picks or they end up dying early into the round.
For sure. And with that being said, I think it's about time that we move on to our second match. Wouldn't you say so?
I would say so. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's get right into it. Good luck, everyone, and let's move on to the second match. Now, for band-wise, we did see some pretty default bands, and I think that we're going to stick to that pattern as well. I'm going to be predicting a Solus, a Zami, Flores, and then a Thatcher band. Those are going to be what I'm calling. I mean, we haven't really seen much target bands, but maybe that will change based off of the last match that was played. But if anything, the only thing I can really see maybe being banned instead would probably be like a Cade to kind of target, UIUC when they were holding on to Vault for dear life. And where you see the first ban, that's going to be Thatcher from UIUC. Pretty standard stuff. I mean, a lot of utility wipe can make it very easy to get rid of shield or other things like that, especially you bank it in just the right spot. And then for UW Whitewater, their response going to be a Jackal ban. I guess we're going to see a bit more of a heavy lurk presence from the roam on the swap for UW Whitewater. And then for their other defense band, like I said, I'm still calling Azami and Solus, but maybe we'll go even more default than that. But I mean, those are extremely popular map band or operator bands in the competitive sphere, even in a higher level. And there you have it. We'll see the Solus band. And like I said, because direct takes have been kind of the trickiest for both teams, I really think they're going to get rid of the Solus here. And with that, Zami. And we will see that as Zami ban. taken place. So nothing too crazy or unpredictable that nothing I haven't seen already. But we will, interestingly enough, see that UIUC is going to actually move on to Reading Room and Fireplace Hall, second floor. So I don't see a whole lot is starting off there. But if they can do a good job of denying information to confirm their second floor hold, that could be a real big advantage for UIUC and a problem for UW Whitewater, especially if they vest heavy utility into first floor or third floor in trying to get that control. So it just all depends on the information that comes out. But it does look like they're already getting their drones out to second floor pretty fast, so I think they're going to have a good idea that something's not quite right. Huge props for going second floor, though. I mean, what do you think of going second floor for the first site on this map?
Honestly, it's definitely interesting. I've seen it before. I haven't seen it a lot though. And honestly, with how much they're setting up top floor, it looks like they might be trying to bait them into thinking, oh, it's third floor, normal, and then they try to get the fuser down with a few seconds left, and they're like, wait a second, bombs aren't here, like, what are we supposed to do, It'll be interesting to see if that's actually what happens, or, if they're able to push straight into second floor, because it seems realistically maybe 1 or 2 on second floor max.
For sure, I can see that being a possibility, but I feel like UW Whitewater knows better and will have spotted that out. We will see, though, Wamai, Kyle Tusasi playing aggressively over by the tree door, trying to possibly catch a peek there, but doesn't look like anyone's coming over there except for the sledge, who's already up on a rappel, but the ping's coming out. They know Kyle Tusasi is over there. All he's got to do, Boomin's got to do, is swing this, get that pre-fire, and he's out, and there it comes, the pre-fire swing to take Kyle Tusasi out, and that's going to be a very early pick and a lot of lost utility there. I mean, if you're gonna play aggressive, you gotta kind of bank on there being no intel on you. But they had the drop on him with that information. That's what I was talking about, having that second floor information. They kind of know what's going on here, but they still have an extremely long line of sight to deal with, and that's gonna be that Mira. But it looks like they are gonna be spotting that. So I'm wondering how they're gonna adapt to that, since they have no smokes or anything to really cut that off. So that's going to be an uphill fight to deal with, especially with over in White Corridor. That could pose a multifaceted issue for UWW. But we will see Lawyer take out Rippled. Going to send out that floor to try to force out Mirror to rotate to catch him, but that's not going to work out, as there's just no one to catch her up by the door by Cocktail, and she's still going to be able to hold that angle. The Nitro going to be coming in and is not going to catch Yano, who is now by the bar getting that control, but the pre-fire going to be able to catch I Love Mort out. And now I Love You JB trying to push up to contest this Mirror, going to be able to get that cross, but we will see Loyal get a triple kill on the Boomin in the process. The second floor hold just causing so many issues for UW Whitewater, as they just cannot seem to make any progress at the moment. But the push-up, going to be able to take one. I Love You JB, going to be able to eliminate Nanovirus, knows where Mira is, who then drops the Balk. So they do have that above control. But with 30 seconds left, they have to move. Otherwise, it is not going to be ending very well for them. But it seems like they don't know that Mira has rotated off and is just stalling even more time. With 15 seconds left, they have to move. But they haven't really dropped yet. And here comes a hatch drop. X-Ron almost catching one, does get it, and that is going to be another pick. But the ITA shot from going to be able to get that finished out to win that round for UIUC.
Now, I guess the question there is, did they realize that the site was second floor? Because initially, pushing up third floor, it didn't seem like they were doing a full roam clear or anything like that. They just kind of pushed in third floor. So did they completely realize that, or did they maybe, like, with 30 seconds left, they're like, oh no, site's not up here, it's downstairs? I think them kind of baiting that it was top floor when it really wasn't, I feel like that definitely worked in their favor, and definitely influenced the outcome.
I very much agree that playing second floor threw off UW Whitewater and ended up winning them a crucial round. And in fact, they're going to go second floor yet again. is there a possible change in meta going on with the site selection cafe that I'm not aware of? Because usually you go second floor for more like an off pick, and then that's it. You don't really go second floor again unless you have to, but UIUC is really committing to this, going second floor yet again, but I don't know if it's going to work to the same extent as it did for the last round, as UW Whitewater now knows how they like to hold this above, and they're going to have a similar setup with the utility that they're using so far, even bringing in a castle to kind of double down. So I don't know. They already have some adaptations made in advance, and that could help with denying UW Whitewater, but knowing how they like to set that up is still going to be a major challenge. But it really just comes down to the information that Whitewater has and how UIUC plays this out, because if they move smart, this can be huge. But I Love Mort will be able to catch out Al2 Sussy already for an early pick. That is going to be huge loss of utility there. And UW Whitewater hasn't even gotten into the building yet with that initial pick. That's going to be a Nitro down as well. But with 2 still on the board, Exron trying to hold for that fireplace rotate. But we're probably not going to see that until later on. We'll have to keep a little close tab on that. But with Lawyer still trying to hold out for Piano, looks like they have their second floor control at least secured at the moment. But we do have one over by Christmas Tree, and that's going to be I Love More, and could possibly get some damage in if moving at just the right time. The piece is now setting in as UW Whitewater tries to just wait for UIUC to kind of crumble, make a bad move, and then everyone kind of digs in based off of how they're positioning right now, just kind of playing it to see what additional mistakes UIUC makes. Although they have taken Cigar and are starting to move up even further, holding close. I Love You, JB. Gonna be able to take as Boomin starts to push up as well to further cement that control. But the nade is going to take out the Yana. Very unfortunate. There is gonna be one holding Pixel, tries to get a shot, Lawyer, but misses the shot and inevitably falls down. And that's gonna ultimately give Whitewater that full control, but not before Snail is gonna be able to take Rippled out in the process. You've gained that control, but at what cost? And Boomin now being down as well. These numbers are starting to look a little worse for wear, as Lawyer and Snail still have 2 Nitros. 1 Nitro with I Love Mort taking Snail out, and now it is up to Lawyer and Nanovirus to deny their move down, but they're going to have that vert. Lawyer holding an aggressive angle onto the bow, going to be able to catch one, but take heavy damage in the process. Still alive, but heavily hurt here with 1 Nitro still on the board. We're going to see that laundry drop come in as they try to collapse onto site. Love More getting a triple kill onto Lawyer as he starts to push in with the site. Exron now in the process of planting here. Nanovirus is going to have to push through a funneled corridor in if he has any hope of making a win here. Tries to push into library, but ultimately gets cut off from the fireplace crouch hole. Yet another round for UW White, or I'm sorry, that's going to be their first round, UW Whitewater.
See, now what we learned that it seemed like they were trying to bait upstairs again, potentially, albeit a little less so. When Whitewater got those picks off and everyone had to rotate back to site, they're like, yeah, site's definitely not up here, and they were able to go in and get it. Well, a bait is something that's not going to work every time. It's one of those strategies that'll work once, maybe twice, until they figure out exactly what you're doing, and at that point, it's just, it all falls apart.
Yeah.
Are they trying the bait again here? It looks like they might be.
Doubt it.
But
I think that we're going to be committing to holding here. And the thing I want to point out is, despite the fact that they lost that round in a pretty heavy fashion with a 3-round advantage for Whitewater, UIUC is still committed to playing off second floor. They really like second floor here. I'm telling you what, ladies and gentlemen, because they are sticking to it. And now they're going to be pretty much running the exact same composition before. Like I said, that definition of insanity, trying the same thing, expecting a different result. Maybe they just had some misplays, and that could be the mentality that they're coming with. But we do know, regardless, that with the way that they played it from last time, they do that again, it's not going to end very well. They gave up third floor with just enough time for Whitewater to really get their damage in, and they were not able to hold off the horizontal component as they moved down over to mining room. So that can be a little bit more proactive here. Snail trying to get aggressive onto the angle that Xron was, I believe that would be Xron holding from outside, but not going to be able to connect any shots, and Snail will take a little bit of damage, but ultimately that doesn't really matter all too much. And with UIUC being spread out in the way that they are right now, they're pretty much ready for any kind of hop-in that Whitewater attempts at this moment. But instead, they're going to be going for a more direct control onto third floor, popping those hatches to try to go for that drop soon. The drone's going to be spotting out Lawyer. They know that the Mira setup is still there like before, and that's just going to allow Whitewater to move even faster. I mean, we even have Mort already on the window, ready to throw that nade and push out Lawyer to expose her to Cigar. But here's the problem. You have Cal2 Sussy over by Christmas Tree. You break that door and you run out, and you're history. Although that drone might have just caught the pulse, which could force him to rotate out, which it looks like he's not going to be holding over there, opting more towards pillar side instead. And that's going to help with I Love Mort having the comfort that she needs to be able to help push off the Mira, who is now holding back over by Cocktail, accounting for that nade, but I believe you can still bank it off. Now the Mira going to break that, or the Hibana going to break that Mira. We're going to see Nanovirus and Snail pick up 2 picks, but Boomin will be able to refrag Snail, and getting rippled down in turn. It's now looking not too hot for Whitewater as UIUC takes the fight over to them and wins it out with a 2-man advantage. 55 seconds left, and we see I Love UJB trying to force a plant despite the heavy person disadvantage, but will ultimately get off. That Cal2 Sussy going on post is going to get that huge information to confirm where they are, and now they are getting ready to get that plant down. The Nitro trying to come in, start a little bit of chaos. Lawyer's Nitro going out to connect to I Love UJB, but Boomin still has that diffuser, but it doesn't matter as he cannot win the fight out over by Red 90.
Now, UIUC won this round, but for, I would say, a majority of the round, they had 3 people upstairs not on site and 2 people playing site. From my experience, what I've learned is that if there's only 2 people on site, just 5-man push site. They're not going to be able to cope. You've got site, and then they have to play for retake. Do you think that had they pushed, say, from first floor up to second floor and did that instead, do you think that would have swung the round in Whitewater's favor?
It possibly could have, but I mean, I think the main thing was the way that they lost their gunfights over on third floor. They were starting to get the setup, but UIC just took the fight to them, and they just weren't really ready to adapt to that. But also the problem as well is, yes, technically with 2 people, you can try to force that out, but the problem is those vert angles. Whitewater does not really have the utility to block off those vertical lines of sight to allow them to safely cross. So if they try to do that, first off, there's some coordination that's going to be required for that, and that's going to tip off UIUC that something is not quite right, and that alone is going to cause them to either start coming back to site or start holding those angles above a bit more aggressively. And when you come down to actually executing, that's when things can really fall apart. You know, trying to go in, those vert holes can really be a problem if you're just not ready for it, which honestly, I don't think, with the way Whitewater was taking those gunfights, I don't think they really would have. So honestly, I think it just came down to not being able to handle the aggression that UIC put out to them.
Yeah, I in all honesty, I would agree with that. I guess we'll see now if they try another aggressive approach or if they play a little more passively and kind of see how the round is impacted.
Yeah, well, it really just comes down to those moment-by-moment plays. We will see Cal2 Sussy on the Oryx, though. Still second to second floor. I'm really curious what's going on with them, that they have not played kitchen or third floor really once. Or, I'm sorry. Yeah, I really don't know what their mindset is going into this, but it seems like they have really practiced this out. At least they're making it work so far with their 1-round lead, but despite that, Whitewater is now getting that red control, or at the very least, Rippled is, who's pretty much alone at the moment. Boomin already on that rappel, rotating up to the roof with Cigar control. They're starting to get that control, but they still have one major issue to deal with. And that's going to be Lawyer holding by Cocktail. They've got that long line of sight with the mirror, but they've usually been good about getting rid of the freezer mirror so they can pop that. It'll just make things a little bit easier here. They've struggled to get this component, this Cocktail Whitehall component dealt with. And if they can't get this, it's gonna... They're not going to be looking good into winning this round. Honestly, I'm surprised I haven't seen a Twitch to just get rid of the mirrors outright from the very beginning. I mean, pop the hatch, you know, kind of creep the drone around and then whip it around a corner, and there you go. The mirrors are gone. I would have honestly expected that, but we do have the repel from Cocktail, but that's going to backfire as Boomer gets taken out. Lawyer going to try to rotate, but X-Ron going to be able to catch him off from the balk, and that is going to be that third floor component. For the most part, heavily damaged, if not entirely shut down, as now everyone else is back onto second floor, close to site, or at least around the area, and Whitewater is going to have all the space that they need to get the vert going and try to hit them where it hurts. With Rippled still being able to catch who tries to get aggressive, take the initiative, but does not work out, ultimately causing even more pressure. But now, with the man advantage they have, it seems like Whitewater isn't even so much concerned about Vert anymore. They're just going to push it, and I Love Mort will be able to get a Snail as well with the nade, and now Cal 2 Sussy trying to aggress in the same way that the rest of the teammates have, and hence fell, also falls to one holding the corner.
Now that round, that was just attacked flawlessly, but it seems to me that most of these rounds go pretty close to running down the timer completely. Do you think that the time is going to play into UIUC's hands, and maybe Whitewater isn't going to be able to push as well as they used to, considering time continues to tick down, very close to running the timer completely out?
I don't think it's going to help them much at all because of the fact that they've played up to this point basically exactly the same, having very same setup with minimal adaptations, minimal changes, trying to force it to work, and they're still doing it again with being third floor, and Whitewater is now very familiar with this setup and how to deal with it. So that's the thing, right? When you run the same strat or the same principle upon which you play over and over again, they're naturally going to adapt and get faster, right? And now Whitewater has seen this, and it's the same fundamental concept, same fundamental plays that they've been doing for second floor all the time, and now putting it onto third floor. Whitewater is going to be, or at least should be, extremely fast and taking this. And keep in mind, right, at least when they were second floor, they had to move down to second floor. Now, if they push them out from third floor, they have sight. They can plant. And with the minimal adaptations that we are seeing, this is going to be a major problem. We do have Cal 2 Sussy on Jaeger, that's whatever, but what do you have to actually block off Pixel? Nothing. You don't have an Azami, you don't have shields, so really all it's good for is just preventing people from being naded out. So I still think that UIUC is going to be in a lot of trouble here, considering they keep holding on to those compositions. We will see a Mozzie drone caught though, and it looks like Nanovirus is going to take control of that and send that out for additional information, which could be huge for a Piano to catch a Nitro and take somebody out. They will get that red wall open though, but I'm telling you, that Mozzie drone is going to be an issue because who's below? Nanovirus with his drone. All he needs is a ping, throw out a Nitro, and boom, you can get 1 kill. Heck, I even got 3 kills against Purdue once in a match with Bradley University because of a Nitro like that. I mean, it's a similar play that I've made before, so I'm very familiar with what Nanovirus is trying to do here, and it can succeed extremely well here. Though, Whitewater is still playing it a little bit slow here, but the Rihanna clone going to come out, get that information on Lawyer's setup, which they pretty much already have known about up to this point, but with Bandit in the freezer, that could help to alleviate that pressure just a little bit. They're pretty much banking on Whitewater to kind of drop down so they can unleash a hail of Nitros, because they have 4 nitros right now, each with the potential to do a lot of damage. And we got 2 people over in piano. That's a problem. 1 now with Cal 2 Sussy gonna be able to take out Isle of More. Another person back into piano, and they are trying to push out from there, but the explosions are coming out. Lawyer gonna be able to take 1, but Boomin gets Cal 2 Sussy out. They have got that Whitehall control, but at what cost, as they are currently at a man disadvantage with 48 seconds left. 3 nitros still on a board. That is a lot of potential for a disaster for against Whitewater here. UIUC playing this pretty well here, although Nanovirus trying to slowly sneak up here, but isn't able to get through the holes that Whitewater made and is kind of holding back as time is not on Whitewater's side at the moment. UIUC in a perfect position to play around that very fact. The nitros as well gonna go out, not gonna connect. Boomin will be down alongside another pick from Nanovirus, and now it is up to Xron, who's gonna try to push out from Cocktail, but is not gonna be able to take that fight against and we will see another round for UIUC on defense.
Now that defense round, it's kind of interesting considering it was relatively the same setup that they played when they were playing second floor sites, but this time it worked out. I guess what do you think was the catalyst for that?
Honestly, the catalyst, in my opinion, for what happened there really just came down primarily to intel. Honestly, like UIUC had full eyes on every movement that Whitewater made. I mean, we had Valkyrie cams above, we had the Mozzie drone. They knew exactly where they were coming from and were able to just play back and wait for Whitewater to push before punishing them at every turn. They were able to get control, but every time they did, they came out one less person. So they just weren't really able to get any refrags or really even out the numbers in any meaningful way because of the intel that UIUC had against Whitewater. It just created a lot of problems for them that they just could not manage with, alongside all of the aggressive utility to offset them to create that pocket where UIUC could get aggressive and take one, of which Nanovirus was able to take 2 as a result.
Now I'm about UIUC. Now they've played every site on Cafe. Is this unusual? Do you generally see teams only sticking to 3 sites? Because with the replay, you know, they don't have to play all 4. They can stick to 3 that they're good at. Do you think that this will impact the round, potentially the overall match?
So, I mean, typically that's kind of standard because a lot of maps have that one bad side, although Ubisoft has been trying to kind of fix out those quote-unquote one bad sites that no one really plays, but for the most part, that still kind of holds true. And sometimes you'll see a team play that 4th map, kind of throw off the attackers, but it can have varying effects depending on what map you are on. Boomin already getting downed so early on, but coming from the outside, he should be pretty safe to revive here. But yeah, right now it's just, you know, Whitewater already having that bakery side control, ready to get that wall open and start to push in. I mean, they've kind of created their niche on this direct take, and it's working pretty well so far, although it looks like we're going to have Lawyer possibly trying to get active here. We even have Cal2 Sussy on the shotgun here, going to put up a shield by the double window to help hold off the push from there. We're not going to see much of a vertical component here as I had originally thought. But right now, we have not seen any actual picks at the moment as Whitewater tries to get set up here. And with Xron on the Brava, they can pretty much turn all of that utility against them, except for Frost Mats. But Boomin will be able to take Nanovirus off, getting the refrag as a result, evening out the numbers. Rippled is down. If that kill gets secured, that is going to be massive for UIUC here in preventing the wall from getting open. But the revive does come through. They're going to be able to pop those walls open very soon. But what's this? We have one over by Red, and that's going to be possibly ready to make a play here and stop them from getting that breach control. If he plays this just right and doesn't get too aggressive here, that can be a huge problem. But here comes the push out as multiple picks come in. Snail and taking picks respectively, as now Axeron is stuck in a corner, rock in a hard place, stuck in a corner, gonna have to take 2 fights here from tight angles, but Lawyer will be able to hit those shots and ensure that they get that round as we go into the swap.
Now that first half already promised a lot. It showed that this game definitely has a lot of potential, and it might be just as much of a nail biter as the first one. I'm really looking forward to seeing how Whitewater plays, especially now being down on rounds, whereas on Villa they were at least joined before they swapped.
Yeah, the pendulum's not is swinging a little bit farther out for UIUC here, and even if Whitewater does catch up, they only got to pick up 3 more rounds if they are to win this. But everything is like, say one thing, goes the other way, because right now, we're still on the swap with Whitewater on the defense. If they are able to really nail these rounds down, they can still win this, but it's gonna be a bit of an uphill battle because 2 slip-ups and you're now on match point, 3 slip-ups and you're donezo. So it just really depends on how adaptable Whitewater is and how they change up their compositions persistently, because what allowed Whitewater to pick up 2 rounds was kind of the predictability that UIUC had in the composition. It stayed relatively the same. The strat fundamentals of how they played around defending stayed the same. But if Whitewater mixes it up enough, that can really create a situation in which UIUC is not going to be able to really win it out. It just comes down to who has the better mix-ups here, and that just really comes down to what we see after the second round, because for all we know, it's impossible to say. I mean, it's the swap. Usually you lose the attack on the swap first round. That's how that tends to go. And they're playing third floor, playing a safe side. I probably would have picked something a little bit riskier knowing that fact, but that's just me, especially with Whitewater being 2 rounds down at the moment. You might as well try to go for something. UIUC opting to go for a bit of a direct take, taking from above at the moment. Some nades coming in, trying to get rid of that utility so they can go for a more safe drop. Exron already having his nitro used, and with Boomin on the nitro as well, they do have some options to try to punish them as they push in. And keep in mind that UIUC does not really have much of a vertical component going on. They're pretty much fully committed to above. We do have Yana over by second floor mining window, but other than that, they're pretty much sticking to this a direct take above, which could prove a problem if Whitewater is able to get in where they need to. But Nanovirus, with her self-sufficient intel, could be able to help ring out anyone who is down there. Walls now getting open over by Red, or was getting open, but the new Jabber cutting him off. The swing from Exron getting active to take Lawyer out, and that is gonna be the hard breach down. A huge loss for UIUC here, as they have no way to get many of the walls open that are necessary in order to execute here. On top of that, of being a minute left, they still have to grab the fuser, which granted, Cal2 Sussy did pick that up, but not without a fight, though Exron will get ultimately refragged by Cal2 Sussy, and now they're gonna have to try to force their way in with no breach at all, which could be a massive problem, and especially with Rippled still over by Piano, putting on that pressure, though the cigar wall doors does get open. If Rippled wins these fights, this can be disastrous, as they all have their backs turned to him right now, except for Sledge, who tries to take the fight but loses it, and now they are down a number to deal with Rippled here. But the nade does go through. The pick comes out from Rippled. Now a 2v2. Nanovirus getting down by the wallbang, I think. Now up to Snail, who is able to find one, but has to find one more, and he does not have Diffuser. He has to win this fight. Looking to push out Freezer to get that gunfight, but the prone comes in, and he gets caught. And with that, that is going to be a round win for Whitewater.
Now that round, coming down to the last few seconds, a 2v2 to a 1v1. These are the kind of rounds that I love to see. They're the ones that you don't know which way it's going to go until that timer ticks down to the final second. And
Yeah.
I honestly hope to see a few more of these in this game.
For sure. And I do want to clarify, that was not a wall. There was no wall bang down there. Nanovirus was down by a frost mat. The timing just looked a little bit off to me, so I thought maybe that was what happened, but no, she got caught by a frost mat walking up to white. So very unfortunate. It happens, but that's why Frost is played so often. When you have this kind of fragger heavy meta where everyone's kind of running and gunning, you know, having just one frost mat in a weird spot to catch somebody mid gunfight can really be what makes the difference in throwing off the utility, so that way you can lock up sight and win the round.
Now we see the kitchen setup going on here. Is this a common setup that you're used to seeing, or are they kind of adapting it to themselves?
I would say this is fairly common. You have that horizontal in case, you know, Vert starts to flush out, and you will see that as is playing Sledge, so that is to be expected, but that is pretty standard. I mean, you have the mid wall kind of help with like feed holes, head holes on the entry into kitchen from the double hall, so I'm not seeing anything too out of the ordinary right now, and it looks like UIUC is going to be playing it fairly safe as well, going for a full top down, try to get that Vert going as soon as possible, though they are making good time at the moment with 2 minutes 15 seconds, and they already are starting to make their way down white stairs. That's trying to get aggressive, but I wouldn't be playing too aggressively here, because keep in mind, he is the only person that can make Vert. He dies, UIUC has no vertical, so it's going to be important for him to stay alive here, but if Whitewater recognizes this and takes that aggression onto him, that can be a major downfall for them going forward. And we will see that Boomin does spot or get spotted by the drone. He's going to try to take this fight with the P10 run. He wins this fight. That's the Vert gone. The double swing comes in, and Rippled will be able to catch and now they have no Vert. They're going to have to push direct, and that's what we see so far, or we're going to potentially see, but there's still that vertical component coming in from UIUC, trying to clear out as Nanovirus does take Ripple. They're trying to slowly but surely push Whitewater back onto site, which has seemingly succeeded, although it's still won over by VIP Whitehall. That could cause an issue, but the pinch could come out here and push them out. They know there is one over by VIP, especially with the drone confirming that, and that's Boomin gonna get stuck because of the floors, forced to run out. And that is going to be that one less person to put up with here. With a minute left, they are going to have control of cams. That's going to be thanks to Cow2 Sussy with the Kebby. But the only thing that's going to really give them much information is probably going to be I Love You JB's BP, which I can't really see where that is positioned, but other than that, there's really not a lot of information gained from that. And there it is. They're going to be able to spot Extron. They know that he is over by Freezer. Some shots coming in from above to try to flush him out, and he will leave Freezer. And now that hatch is going to get popped wide open, creating an opening for them to drop. But with 28 seconds left, they still have to break these funnels, as these walls have not been breached. Not a single wall, not Freezer or really anything. But there comes the breach. I Love Mort going to be able to pick up Nanovirus and Cow2 Sussy for a double kill. Lawyer's already in Freezer, but with 2 picks is looking a little bit more desperate. But we will see I Love You JD peeking out, going to be able to take one, now down to a 1v2 with one still prone, and the peek coming in from I Love Mort to finish him off as we see another round win, but that is going to be for UIUC.
Now, I was going to say, for most of that round, I really thought UIUC had it covered. We're going to,
Did I say UIUC? I meant you,
yeah.
Whitewater.
Yeah, Whitewater won, yeah.
Brain fart. Woo!
But I think it all comes down to that concept of time. You know, they didn't have a lot of time left. They knew, you know, where they breached, you know, into Freezer. People would be watching that, so they had to rotate around. And with 15 seconds left, you just got to get to site and hope that you can win your gunfights. And in all honesty, getting down to site, sprinting, they know you're standing, they know you don't have your gun out. It's just not a good situation for anyone.
But here's the thing that Whitewater is doing so well, though, that's helping them to pick up these rounds that they otherwise should be losing in theory. Anytime, right, that UIUC starts to get these controlled, starts pinching them off, Whitewater takes the initiative to bring out those fights and not let UIUC close out the gap to eliminate them. Instead, taking the fights to them and more often than not, being able to come out on top. And that is becoming a real detriment to UIUC because even if they get the control that they need, that aggression is really what's costing them the rounds, is not being able to close them out and cut them off. I would almost recommend something like a Nomad to kind of help mitigate, you know, the impact of them trying to swing out, or at least give you a free pick if they do get overly aggressive. But, I mean, that's exactly how you handle these situations when you are starting to look down or starting to get cut into a corner. You got to get aggressive. You got to get active. That's really what the meta kind of dictates at this point. And we will see Whitewater now running the same composition that UIUC was utilizing pretty much all throughout their defense. And maybe they'll have the same, if not greater, impact. Keep in mind, Whitewater has now caught up, and it is now currently 4-4, so they do have a bit of momentum here. Maybe it's time for a timeout, but regardless, they are looking a lot better here. And if they can play the mirror as well as UIUC did, then they've pretty much got it in the bag, because that's how they picked up multiple rounds on the defense when they were on defense, was utilizing Neuer on the mirror to the fullest extent. It looks like Whitewater is going to be doing exactly the same with I Love You JB, and even doubling down with additional people helping from above. We're going to see more spot sledge from the rappel, but it's not going to be able to take that shot. It's going to be too tight angle, but instead opting to push up to try to catch Sledge off of it, and he gets that shot, but gets refragged from Nanovirus over by Cocktail. And that is going to be 2 people down, as Lawyer was eliminated earlier on, and now it is pretty much looking a little bit grim as they still have to contest third floor after Rippled moved up and adapted to those loss of teammates. Going to be on that flank watch there, but it's not really going to be doing all too much, as they still got to get third floor control and start to move down to second floor with only a minute remaining. With 2 people still above, they have some issues that they're going to need to put up with, and with no nades on the board, it's going to be hard to take that. But the cross going to come into full swing as Rippled eliminates from the push-up, and now Nanovirus getting off that rappel. It's now rendezvousing up to second floor. They're going to try to stack up to force their way into Library, but that's going to be easier said than done, as there's still one trying to peek out from the wipeout. Nanovirus going to be rotating over to first floor, which might not be the best play considering how little time there is remaining. Snail holding for him, but Ripple is going to be able to still catch him despite rotating all the way from outside, and a peek coming in from Boonin to get rid of Snail, as Whitewater takes yet another round. Snail just not being able to carry out UIUC for these round wins here, unfortunately. I know he can be often a heavy hitter, but it's just not going through for him so far, as now Whitewater has a round lead.
It's quite interesting to see. I mean, when we got down to 30 seconds, the 2v4, and neither of them were in the building, I at that point, I was pretty confident Whitewater was going to win the round, because if you don't have people in the building with that little time left, you're not going to be able to get the plant down. You've got to go for picks, and obviously every defender is going to be in the building. Whitewater has now won 3 rounds in a row, and their defense is just UIUC is just struggling to break through and just kind of find their touch against Whitewater's defense, because they just, and it's not even that the setups are just really hard to defend against. It's how their play style is just, it's something that UIUC seems not be able to cope with, despite having experienced it 3 times now.
Yeah, Whitewater has a very uncanny ability to retake previously lost grounds once UIC kind of gives it up, because they tend to kind of fumble around a lot, especially outside, and that gives Whitewater a lot of openings, especially from Rippled or I Love Mort. They tend to do this a lot to reclaim space that was previously lost. And that tends to really hurt UIUC when they're kind of banking on having that control, but it's not there because someone is back over in that lost space. UIUC needs to hold on to the control that they establish. If they can do that and just hold off Whitewater from getting these aggressive plays, they can start picking up more rounds. But until they learn to secure the control they've already gained, this is gonna keep happening. That's really what it comes down to. I mean, we saw how Rippled was able to retake piano control and was able to kind of help execute that cross cutoff there. That's just one of many examples that we've seen in this match where Whitewater has done that. And I don't think they're going to let up, as it has worked very well so far. Although Boomin has taken a good amount of damage from an initial aggressive peak, and UIUC has so far taken very little damage. We will see Cal2 Sussy take out I Love Mort. That's going to be one of the heavy hitters out, who's currently 11-7, playing very well up to this point, and they are starting to get their third floor control, looking a lot better than it has before, though they still have more to go if they want to hold on to it, as Xron is holding an off angle over by Cigar and Boomin over by Cocktail. So, as well as I Love You JB by Whitehall, there's really not a lot that you can do here. But despite that, Lawyer will be able to catch Xron, taking him out. That off angle not going to be able to work out here, as UIUC is now looking really good with their major man advantage. But they still do not have third floor control, as there's still two people above I Love You JB and Ripple. But we will see yet another pick. The Cocktail repel, the headshot peak, but it doesn't go through, as gets that and the double kill, as UIUC takes a flawless round to even around the rounds back out.
Now that was definitely an interesting round to see. Do you think that round was more UIUC adaptation to Whitewater's playstyle, or do you think it was just kind of luck that they were able to get their picks off, or some combination of the two maybe?
I think some bit of a combination. UIUC held onto the control they gained a lot better, but also at the same time, I think Whitewater overextended in an effort to try to regain lost grounds to hold their above control, and kind of took that third floor presence to their graves, as there was not a single fallback. They really want to hold on to third floor, and they just lost way too many as a result of that, and UIUC just did not let up their control. And that's exactly what they need to do if they want to keep this going. Do not give Whitewater the opportunity to retake control, because once you do, they take it 10 out of 10 times, and then they use that against UIUC to devastating effect. And they didn't let that happen. So I hope that they recognize that pattern and take that to full strides and keep that up, because if they do, we're going to be easily looking at an overtime situation here if that ends up being the case. But it's hard to say for sure, and we'll just have to see what UIUC does here going forward now that they've picked up their first round in a minute. Ooh, the missed drone, unfortunate.
They seem to be, honestly, just playing this. They seem to be taking their attacks pretty well, so it's a little bit unfortunate that most of it hasn't worked out for them. But do we think that going in the top, doing the full roam clear, do we think that that's going to be an effective strategy for this round, or do we think it's going to take go back to that principle of taking too much time and then having to rush into sight? What are your thoughts on that?
So I think doing a top down here is fine if that's really what they want to go with. They just have to hold on to third floor. They can't let anybody kind of creep back up. I will admit, though, that with how it's played out so far, it would probably be better they had maybe somebody lurking by first floor, or maybe a more horizontal presence, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad play, although that's often how that works, to try to push them out. So, but then again, it is kitchen side. They want to get that vert. So if they can do that fast enough, then it works. I mean, good for them. I mean, they are starting to make the move onto second floor. In fact, already getting a pick onto Rippled, which already is a step in the right direction. And now they're just about ready for Vert, but problem, there's still one lurking by second floor. That's going to be Boomin, but he gets taken out by and that is going to pretty much eliminate most, if not all, of the second floor presence, and that's going to allow that Vert that they so badly want. But if if they play this by their horizontal extensions, that vertical can effectively be denied. But we will see Cal2 Sussy take full advantage, getting rid of I Love More, and now putting both Xron and I Love You and JB in a very bad spot. JB trying to hold on to his horizontal component, but it looks like they know he's there as the flashes come in. The double flash, multiple flashes coming in, and he can't see a gosh darn thing, but he's somehow still alive. A TK coming in from Snail, but he still picks up that kill, and now it is all up to Xron, who gets picked off from the Thermite breach by Lawyer.
I mean, just kind of what a round there. The top-down push, you know, opening up vertical, that worked really well. Now, UWW, do we think that they're going to potentially play a roamer or two to try and prevent that? Or are they going to try the strategy that's been working so well up until UIUC kind of figured them out?
I think they're going to stick with pretty much exactly what UIUC did and kind of commit to their third floor mirror setup. I mean, we have a lot of supporting utility for that. I mean, it just doesn't seem like either of the teams kind of style to really, you know, deep lurk in that sort of way. I mean, anytime they're, you know, second or third floor, there's not a whole lot of first floor presence, if at all. They keep at least some kind of close proximity onto site, and I think it's going to stay that way for the rest of this game.
Still a pretty standard site setup, it seems. Kind of playing the third floor site while the bombs are on second floor. Something we definitely saw with UIUC as well. Do we think UIUC is going to push from the top down again and try to win that, despite them losing most of their rounds that they would push?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they absolutely will. And I mean, keep in mind as well, they even have Nanovirus on the Twitch. They're absolutely doubling down on getting rid of their mirror and taking this floor because it's so strong, right? Like, you push them out all the way to horizontal, and the stairs where you go down to get onto second floor, they all are based around the horizontal. So you have immediate access to the horizontal that's used to deny sight, and you have the vertical to deny sight itself. Where do you go from there? And for the defense, there's not a lot of options. You're going to be pinched no matter what. So holding third floor and getting that control is unbelievably strong. And with the composition that they have, I have no reason to believe that they aren't going to full send that and do exactly that. And I mean, that Twitch is going to be able to easily take out those mirrors, especially if they're not careful. Because, I mean, keep in mind, Whitewater does not have any mute jammers or anything to kind of catch those twitches, so it's just a matter of time really before those mirrors go down, assuming that she's able to sneak those through. And keep in mind that we have not seen really a twitch this whole time, but looks like that twitch drone now finally coming in. Nanovirus trying to get rid of as much utility as humanly possible, but Mira is watching for that twitch, trying to keep her shield up for as long as possible. Gonna be able to get rid of a lot of Capcan's utility, a lot of those traps that could potentially kill someone. We've seen that before, putting the cap cans over by Freezer, and that's going to give them a clearance to walk in. And the smoke coming out, going to be able to swing out from the Freezer side to take Boomin out. That's their mirror gone, and with that, they are starting to get their third floor control. I mean, look at how it is right now. The only person that's going to be able to contest at this point is Rippled, who's starting to make his way up red. However, if UIUC has learned their lesson about how Whitewater likes to retake previous control, that's going to go very poorly, that flank from Rippled, and we can see a pick there. But despite that, Rippled will be able to get one. Xron being able to Nitro out Lawyer. It looks like they're already starting to lose that third floor power and control. Xron being able to take another onto Cow2 Sussy. This is what I'm talking about. You let Whitewater get a little bit of control, and they full take it. And now I Love Mort getting Snail out as well. It's now up to but gets taken out by Rippled, and we are going to overtime.
Now, this I think is especially stressful for UIUC, because if they can't pull off the two of these 3 rounds, it's over. The game is completely over. UWW, if they don't pull off 2 of the 3 rounds, they still got another game to figure it out.
Yeah.
It will be very interesting to see if each team loses on their own respective map, but that remains to be seen.
Yeah, the pressure is really on for UIUC here. It's not looking the greatest for them. But granted, the pendulum has been swinging a little bit in favor of UIUC, being able to pick up a round differential greater than 1. So that is in their favor if they are to win this out. But whether or not that is actually going to be the case for overtime, as we often see it be very, very close when it comes to overtime, that remains to be seen. And we do have Whitewater back on the defense again, so that does put them at a bit of an advantage. But that really just comes down to how UIUC deals with Whitewater's aggression, because so far we've seen that they don't handle it well, and it's the only reason that Whitewater is still in the game, at least for this match up to this point, because Rippled moved up, started contesting third floor control, and everything just fell apart from there. It keeps happening. So if it happens more, I don't know. We could possibly see Whitewater turn this around and win it out, because I really thought they had a proper adaptation to cut off Whitewater, but it clearly doesn't look like that is the case here based off of what we've seen from the last round. We're going to see the Twitch once again, but here's the thing. There is no Mira to be seen in sight. In fact, Boomin on the mute, but Snail will be able to catch Xron for that first early pick. The over-aggression and overextension going to backfire for him, as that is some utility loss, as those discs are not going to be generated. Lawyer now kind of stuck over by Red to have to take a fight over by Cigar. If he loses his life here, that's going to be hard breach material loss, which is going to be a massive L for UIUC if they want to get this above control, as there's still a bit that has to be breached. Rippled starting to back up after recognizing the threat of the repel coming in, but still holding a little bit of aggression. And Nanovirus gonna try to do some wallbang to take one close with the shotgun. The Frostmat going to catch Lawyer. Boomin taking some heavy damage here, but is gonna be able to take another with the shotgun. And now with Lawyer down, getting taken out as well by I Love Mort. It's now up to Snail, who's still not even on site at the moment, or in the building. Gonna go for the hop, try to get the res here. He does successfully get the res, but they have some work to do now. However, the Nitro gonna be coming in from Ripple to take out Lawyer. Snail gonna be catching I Love You JB. In response, it is now up to Snail to win this round, but there are one over in Bar and one by White. The third floor presence still there, and with 55 seconds left, he's not going to be able to get anywhere because of the castle flooding off. The flash coming in, not going to be able to catch I Love Mort, not even a little bit, as he gets ready to go for a peek. Another flash coming in, pre-firing, not going to connect, and that's going to stave him off just enough for that flash effect to expire. Just winding down the time at this point. You got to make a move here. Tries to wrap around the Cigar balcony to catch Frost off guard, but she's already fallen off to Freezer, which is gonna make taking a shot on her extremely difficult, as he's gonna have to get close and personal here. But with 19 seconds left, he's got to make a move here. He's got to get in. He is onto site though, which does give him the option to plant, but with the crossfire they have, that's not going to be very likely. Tries to take initiative onto Frost, but instead whips around onto Cocktail, takes one for the quad kill, tries to go for the pistol whip, but it is not going to be enough, as I Love Mort shuts it down, holding him on a chokehold for Freezer the entire duration. Now with Whitewater on the lead for the swap,
Now,
They
that
have
was-
brought it back with the
That,
lead.
that was very, very, very close. UIUC Snail just about Snail needing to ace to win the round and getting 4 of those 5. Wow.
He almost had it, but just couldn't quite secure it. But now, with Whitewater on attack, this is ride or die. If they want to close this out, they now have a golden ticket, and it's right here. This potentially last round. They win this, that's it. Whitewater are your champions. And if not, they still got one more round to go. Whitewater has options. UIUC does not. They have options not only to win this match, but they have options to win out this entire series as well. So really, they're kind of sitting comfortably. I mean, they mess up this match, they still got another one, right? UIUC messes up even one round, and they're done. UIUC is now completely starved of options. But despite that, they're still going to go for basically the exact same composition that they've been running this entire time. And now, with Whitewater being very experienced with how they play this, I mean, it's really the same composition that they've ran time through and time again, almost down to the exact wire of secondary utility. The composition being pretty much the same from before. Whitewater is going to be sparing no time in taking this third floor control immediately and already rappelling up to start their move to get that control. But perhaps UIUC can take those expectations of how they play and flip it on their head to mess with Whitewater's heads. Or maybe they won't, and maybe they get that control and Whitewater wins this out. Really all comes down to this moment here as they start their push, trying to get that piano control, getting those repels, spotting the Wamai disc, and all the utility to help hold off piano. But they're not going to be of much use as there's really no one that far up. The only thing that you're going to catch is that it's going to catch for is the Mira, and we already see the push into piano. The pre-fires from Wamai, making a really good pre-fire to catch I Love UJB as he tries to push up, and now the Ibanas are going in to break the mirror. He's holding for the pre-fire on the window, and he gets that. Why would you hold that aggressively? Well, I don't know what he was thinking there, but it clearly did not work out for Xron, as that is one of their hard breaches down. But with Rippled on the hard breach as well, they still have options here. 1 minute and 20 seconds. They've gotten their piano, but at what cost? That being a lot of losses. But Boomin still going to be able to take Lawyer despite this setback, and now makes his way and gets the vert that he needs to start pushing off the presence from on site. Going to be able to spot that BP, break that out. Not going to catch anyone over by Library side, as the only person even close is going to be Cal2 Sussy over by Golden Stairs. And he is not peeking. He's playing this safe while the rest are over by Red Corridor. We're going to see a bit of rotating from Whitewater as they try to reposition to adapt based off of UIUC's horizontal positioning. The wall now getting open. We do see an attempted impact to stop a vaultable, but that does not succeed. They do have another way in from Library. 25 seconds left. Whitewater, it's time to move, and UIUC, it is fight or flight, but we will see with the triple kill, Boomin and getting one in addition, bringing it down to a 3v2. 10 seconds left. It is time to move, time to execute. Rippled now already onto site, catches a little bit of tap damage, starts to go for the plant, but gets down in the process. And with 2 seconds left, Boomin's gonna have to force the plant, but is not able to, as UIUC runs the clock down, keeping him alive just for a little bit longer.
7-7. It all comes down to this. UWW win. Everything's over. UIUC win. We move on to the deciding map. There's a lot of pressure, honestly. I also do want to note that round that we just witnessed was the first one that they had run the time down completely without having the diffuser planted or killing everyone.
Yeah,
that was the first round out of this map.
Yeah, that nitro was a huge detriment to Whitewater there. Down to the very last second. They got onto site, but UIC played that smart, holding back, and that really kind of, tipped it in their favor as things were just about to go down for the plant, pretty much saving them. But they're still at overtime match point, so by no means are they out of the danger zone yet. They still have to pull out this one last round, but they've gotten this far. Now they just got to let that pendulum swing all the way out towards them, and that's it. They are now going to be moving on to the third game, but we're not there yet. So, hard to say whether or not that'll actually be the case, but they are still looking, they're still in the game. They're not out, but it is still very close. Do or die. UIUC has to take this. Their margin of error is 0. They have to be perfect on this. Whitewater going to be running their similar mirror composition as before with the heavy nitros, Boomin, Xron, and Rippled with 3 nitros. Going to be playing for the below to catch them as they try to push in, which it looks like they're going to be pretty much sticking to quite heavily. We even have Rippled holding right below Piano, going to be waiting for that drop to rip that nitro and take one of the UIUC with it. 2 minutes and 7 seconds. We haven't seen much for dropping into the building quite yet, but they're going to be starting that very soon as Whitewater is just sitting kind of comfortably waiting for them to make their move because they don't have to really act at this point because before they can make anything, they have to get that control. And there's the first pick for this overtime match point. Gonna get I Love Mort out with that pistol whip. And that's just going to be a little bit more control for them as they try to close in on third floor. But Boomin with the run out, going to be able to take How2 Sussy out in the refrag. And now it is 4v4. But with falling off from this third floor, that's going to allow UIUC to move in just that much more. Xron holding below. Laundry for Nitro 1 rips. Gonna do heavy damage onto but she is still up, though, barely crawling with the HP she has. Lawyer gonna be able to take I Love You JB down. That's gonna be yet another, but they still do not have that full. Actually, I'm mistaken. They do have that full third floor control, so they are going to be able to get that vert and push them out as far as humanly possible. But despite having that vert, they still got to get that horizontal and push in, of which Whitewater has really committed to holding a strong horizontal. Gonna be able to get Boomin as well. UIC is looking good here. They have a 2-person advantage and they've got them on the ropes. All they need to do is get the plant down and it's over. Nanovirus gonna be able to take Xron as well. And now it is a 1v4. Ooh, but we will see Ripple take Lawyer and now start to move up on the third floor. Gonna try to contest this vert. But we will see that Snail is not watching for Rippled, looking away on the hats drop. And that's going to be now a 1v2. And the pistol whip to take out for a triple kill. Now down to a 1v1. Nano's got a plan. He's running out of time. But Ripple's going to be pushing out to contest him. Is Ripple really about to win this and take UIUC out? This is not looking good. They had a multiple person advantage, but despite that, Ripple was able to even those numbers out. And now Ripple knows exactly where Nano is, but Nano has 2 nades. She can use that to push her off. All she needs to do is take this last fight, and they're out. There comes the nades, not cooked at all, just trying to hold her back, but she's already pushed up, and she gets the pick, and is going to be able to get the defuse on time, and that is going to be good game, as Whitewater is your champions for MidwestR6 first year series, knocking out UIUC despite having a perfect win streak.
What a game that was. What a final round. A 1v4 being taken down. 1v4, 1v3, 1v2, 1v1, getting the knock and then defusing after that. What have we just witnessed here?
I don't even know, but I can't believe that's how they win. That's how UIUC gets knocked out. 1 round, 1 kill. It was so close, and they just couldn't get it. I mean, Rippled really coming in there at the very last second. I mean, this is what we see. They get everything they need, but then Wyrotter just comes around, pushes back up into previous control, and tears that apart. And Ripple did just that, and Snail wasn't even looking at him.
That right there was a perfect example. Anyone watching this that plays random can learn from this. This is a perfect example of taking those 1v1s. Don't face them all at the same time. In one of those situations, a 1v1 is going to be much easier to win than a 1v4. And he took all of those individual kills and ended up completely, I mean, I don't know how else to say it. Just he won that for Whitewater. He very much won that for Whitewater.
He is him. That was
delivering Illinois their first defeat of the season, and at the most crucial time.
Yeah, that is so unfortunate. But we're gonna calm down a little bit and go into a quick intermission here, and then with that, we'll give our closing thoughts, our thank yous, and our goodbyes, and some final thoughts about what we had just witnessed here. So we'll see you in just a second.
Valley Bum Beats.
This? Okay, this is a little better. I can deal with this, especially when they all sit together like that. See, this is doable. When they don't move fast, when they are just kind of right in your face, and it doesn't take much effort, that's where I prosper. Hello. These guys are just going around. They're just here.
Alright, see, this is made for arm aimers. This is not some shit like the other ones. I'm not shooting flying things in Siege. Like, I don't play Apex Legends.
Having a good time, and it just means I don't have to work nearly as hard to find them. I'm the best there's ever been, and there's no way that anyone is going to be not only better than me at every other ones, but at this one as well. I got this one in the bag. I'm so confident. Look at that.
Alright, see, now I'm not aiming like Snail anymore. We're good, we're good.
We can probably just go for plan. Nice. Connector.
He's still stuck there. Nice above you. You kill this guy.
Yep, you got him. Alright, Men's fireplace is halfway up now. Halfway up, like. No.
Bathroom dead. I'm in bathroom.
I'm gonna keep holding point.
Captain dead.
Main. Oh my god, one hatch.
Two connection.
Main stairs, bottom main.
What?
See more find one but more communication knowing Mamba's there, taking
One player left, and he gets taken out to the I Love More. Get an overhead view here of library. You can see nobody directly in library. Oh, big frag time. Boomin kills Servant. I Love More kills Mamba, and C4 goes out, and a down on the toaster. Boomin taking Zajoc though, as he jumps back to Boomin. But the jump out from I Love More.
I'm gonna come fire them.
Yes.
Jason, they're coming black side. Wow.
Sludged. Jackal, or that's that.
and we are back. Is everyone good? Are we calm? We're cool? We're collected? Tell me, Lucas, what do you think about that last round and just the overall match that we just witnessed there?
I still can't get over it. That was heroic, is what it was. It was
That's a story, really.
it was just it was amazing to see, and oh my god, he just played that really well. I don't really have I don't really have any words for it. It's just that was
Classic Siege. Classic Siege at its best.
classic Siege is when you peek a hallway for 15 seconds, look away for 1 second, and get shot in the head. That is classic Siege.
Well,
But
you know what I meant, smarty pants. But
there's the good times, there's the bad times, and this was one of those thrilling nail biter, down to the wire times that you just cannot find anywhere else.
yeah, and honestly, his move into moving up to third floor, I think, was so huge because when it comes to retaking second floor, it is such a nightmare to deal with somebody still above, which we clearly saw. And being able to take that pick really was what helped kind of spiral that into winning it out. And yeah, I mean, really everything he did there was good. Moving out into pillar was a bit risky. That always has a major risk because of how open it is, but because of how back UIUC was playing in that moment, it ended up working out extremely well. I mean, yeah, I will say though, as far as what we saw for that match, heavy mirror presence. I mean, all the time. In fact, I've been seeing decreasing presence in mirror, and to see her kind of come out in that kind of manner with that much presence, it was definitely not to be. I wasn't really ready for it. That was kind of a pleasant surprise. I do like seeing the mirror every once in a while. Not all the time though, like how it was back at the peak of the utility meta. That was awful. But it's still good to see. I believe that's actually a pro league strat where they shotgun out that entire freezer wall. Correct me if I'm mistaken. I believe that's where it was a pro league team that used that. That's where it got a lot of its prevalence. But I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, Whitewater, they were just better able to use their familiarity with UIUC's strategies and pretty much abuse that to getting as much control as quickly as possible. And then on defense, their ability to retake previously lost territory, I think, in my opinion, is what really set the stage for them to win that. I mean, wouldn't you agree, Lucas?
I would definitely agree. I think from that match, one thing we definitely learned is the game is not over until it's over.
Oh, absolutely. Because so many times did UIC or UIUC get the control and the setup they need. And then at the flip of a switch, someone makes that hero play that starts off the cascading chain of events in which, Whitewater is able to turn it around. I mean, that's happened so countless times. So, yeah, I mean, that's really what it comes down to. You know how we talk about that one flank, that one lurk, or just getting that timing just right, playing it patiently. And Whitewater was able to do just that, and it paid off. It paid off hugely for them.
Yeah, it's still just what a game.
Actually, and couldn't end the series better myself, honestly. Like, that was a great way to end it off. And honestly, regardless, both teams played their heart out. Both teams played really well, and they deserve to have gotten as far as they did. And Whitewater deserved to win that out as they have. So with that, I'm going to go over a few more things before we close this out. Firstly, I want to say thank you to MSI, as they have actually donated 2,000 meals to Feeding America. And on top of that, we've also donated in total, as a result of this fundraise or this charity for Feeding America, 5,000 meals. Everyone here that made this possible, there are now 5,000 meals for those who are food insecure. So huge thank you to everyone for making this possible. It would not be possible without the staff, without the teams that stepped in, that chimed in, without everyone who put in all the hard work that they did. So to all of them, all of you, thank you. It means the world to us, seriously. And then a few other things for those who are interested, because now we're going to be getting ready for the fall season. If you are interested in playing for the fall semester, the QR code is up for that, and feel free to fill out the form for that. And once again, I do want to give a huge congratulations to Whitewater for being the champions of Midwest R6. Congratulations. You guys earned it. Celebrate because you made it. You guys came out on top. And then I want to give a huge thank you to our sponsors for this event, MSI USA, Esports, Gear, and Kovacs. This would not be possible without them. And then lastly, if anyone else would be interested in donating, we still have that QR code for that as well. Show that in just a second. Once again, if you didn't get a chance to donate earlier, we'll show that one last time. There's the QR code. So if you're interested in contributing and kind of helping out further, well, there's the QR code for that.
The link is still open until midnight. So at any point before midnight, if you still would like to donate, if you'd still like to help Feeding America, scan the code. It should take you straight to the page.
Absolutely. Well, Lucas, you have any final thoughts for us before we close out this spring season for good?
Just one, and that's everything should be on social media. Make sure you check out those $18 shower curtains displayed in Piercing's room right now. You can get your very own set. $18.
No, don't show it. Oh my God, not again.
$18. Scan the QR. It should be on all our social media as well.
I hate you all. I can't believe you've done this to me. This is awful. This is truly awful.
You want
Gosh,
your own
darn it.
souvenir, your own souvenir for the first season? $18 shower curtains, perfect way.
I swear, if I see you people adding me on Twitter with those curtains, I'm gonna lose my mind. I don't make this a merch thing of mine, okay? Let's leave this little funny haha at Midwest R6. I don't want to see you people on my stream going, "Hey, you still got those shower curtains?" I don't want to see it, okay? This is our little funny gaff, our little goof in the Midwest R6. I do not do it, okay? I will lose my mind.
They make perfect gifts, by the way. So if anyone's birthday is coming up, you know where to get them.
Oh, great. Yeah, give it to someone who's not in on it. Great idea. Great idea. But regardless, with that being said and well spoken from Lucas, my name is Piercing DN. Lucas, it's been great having you here. And with that, that's going to be all I have. This has been the spring season of Midwest R6. And we will see you guys next time. Take care. Get ready because fall is going to be coming soon.
Richie Valley Van Beats.